Every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is May 16th, YC128 Fanfest Day 2. We have so much to talk about. Let's get into it. It is the Eve Universe show! All right, welcome, guys. What? FC Twitch? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Welcome, guys. It is Saturday. I normally don't stream on today, but today is just too important to not cover. Yesterday, we covered the FanFest keynote that happened at the end of yesterday's FanFest day, which covered basically a big overview of everything, like the expansion, Frontiers, Vanguard, all that sort of stuff. Today is the day to go into the details of those sorts of things. And so here's how today's going to go. I mean, like yesterday, we spent 5 hours covering a 1.5 hour long video. So today, by contrast, we have at least 4 1-hour panels to cover. So are we going to get to it all? Who knows? We'll find out. But I am thinking about you guys, okay? Yes, Exordium is still not open. Yeah, we'll be here for 10 hours, maybe. I don't know. I settle in. I have snacks, so hopefully I won't make too much noise eating that if need be. I also reserve the right. Okay, so here's my plan. Okay, here's my current plan. First of all, I love you guys. Okay, like the normal good content creator kind of thing to do to maximize engagement would be like do it in the order that CCP did, right? We can see here that the Vanguard keynote comes first, then the Evolving Empires, then New Eden, the art team, then Frontiers keynote, then expansion, right? I know that a lot of you guys are here for the expansion news, okay? So rather than do the good for retention thing of putting the thing that I know you all want to talk about at the end, we're actually going to start with that, okay? So please reward me by liking, commenting, subscriptions, consider supporting, and all that sort of stuff, because basically I want to make sure to front load that EVE Online expansion information. And then if that's all you're here for, then when if you're watching this on the VOD, you can just head out. If you're watching it live, you can just head out. And then after that, we will go into the Vanguard keynote next, and then we will go over the Frontier keynote, and then we'll make a decision of whether or not we want to keep going today and cover the Evolving Empires and art panel, or we could theoretically save that for Monday or Tuesday, more likely. Now, Tuesday, we will have some news in the fact that is, hold on. Yeah, Tuesday is when Sylphie's trial is set to begin, so we'll probably have a New Eden news or a scope video or a massive thing to talk about then. Who knows what that'll be, but we could theoretically also cover some of these panels later on, especially the art and lore panels. They're a little bit less like immediate, but I mean, they're very, very good. Your best bet is to ignore all of our attempts to derail things. This is the point, though. If you just want all the information as fast as possible, go watch the VOD. That's what it's there for. You're here in order to watch everything that comes out of my head when it comes to this kind of stuff. Your guys' derailing isn't a distraction. I'm trying to be here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. I'm not upset when we spend 5 minutes or so explaining who Andrew Groen is just because he was on screen for 5 seconds. That's what you tune into me for. So like that stream, and we will get into it. You've already derailed us with the topic of derailing. Excellent. No notes. Well done. Vanguard Economic Connections. We're going to get to all of that when we get to it. Actually, so here's the thing. I have watched the first panel, the expansion panel, although I only like halfway paid attention to it. Yes, Frontiers is going to be last. So we're going to watch the expansion panel, which I have already seen, but we're going to look very closely at all the details. Then we will cover the Vanguard panel, which I have not watched. Then we will watch the Frontiers panel, which I haven't watched most of that. I kind of came in halfway through. And then we will do like the art and other stuff if we still have time. There is something else I want to do before we cover any of this, though. I'm sorry. I know I said I'm going to front load everything for you guys, but there is one little selfish thing that I'm going to do, which is if I leave this ship, I'm in my pod. I read something today that made me very sad, which is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. This has happened before, okay? This is a very me thing. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay, hold on. No, yeah. So the problem with this is that this only covers the capsule. So this pod skin that I absolutely love and that everybody should get, you know, it's now too late, I think, to earn it on your own by watching Twitch, but you can still get it on contracts. And if you're in Malro, if you're in the Convocation of Empyreans, and you look hard enough on the Discord, you will find an opportunity to buy, get one of these capsule skins for cheap, thanks to our good... I don't know. I don't even know what title to give him. I think we called it Chief Operations Officer, Trans. Either way, whatever. What's it going for now? That's a good question. Oof, there aren't many of them left, and they're already sitting at half a build to $1 billion. So, but they don't seem to work with my pod. They don't, like, if you look, my pod, it doesn't have it as an option. Now, this has happened before with the gold pod, and they can add it in after the fact, but as of right now, I don't get to use this pod skin, and that makes me very sad. All right. I would group it by game since art is also e-focus. Yeah, but I want to go over the news, the meaty stuff of all three games as a priority, because art and lore stuff could be discussed theoretically tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, later. I say Frontier is future. Okay, we're going to talk about all that when we get to it. Let's put back on this. All right, so let's jump into this. I'm going to speed this up to 1.25, and we're going to begin the EVE Online expansion panel.
How to make your lives a little more interesting in EVE Online. And with Cradle of War, we're going to do...
This is a brand new skin just from this year. There's been previous skins from other events and years and stuff, but this Forever Cap creative skin is just for this year, just for this FanFest. If you look, hold on. No, there's nothing on the pod that explicitly makes it only about this year, except there is actually a whole... Okay, hold on. First derailment, already doing well. There is this special text on the side of the pod, and it has been being kind of hunted down by a bunch of lore nerds, probably over at the Arydanika Research Consortium's Discord, but Bearded Wizard was posting it on our in the EVE Universe Show Channel 2. Give me 1 second. We have... So apparently there is a new text going on. Fix some of this. There is this new text, this new font. So, you know, they've done this a couple times before with Jovian stuff and with Triglavian stuff. And so in the background of the Capsuleer Day event, there seems to be some messages. There's some interesting stuff with these messages. One of these is a reference to sacred Amarian scriptures, specifically the ones from the Avatat, I think, which and then there's obviously a reference to the Republic that doesn't seem to be coming from anywhere previous to this that I know of. I have my own tinfoil and conspiracy theories about what this means, but this is not a a day for tinfoil weird lore stuff right now. Well, I mean, you know, whatever. This is about Fanfest stuff. So the big thing to note here is that this capsule does have this text on the side that matches the same text from the launcher, and it's I believe it says creative. That's just all it says. Wisdom of the tribes, elder. There's a whole there's stuff. There's stuff there, but I definitely want to wait for people to dig into it before I jump too deep down that rabbit hole myself. For now, we've got more than enough to cover, guys. We've got more than enough to cover. I just kind of wanted to expose you to that idea. Let's jump into the actual show.
Exactly that. But I know what you're all thinking. What does that actually mean for me? When do I get to undock? When do I get to shoot something? Or maybe when do I get to lose something expensive? Because at the end of the day, that is what EVE Online is all about.
Thank you so much, Ragtag. Kid's birthday party today, so I'll catch the VOD. Like and subscribe. Ragtag, thank you so much, and happy birthday to your kid. Have an excellent day. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to take a moment. Like, all this stuff about Ragnarok and prophecies of the end of the world and working with Google that we talked about yesterday, all fun and good. He literally has a fucking t-shirt of Bahamut. I'm going crazy over here.
And everything in Cradle of War was built around delivering on that. We've grounded the expansion in 3 core ideas. Elevating EVE, pushing the universe to feel more alive, more immersive, and more epic than ever before.
Wait, what did I say? You're right, it is Baphomet. What did I say? Did I say Bahamut? I'm sorry. You're right. Maybe I like to mispronounce it intentionally for reasons.
Impact from day one.
I did not say Mohammed.
Making sure that from your very first moment, you feel like you matter. And progressive complexity. Letting players grow into the depth of EVE instead of being overwhelmed by it. But instead of walking you through the features one by one, we'll show you what this expansion feels like. So let's do something a little different. Who remembers being a new Capsuleer? Yeah, okay. Really think back to that moment. Really think back. Try to remember that time. Because we'd like you to imagine yourselves as a new Capsuleer, fresh to New Eden. And we're going to take you on a little journey. And let's start at the very beginning. Our brand new Capsuleer, fresh out of the clone vat. No ships, no history, no idea what you've just signed up for. And you've probably clicked skip tutorial. We know who you are.
So true.
But this time, you don't just wake up into chaos. You wake up somewhere new. Somewhere designed to prepare you not just to survive, but to take your first real steps into New Eden. A place where you begin to understand the universe, build confidence, and start to make that impact from day one. Every journey in EVE starts somewhere.
So I do want to point out, like, there is a really interesting idea behind this, right? Because obviously, Fenris has done a lot of new player experience revamps over the years, right? And in general, it's been about, like, having a story. Like, the Inception MPE was the first, like, really big one, and it had this really well constructed story with voice acting and stuff. The current Air MPE also has has some story and voice acting and that kind of stuff. But, like, because of the way it was, it often set players up for failure and for, like, very different expectations. As I've said, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, like, the purpose of like the new player experience and early interactions within the game is not just to teach the players like the mechanical how to perform the tasks. It's also where all of the expectations are set, right? So if a person starts playing Eve and they're in this like well-structured story with cutscenes and talking and all this sort of stuff, and then it ends and then they're just part of the normal New Eden, that actually is incredibly jarring and like almost loses any of the efficacy of having this cool, engaging MPE, because it sets this standard that the rest of the game just doesn't match, right? So that's been one of these concerns. It's like, how do we make a MPE that's engaging, but at the same time doesn't make the rest of Eve look bad? And so I think that that's a big piece of what Exordium is. It's not just an opportunity for them to be able to like make this engaging storytelling function as the MPE, but also it makes it so that like there's kind of clear delineations of where you're at and the outside world, right? Like when you're in Exordiums, everything's kind of controlled and specialized, but eventually you want to go out there into the wider world and like do cool stuff, right? And in a way that like even HiSec doesn't necessarily do. For years there's been this controversy between nullsec, HiSec, lowsec, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, oh well, nullsec or HiSec shouldn't have really good stuff to it, because if people can just live their life in HiSec, then they'll never move to null. We need things to push people out of HiSec into nullsec. That is an argument that is often made, and an argument that I've often pushed against, because it's important for people to be able to feel comfortable where they're at and for the different areas of space to be valuable for their own right. And HiSec's really good for engagement and education, right? And so the point is that Exordium becomes that thing that everybody kind of always wanted HiSec to be, which is this, place that's designed to let people get their bearings in an incredibly soft environment with this global understanding that at some point you probably will want to leave it and go and do other things. And so it just adds one more layer of the progress. Either way, I like it.
And our new Capsuleers, yours, starts in Exordium. And here is FC Havron to show us how it begins.
Whether you skipped the tutorial or actually played it, you are now in New Eden, and you can go whenever you want. For some, this is scary. What happens?
This is also why I've always said, and I will still say, and I keep saying, and I will never stop saying, that the tutorial should be like, if you open up your agency, which should be Aura, and go to the help menu, you should be like, I want to learn about hacking. And then it'll say, okay, dock up and to begin the tutorial, and then it transports you to somewhere else where you can do the hacking thing. Because the idea that you have to do, like, one of the things that has been pretty much standard in game design for over a decade now is this idea that tutorials, first of all, should be as invisible as possible, but more importantly, like the more stuff that you have to front load before they can do anything, the more friction there is, and the less likely they will retain the information that they need. That's why more and more games believe in progressive tutorials, right? You learn just enough to get by, but then later on, there are other ways of like learning newer functions that you gain access to. So the idea that somebody shouldn't have to do all of the career agents back to back to back to back before they become, a pilot. There should be a person. What if somebody decides that they don't like they don't care about exploration, and so they leave Exordium, and then they join some null block, and then they find out that they want to do some exploration? They should be able to dock up in their own structure in wherever they are, and then load the exploration tutorial. The tutorial should be there whenever you need it. Skipping the tutorial shouldn't be like a thing, because it should be something that you can always do if you wanted to, and redo potentially. But that's my point. That's my position. Let's hear what they're actually doing.
After I first undock, who am I going to fly with? How do I sharpen myself before the universe sharpens itself on me? The ultimate military training awaits you in starter space. Enter a new region of space dedicated to your training. Built to help new Capsuleers master the foundations of life in New Eden. Here, you can focus on exploration, industry, navigation, and cooperation without the immediate pressure of player conflict. And systems such as war declarations and factional warfare don't apply. There are no duels, and you can't deploy any structures. This keeps the environment clean and focused on learning. Economic limits are also in place to make sure that the region doesn't become the safe space for farming.
Some people have talked about that. It's like, well, what if somebody just decides to be in Exordium forever? First of all, EVE Online is not, it should not be about gameplay styles being not valid, right? In the same way that I wouldn't say delete nullsec, I wouldn't say delete highsec. I think if somebody feels like living in Exordium their whole life, that's welcome to EVE. We need everybody that we can in this game. But the idea that it's balanced around that fact, and so like their impact will be minimal, and the value is minimal, it is critical. Now, it is not none, as they talk about, like even Exordium effort can be part of the military campaigns. But, you know, I can't see this being... It's funny because the biggest one that I hear is mining, right? Like, oh, miners are just going to want to mine in Exordium all the time. All you need to do is go back and look at like the way that nullsec responded to like the end of scarcity and the original release of Equinox to see that like if they make the rocks small enough, no one's going like that will be enough to frustrate people who want to like mine on a larger scale. If you just make it so that every rock it has enough ore in it for maybe like one cycle with a venture, you know what people aren't going to do? Use hulks.
You're free to come and go as you like, so you can explore at your own pace and leave whenever you feel you're ready. But what does starter space even look like? You begin in one of Air's new station in Exordium, a new region of space jointly overseen by Air and Concord, designed to prepare the next generation of capsuleers for life in New Eden. At the heart of the region lies Manifest, a central trade and logistics hub system overseen by Concord and connected directly to ULI. The 4 major empires are also represented, each maintaining its own embassy constellation. In these constellations, you will encounter their cultures, technologies, and philosophies, giving you a chance to explore the wider political landscape of New Eden.
I'm letting this kind of go a lot because we've already seen a lot of this information before. We've talked about a lot of this information before. But if you think about it, like, so you have the MPE, then you have the career agents, and then you have like the SOE Epic Arc. And like the SOE Epic Arc is supposed to be this kind of tour of New Eden where you get to know all the different empires. So it really feels like they're taking those key aspects and they're just compressing it into this like structured area that makes it easier for players to understand where they are, allow it easier for experienced players to be able to help new players, and you know, so take what was working from before and kind of recreate it on a microcosmic scale, as it were. The new Air Hub looks so good.
Travel towards career agents, you'll notice some.
So you start, okay, the way that they have described it so far in the past, and somebody can correct me if they go into this in the news or in the panel, but basically if we look at the map and you go to Exordium, so Manifest is the heart. That's where the trade hub is. The rest of these systems, at least some of these systems, effectively when a new player spawns, like makes a new character, they're actually going to start probably somewhere in these outer systems because the server can server load it, right? Based on how many people are already in that system, et cetera, they can start people out in various different ones. And so I think that Manifest is going to be kind of like Ogremar or Ironforge or whatever in like World of Warcraft. And in the fact that like you start a little bit away from it and then you do some small stuff there and then you get sent to like the main trade area and that'll be Manifest. So you start out here, stuff happens out here, you go to Manifest, and then I assume that through the epic arcs, you'll likely spend more time in the outer ones, but not 100% sure on that last one. But they have said that like where you start will be it could be different systems in order to make sure that everybody like the server load doesn't like it is balanced.
Something important. You are not alone out here. All around you, other new pilots are making the same journey, warping between locations, docking up, setting out on their first missions. Some are figuring things out just like you. Others might already look a little bit more confident, flying bigger ships or moving with purpose. That's part of the experience. You are part of a rising generation of capsuleers, learning together, testing yourselves together, and ultimately stepping into the wider conflict of the universe together. This is the Air Labs Trade Center in Manifest. It's your central gathering point, a place where pilots come together to prepare, trade, and connect. Here, you can browse the market, pick up new ships and equipment, and get ready for whatever you need for your next adventure.
They have said that the shipcasters are going to be a one-time use thing. So my assumption is that the Epic Arc, when you choose which faction you want to support during the Epic Arc, that like one of the final rewards of the Epic Arc will be the access to the shipcaster to get to the faction warfare headquarters. That is still somewhat speculation, but we'll see.
But there are more things to do in the new region. You can try out mining. Okay.
I don't understand the confetti either.
Okay. Take on combat sites or participate in homefront operations with others. If you enjoy discovery, exploration content is available, along with missions to guide your progress. What the hell?
I do kind of want to know what the plan originally was. It's so absurd. And also, if anybody has ever done presentations like this, which I have, whatever, someone's going to have to clean this up. So not really the greatest idea, but sure, why not? Exciting.
You can also take on freelance jobs, giving you a taste of different career paths and ways to earn rewards. It's all about sampling what New Eden has to offer without the usual risks. Before you leave, you can enjoy a brand new Epic Arc, introducing New Eden's empires and taking you through the big battles and events that helped define their history.
So that's a big piece of all of this, which is that the Epic Arc is going to be like a simulation, like a recordings of pretty big events. So I can only imagine it would be like for the Caldari, it might be the big Caldari breakout with Topotobel. For the Amar, of course. Well, I mean, I don't know if the Amar would really want to show off the Battle of Akatioth, but like, there are these historically big moments, so it's a good way to kind of introduce the lore and kind of show what the empires are about and their conflicts. More importantly, if they focus on like moments of pain for the empires, right? Like the moment, if you're Caldari and it shows the moment when the Gallente bombarded, and so you'd have to help Tovil save your people. Not only is that going to be like a cool story, but it helps ingrain, if you are pro Caldari, you are anti-Gallente. And building those animosities is a huge part of like building players that have investments in the story and in their forces. It's not just about making you like Caldari, about making you hate the Gallente, right?
At some point, you will outgrow starter space.
Amar would likely do the Battle over Mechios. Well, again, like I almost would like to think is like a show off when the other guys were doing something bad. But yeah, I mean, their defeat of the Elder Fleet could be a good one. We'll have to see. It would be awesome, honestly. If that is what it is, that would be so cool, because it would be awesome to watch Jamil show up and just rip apart an entire fleet with a single super weapon.
And that's a good thing.
I dig it.
When you're ready, you'll graduate into regular space, where the full sandbox opens up.
What does this say? Hold on, real quick. Hold on. What does that say? It says, hold on. Can I? Yeah, okay. You are leaving the starter space for the wider universe of New Eden. where capsuleers act freely and your choices shape your path. Starter space will always be available, but greater opportunities and greater risks are ahead. The shipcaster sends you multiple systems away. Returning requires several gate jumps. You are ready for what comes ahead. Do not ask me again. Oh, sorry, there's a do not ask me again checkbox, and then you can jump. So this is like when you try to use the shipcaster. I assume this is not the main exordium gate.
That means more opportunities, more danger, but also much bigger rewards. Starter space prepares you for that step, so that when you leave, you are not just surviving, you are ready to thrive. Each of the embassy constellations.
They should also integrate the cinematics in game. You say that, but if you've ever done the NPE recently, you'll know that, like, at least every time I've ever tried, that opening video loads so poorly. I mean, there is the in-game videos in the help area, but even that has some problems too. I mean, it would be great, but I'm just saying, like, they've had some engine issues about playing the videos in engine.
Also contain a one-time use shipcaster, leading to the factional warfare headquarters of each of the empires, allowing players to join up and fight immediately if they wish to. All right. All right, FC Nikon.
Dude.
What's going on?
You fucking graduated, man. Congratulations. Congratulations. I was just going along with your journey and celebrating with you all the accomplishments you made and marking off everywhere that could be an achievement.
All right, I'll leave you to it.
Oh, okay. So, like, when he mentions mining, when he mentions this, like, those pops were supposed to be when achievements could theoretically happen. Sure. I think they just wanted to mess with him.
Thank you. Achievements. Something that most people know and love from modern games. EVE players have already been setting their own goals and defining their own achievements since the dawn of New Eden. What has been missing, though, is a way to formally recognize those moments. This new achievement system will help guide new players by subtly giving them a nudge in the right direction.
Destroy 1,000 non-capsuleers. Okay. I was like, 1,000? I'd have to check my kill bar to see if I even have that.
From completing certain amounts of combat and hacking sites to making ISK on the market. Achievements will be there every step of the way. But don't worry, these aren't just for new bros in Exordium. They'll be available for everyone at launch in the new achievements window.
One question I have that I don't know whether or not it's been addressed. I assume I know the answer to it, unfortunately, which is like, will anything that we've done previous to this count? Or is this like starting from nothing? Do I have to kill 1,000 new rats in low sec? Or will I just wake up on the 9th and have a bunch of achievements and titles from previous stuff? Given how things have played out in the past with such things, I'm just going to predict we probably will have to start from scratch. I don't think I would just expect them to be retroactive. I'm a very big fan of being pessimistic because then you're either correct or pleasantly surprised. And so I would just expect to have to start from scratch. That is how previous examples of this has gone, unfortunately, because that would imply that they logged everything correctly in the past, which they probably didn't do. So just assume that we're going to have to start over with a lot of this.
We will have a selection of achievements available right away for all sorts of playstyles and of varying difficulty levels. A few examples are the High Noon for participating in duels, Marginal Victory for earning ISK on the regional marketplace, or my favorite, Ship Happens, which will track how many ships you've lost to other capsuleers. Now, let's dive into the structure of an...
What? Oh, it doesn't... I thought they said everything was going to have a title. Oh, there's going to be so many quotes. If you could afford to lose it, you would not have been flying it. Wisdom of Capsuleers. I thought they said everything was going to have a title. Is that a title? That might be the title. I wish we could see what the titles are.
An achievement. Here we can see the details of Ship Happens. All the various aspects of achievement can be seen. We have a name, a description that tells you what needs to be done, and if there's any flavor text to set the mood. Now, not all achievements are one and done. Some of them have milestones.
Oh, yeah, no. So in the past, they have had a thing called the activity tracker, and that was totally a reset. And in fact, there's already, like, the thing is that CCP does not have logs of every rat that you've ever killed, right? Or at least they didn't at one point. Oh, he says it? Oh, Meat Popsicle is the title. Okay, well, I'd like to be able to see it just from here.
To reach along the way. And of course, any rewards that will be given upon completion. At first, achievements will give you skill points. Evergreen achievements will provide you with an achievement score, and almost all of them will provide you with a title.
There it is, title Meat Popsicle, so when you hover over it.
This one gives you Meat Popsicle. Now, these are a new type of title, and our way of instantly letting...
So we see Scientologist, Rockhound, Cloudweight. So you can actually, oh no, so you can see all the locked titles too, so that might be able to help you hunt for them. Rat Extractor, Duelist, High-Sec Assassin, Podbreaker, and War Dog. With other ones... System Sweeper, those are very hard to read.
Everyone know what type of capsuleer you are. Do you want people to know that you're a Sightseer? How about a Rockhound? Or maybe you're a Podbreaker? You'll be able to see these titles that you can earn and equip in the decorations area in your character sheet. Titles can be seen almost everywhere your capsuleer's name is. A few examples is in the chat window and in the station listings by hovering your mouse over a capsuleer's name. We understand that some of you want the flexibility to control what information is visible on your HUD, so we've baked those considerations right into the design. Some titles will be easy to get from achievements, and some will take a little bit more grinding to receive, and some will only be available for a limited time, like those that are going to be exclusive to the military campaign achievements. But those, I have nothing to do with those.
No, I'm all right, Nicole, we got this, it's ours.
Thank you.
Get out. Exactly.
K1P1 always has so much energy.
Here, and I, along with the rest of the team, have been working on a series of campaigns coming with the Cradle of War expansion in June.
Yes. Teammates, settle down. Yes, there's been a lot happening in New Eden.
K1P1 is by far one of the most entertaining presenters that they have. She's a delight.
Over the past couple of months, not even to mention all the shit that you guys have been getting up to. But we've seen the Galente elections. We've seen the ushering in of the Moreau administration, and just earlier this week, we saw Jita gain its independence. Not to mention the utter catastrophe that is the Caldari Navy. But I digress. The empires are gearing up and asking for your help in taking stock of what they have in their arsenal and prepping for military campaigns. So they have a lot of plans for YC128, and they need our help. And in doing so, we'll see permanent changes to New Eden. So if we take a look at some of the campaigns specifically, the Amar, the Blessed Exchange, they want to turn chaos into opportunity. And so if they're successful, they will establish the DEOO, or the Deaconry of Economic Oversight Office, as well as significantly reducing taxes and brokerage fees. Because nothing gets me more pumped than increased government bureaucracy and decreased taxes. Am I right, Amarians?
So this is actually really, really interesting. And I think Oz has talked about this a lot too, which is that, like, so one of the effects that can come out of these military campaigns is that some areas of space, some empires may have different tax rates than other empires. This is actually something I suggested a long, long time ago with faction warfare, where as a faction begins to lose in faction warfare, their rewards should go up, but the taxes in that empire's space should also go up to encourage people to try to, like, help their empire win, to bring back down their taxes. But in this case, this is one of the military campaigns. So each of these military campaigns for each empire is different. Their goals are different, and their objectives are different, and the results of them are different. The Amar are the only one, I believe, that's going for this, like, trade-focused thing. So if this happens, the Amar trade hub will get a new model and will get better tax rates. And this is kind of an interesting piece to this because, you know, what makes trade hubs good has up until now basically just been location, location, location. This is why when Niarja was taken by the Triglavians, it was such a huge deal because it cut off Jita to Amar and it changed how the hubs related to each other, right? But now they're offering the idea that different hubs could offer different advantages. Like, for instance, okay, well, yeah, sure, a lot of the trade is in Jita, but Amar has better taxes. That's kind of cool.
Exactly. We also have the Caldari campaign, where they want to strengthen their direct Stargate routes. So if successful, they will build a Stargate directly from Black Rise to Syndicate to strengthen their sphere of influence. The Minmatar campaign, the Starkmanir Restoration, is a rallying cry for the Minmatar tribes to take back Arzad and Azara that were stolen by the Amar many centuries ago, as well as to rename Arzad II to Starkman Prime, its true name.
Oh, think about the propaganda.
So this is a big one, but it's only, it seems to mostly be RP related. Basically, okay, so, you know, for those of you who do not know, the Minmatar Republic it consists of several tribes, the 12 tribes of the Matari people, right? And in the earliest days of the Amar's enslavement of the Minmatar, one of the tribes rebelled, the Starkmanir, who lived on a planet, which was at that time Starkmanir Prime. And to kind of, rather than trying to pacify the rebellion or whatever, the Amar decided to make an example of the Starkmanir and eradicate them from existence, killing everybody, every Starkmanir they could possibly find, and melting the planet, right? And then now it's just become this, I can't remember the name of the system, but, you know, it's now just a normal planet. Not Arshad. Is it Arshad? 2, whatever. Either way it is. And it's in the middle of the Minmatar and Amar war zone. However, during the Empyrean Age, it was revealed that actually the Nephintar, or the Amatar as they were, part of the reason why they sided with the Amar was because they were secretly hiding a population of Starkmanir that had survived. And so the Empyrean fleet, not the Empyrean fleet, the Elder fleet, which was this massive fleet of Thucker mix plus Republic Navy vessels, attacked deep into Amar space after taking down Concord Station. If you go to Ulai, you can still see the broken station from that. And they were eventually killed off by Jamil above Jamil's home planet in the system of Sorum Prime at the Mekios graveyard. But in that whole process, they did manage to rescue and liberate a whole bunch of the Starkmanir. And so now the Starkmanir is like an actual group of people again, have a real population again, and are a full member of the Minmatar Republic now. But, you know, their home is still lost, and they're still trying to find a place in the world. And this was only in 2008, so this is all relatively new. So the idea is that in order to kind of restore the Starkmanir pride, they're going to try to take back Starkmanir Prime and rename it so they can have a proper home again. Now, obviously, this is a little bit different because, like, just renaming the planet is a lot less impactful than taxes changing. I think CCP is kind of not CCP. I think Fenris is experimenting with different motivations, and it's true that Minmatar loyalists are some of the most rabid RPers in the game. I know that it gets a lot of credit for Caldari and stuff like that, but Urshikan and Electus Matari and others, like, honestly, when you're talking about hardcore RPers, 90% of the time they are like of the big guys who like are movers and shakers within the RP community. A lot of them are Minmatar pilots. Minmatar pilots take a lot of pride in their history, a lot of pride in their "we're coming for our people" vibe. And so I think that this actually is a pretty decent reward for that group of people. We're just going to have to see, if there's any other pieces to this that like might make it so that it's more generally useful for everybody to make this change. But also, like, it's going to be weird because these tasks can fail, but there doesn't seem to be a direct way to disrupt them. So the only way that tasks would really fail in the world that they have so far presented is if it basically through apathy, right, rather than resistance. And so, wow, my phone is exploding. Not doing anything valuable, but just going off over and over again. So, well, the nice thing is that you don't have to focus on one or the other. You can do both groups' tasks if you want. The interesting thing to this is that it is in the war zone. So, okay, great. So there is an impact to this, which is Arshad and Azara would be pulled out of the war zone. Now, the Minmatar and Amar war zone is already smaller than the Glente Caldari one. It would be interesting because, hold on. Arzad. Yeah, so even if you took Oh, well, okay, so then it would link directly to Hematar. No, it wouldn't. Hold on. Do. All right, so Arzad is here, and then Ezra's here, and then it leads to Vard? Wait, hold on. No, hold on. Adjacent systems. Nope, that won't work. Arzad and Vard won't work. Yeah, it doesn't get you to high sec. So they would have to build a new Stargate too. Which might be like the next military campaign or something. But it'd be out of the war zone, which would be okay, actually, now that I think about it, that would be huge. Well, yeah. Well, it depends on what the tasks are, right? It is, because of the fact that Arzad is in the war zone, it is also the one that likely has the most ability to be disrupted. But the interesting thing about this, actually, from a war zone point of view, this one might not be obvious to everybody. But if we find our... oh, man. Oh, that would be huge. Okay, so not only is this a choke point, but if these two systems got taken out of the war zone, it means that Vard, which is a big fucking system, like important system, Syphilar and Tanararen could never go rear guard for the Amar again. See how these things are dark yellow? Right now, these are rear guard systems because the nearest front lines is 2 jumps away. This would never be able to go rear guard again. For the Amar, it would only ever be a Mimitar, Amar frontline, or Mimitar. It could go Mimitar rear guard and Mimitar command outpost, but it would only ever be able to be an Amarian frontline, and that means that these two systems and these systems over here and some of these systems over here would never be able to go more than Amarian command outposts, because these two systems would always be considered Mimitar, and therefore the ones adjacent to it would always be considered a frontline, much like they would, kind of like in the Galente Caldari war zone. See if we can find any good examples of that. Where, yeah, so Hysteria. Oh no, that's not a good example. Is there one that's kind of weird like that? No. If the Galente took Tama, it would still be it would always, well, whatever. I can't find a good example at the moment. But like, for instance, oh, here's a good one. If the Caldari took all these systems here, Fleet would still be a front line because Acti is a Galente system. So it'd bring that kind of effect into the heart of the war zone. That would be a critical strategic advantage, ongoing strategic advantage for the Mimitar, for sure. Why do you keep calling me SB? Faction Warfare speaking to PvE Care Bear? Maybe? That's the thing that they should fix, is that you can never win Faction Warfare. I mean, that's kind of the majesty of it a little bit, too.
Yeah, the propaganda opportunities for the Minotaur Fleet Alliance.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Woo! They got a lot of opportunities, I gotta tell you. But also, they hope to reveal some ancient knowledge that will reveal some phased fields in Minmatar Highsec. So if successful, they'll share that around with the other tribes.
Okay. So that would allow new ore mining opportunities in exclusively Minmatar Highsec, which would be a pretty big deal, for sure.
And last, but certainly not least, we have Operation Rogue Edge of the esteemed Galente Militia. And they aim to strengthen their military logistics by decreasing the amount of jumps between Dodixi and Intaki to 6 instead of 10. And they're also working to develop new technology for a low-waste variant of excavator drones, if successful. Or I should say when they're successful.
Okay, so on the very least, let's, at least for now, shelve the idea of Intaki independence. I feel like it makes sense, you know, whatever. But like, obviously, they're only doubling down on Intaki as the war headquarters. This new drone technology is kind of by far the most like ooh kind of thing. I think that, you know, we just saw the new hybrid drones. We do need to see them come back because right now we're in this weird world where the sites that had those drones in them is now gone because the Yantey election is over, but they have said that they will come back to wormhole space. So theoretically that could happen, but we could expand like our understanding of drone capabilities, especially when it comes to the hybrid drones. But this idea of like a shorter connection between Intaki and Dodixie could be pretty cool, especially if it means that I don't have to go through so many Edencom systems anymore. I don't know, man. I feel like the drone thing is the part that will excite people. I don't like it is. Fenris wants the Yantey militia to take Intaki seriously and care about it as a war headquarters, and thus so far they've completely failed to actually convince the Yantey militiamen to do so, by and large. So I don't know. Stop trying to make Intaki happen. It's not going to happen. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. But the big question remains, how do we actually achieve these goals?
Well, in short, for all of this to become reality, you need to make campaigns successful. So
That's
you
fair.
will need to contribute to military campaigns and complete a series of objectives. But before we take a look at it, is there a faction you would like to support, K1P1?
I wish for some good mining ships. Okay. The Catalyst expansion was good for you. I don't know how many more mining ships we need.
No doubt about it. Our bleed green! Go birds! So, Yantey loyalists all the way.
I'm so glad that K1P1 ended up being a Yantey loyalist.
You really like try-harding, don't you? Okay,
that
let's take a look at the Yantey campaign. Here you can see you've completed 7 out of the 44 required objectives for the campaign to be successful.
Yeah, but the Jita thing hurts New Bros the most. It doesn't hurt New Bros at all. People keep on confusing the Jita thing with, like, now you have to use Concord standings. It doesn't change that. I mean, like, eventually they might change it, but, like, as of right now, it doesn't change anything for New Bros except for the fact that they don't have to worry about being in war. I would love to hear why Jita hurts New Bros. I don't agree. It's camped by Galmill frigates 24/7. Stop hating on Galmill. There were other militias that camp things.
And on this overview page,
Also, Yantey's been camped by Amar and Kaldari forever in both Valor and Dodixie, so whatever.
you can see how many capsuleers are currently contributing and how many days are left before it all wraps up. But let's scroll down a bit because this is where things get interesting. Each card on
All right, here we go. We have State Hullbreaker, destroy Capsuleer ships. Not sure how many needs to be done. Scordite stockpile, mine, I'm assuming Scordite. Defend faction warfare plexes. I think these are the Yantey objectives. I don't know if all of these are. Wait, oh, these are recommended ones. I don't know what makes one recommended versus not. Nice under guns, so that's going to be mining Nice. Hacking. Complete agent mission, so missions. Destroying NPCs in low sec. Hacking in high sec. Manufacturing, I'm going to guess pioneers?
this page represents an objective that you can take. Each objective has 2 tracks, a personal one and a global one. The personal track represents your contribution, what you have achieved. The global track instead reflects the collective.
Did you just say Yantey should make good Navy ships? I'm going to fucking crash out. I'm going to crash out if you say shit like that. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm going to have a moment here. Oh, that literally like gave me a PTSD style flashback. So for those of you who don't know, like back when, especially when I was really big into faction warfare, you know, I ran one of the largest Yantey alliances, Fed Up, and I was constantly told that the only reason why we were winning was because the VNI was so good and so in demand and would not go down in price, so the Yantey LP would never go below 2K per LP. So yeah, to hear now that Gallente should get good ships, it was a trigger that I didn't even. Yeah, I was the CEO of Aideron Robotics. That was a trigger that I didn't realize I had. Thank you for teaching me something about myself. Web drone bonuses are bullshit. We'll get to that in a while.
Effort towards completing this objective. Once the objective is done, your faction will be one step closer to achieving their goal.
Okay, so it's a group project.
Yeah.
Pardon my obsession with ISK per hour, but what's in it for me?
So I'm really glad you're asking, because each objective rewards you with ISK and LP. And on top of that,
Well, yeah, a lot of most of CalMel couldn't use GDIP until recently because, but like larger logistics had to process it. To be fair, it wasn't even necessarily all that bad. We provided jump freighter services from GDA to our home system of Fleet for years.
that you can see there's a boost to your standings for each objective, meaning this is a good opportunity if you're looking to repair your standings with a specific faction. So for example, if you're starting at -2 with Gallente and you fully commit to the campaign, you might end up in positive territory, a +2 or even a +3.
So that's a big one, guys. Okay, so we've talked about this a few times before. You know, faction standings is one of those things that used to be extremely hard to get. I mean, it still is, and it's very, very powerful. Having high faction standings allows you to run any missions within that, that Empire's agent pool. You don't have to worry about any corporation standings anymore. It also factors into taxes separate from corporation standings. So it's not just the Fed Navy that helps you get better taxes in Dodixie. Also, the Federation does as well. So faction standings can be a big deal. They can even make it bigger now if they wanted to. But this is unironically a big prize because along with things like achievements, we talked about this when we were talking about this when they're rolling it out for faction warfare the last several months, which is like now it's kind of this idea that like grinding up your faction standings to max is just a thing that you can do. And so like it's a way for you to complete and progress your character in a way that never really was considered that before. So along with titles and achievements, there's kind of new ways for your character to grow beyond just skill points that people are expected to be able to just do. At some point in your EVE career, you should probably grind up your faction standings with some factions at some point.
Not so bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. But it's important to note that these objectives won't all become available at once. They will unlock over the course of the campaign. And if we go to the upcoming tab here, you can see which objectives are scheduled and when they will become available. So this gives you an opportunity to plan ahead or simply decide what's worth coming back for.
Okay, so can I just pick any one of these Johns that's active?
Yes, you can. But since you're such a die-hard Gallente loyalist, why don't we take a look at the factional warfare objective?
I mean, is there any other gameplay worth diving into?
Yes, there's plenty, K1P1. But let's take a look at this. So this one is asking you to go in the Gallente war zone and capture or defend large to medium plexes. As you know, these sites...
You've talked about doing the faction warfare stuff for the tracks, but I had done my alts all one of each race, so they all can't join the same faction warfare. That's not true. You can join whatever faction that you want to. The only thing that's restricting you is that you have to have at least 0.0 with the faction in question, or you can just join a corporation that's in that faction's faction warfare as long as your faction standings isn't below -5, and grind from there. What race you are has nothing to do with faction you can be part of. Asherathi is True Amar and fought for the Gallente for like 7 years.
It's already give you a payout, but if you decide to opt into this objective, you will receive the additional payouts that we just saw.
Okay, so can I accept these objectives for any of the factions? I'm not saying sabotage, but I'm asking for a friend.
I knew you would think about sabotage. No, you cannot. You can opt into different objectives, but PvP ones and factional warfare ones will require you to be enlisted with that faction.
Okay, that I guess.
Sure, but you can always just swap what faction you're doing faction warfare with in order to do the other objectives, I assume.
Makes sense. But that also does go really nicely with a lot of the FW releases that we've been doing since the beginning of the year.
Yes, it does.
So back in February, we removed derived standings in FW rank promotions, as well as we followed that up with removing standings lost for bubbles in Corruption 5 systems.
Yeah, if you go back to the videos where I was covering those things, that's where I talked about this idea of like changing the way that we relate to the idea of faction standings.
That was a busy month because then we also removed derived standings from final career epic arc missions and removing the derived standings from level 1 FW missions for some of our newer players. Then in March, we removed derived standings from level 4 FW missions, sorry, for our veteran players, and we found a way to add modulated standings based on mechanics, added modulated standings mechanics based on locality. So you won't get as much of a standings hit if you're fighting around a Metanox versus if you're AWOXing in a Plex. And then just last month, we removed drive standings from level 2 and 3 FW missions to round out the group, and we applied an amnesty to Capsuleers that were listed in FW Corps, so that if you were below a -4.5, we reset you to a -4.5. I will say, though, that we somehow missed the very small issue of seagulling, and I was quite surprised that no one here mentioned that ever at all.
Never heard about it.
No.
I think that it would take a lot, and I mean a lot, to, you know, not dismount, but to dislodge Jita as like the trade hub, just because there's so much stuff that's there, and this understanding, like, you can go to other trade hubs, you know, and use them to build your ships or whatever, but if you need a specific thing that's super rare, if you need skins, if you need like the stuff that like the bespoke specialized stuff, it's not like it's going to be replicated across every trade hub. If you want a skin or whatever, you're going to need to go to Jita. If, you know, obviously Plex doesn't really worry anymore. So like trade hubs, the other trade hubs will likely, you know, better support the, you know, play styles in those areas or whatever. But like it would take so much to actually dislodge Jita from its position as the #1 trade hub, because everything, all the stuff is already there, right? And all the people and all of the, it's so entrenched at this point. Like it used to be that everybody switched to Jita because they had the best mission agents, and then they removed the mission agents, and nobody moved. So like it would take an incredible amount to completely disrupt Jita. But the fact that other trade hubs are going to be more viable is something that everybody's been kind of asking for a long time.
Well, it's a good thing that in the next expansion, we have updates aimed at picking off those seagulls. Yay! We are rebalancing battlefield rewards to focus more on lootable items instead of just flat LP payouts, meaning that Capsuleers who actively participate and kill the NPCs on the site will be able to collect the majority of the rewards.
Hate it. I hate it. We're going to, hold on, we'll keep going.
Skins, skinner components, and some new modules.
Okay. Oh, this, okay. Look, we've talked about how certain pieces of their changes I feel are going in the wrong direction, are a bit of a mistake or whatever. I will be very surprised as this ends up working out. This, to me, sounds like a nightmare scenario, because the problem is that you need people in a militia to be working together. Right? That's the thing, is that we need to be able to feel like we're able to work. Okay, so a good example to this is emerging conduits. Emerging conduits came out back with invasions, and the idea is that in order to maximize the payout, you had to have 3 people in the site. You could run them solo, but you'd have to have 3 people in the site to maximize your payout. Kind of like Faction Warfare Plexes with like -3 are now, right? And so when somebody else comes into the site with you, you shouldn't immediately be upset by that, right? It's not, uh-oh. Did I mess something up? Oh no. I'll let Thranz figure that out. Unrelated. Okay, so, all right. So the problem was, like, emerging conduits should have been a great place to team up with people to work together. You could start a site, and if somebody else comes in, that's fine, because they would come in and they would just make it go faster. Everybody gets to win, right? But that isn't what happened, because even though the payout was pretty good, like 15 minutes or like 15 million ISK a site, I think, if I remember correctly, the loot that was on the loot that was in the wreck of the Zoria was worth enough that when somebody ended up in the site, people still competed over it. They didn't want other people to come in, even though it theoretically make it faster. Losing the possibility of losing that loot was enough of a difference in the reward that it broke the capacity for emerging conduits to become like a source of like making a new friend, right? So in the sake of like faction warfare, you already have like, you have a militia of a bunch of people that don't necessarily know each other, haven't decided to team up together. You know, faction warfare plexes with -3 or -5 or whatever is kind of helpful for that. But with battlefields, you want like that it's a 30-man fleet. It's supposed to be this big event with lots of people, everybody trying to contribute together. It's like the big, like large scale events in faction warfare, as it were. And the idea is seagulling makes it so people try to come in and just like leech from the whole system. And it makes you bitter towards the seagullers because they're kind of doing something different, but they're still like an us versus them, right? Where I'll get to those questions in a second. So, you know, people can be bitter at the seagullers and want to do something about it, right? But that, in my opinion, that still creates like almost like a us versus them sort of thing. You know, we, the group that are trying to do the battlefield, we're the ones working, and we're mad at those seagullers. In the same way that before we would be like mad at the like mission runners or cockroaches that just farmed LP without actually contributing to warzone control, therefore depleting the value of the LP for the militiamen that actually did the fighting. The problem with switching it to loot makes the competition within the people that are actually trying to work together to do the sites. You're now going to see organizations like big groups within the faction warfare environment attempt to claim rights over the loot. There will be arguments about how to manage the loots. When we did invasions, I had to create this entire system in order to make it so that, because, you know, the loot and the salvage was such a big part of the reward, we had to keep track of that all separate and then do manual payouts with technology. You know, we had to create tools to track everybody that's in fleets for days at a time, so that way we can give everybody credit and we could pay them out for their efforts. So that way nobody had to worry about the loot that was on the field per se. And like faction warfare groups, I don't see them doing that. This is a great way to create all kinds of tension and drama between the different faction warfare corporations that are ostensibly trying to work together. Is that a good thing? I don't know. It's going to be a challenging thing. I think it's going to create a lot more bad blood than it fixes. That's all I know. As far as what is here, let's see. We have a webbing drone. We have a Caldari Navy missile guidance computer and enhancer. We have a Caldari Navy signal distortion amplifier, so tracking disruptor, I think. Federation Navy tracking enhancer, I think. MagStab. Imperial Navy tracking enhancer. Imperial heat sink. New harvesting and mining drones, which are huge, so they're probably excavation drones, which is kind of a weird thing to give to faction warfare. Also, who the fuck's looting? Who is in a battlefield with enough cargo space to loot one of these drones? I guarantee you they're not contributing to the battlefield correctly. What, we now have to have like militia guys have to organize to bring in haulers in order to bring out the loot? Who's going to be okay with that? It's a militia. Republic Fleet Mining Survey chipset. Cool. Republic Fleet Missile Guidance computer and Guidance Enhancer. Fine. I don't know, man. I feel I have this deep sense of dread of where you can't bring blockade runners into the battlefield. Well, it's also a reference to how seagulls fly far ahead of you, or far above you, and just pick at the scraps. So you can't actually do anything to them. They just take things from you. It came from Pochvin originally. Yeah, there's going to be AWOXing for loot, for sure. Or at least a lot of drama between corps. How bad is it going to F up the market if stuff is not getting destroyed but being put back on the market? What? Things get destroyed?
like for Caldari and Minmatar, the missile guidance pop-up computers, and for the Amar and the Galente, the drone hybrid modules.
Yes.
These are all new.
Yeah, I think that, these look pretty good. And I will say, we're going to start off with trying this out in the battlefields, see how they go, and tweak them as necessary. But then we can look at adding them to other types of sites, like ice heists for our pirate enthusiasts. So I've got then to keep track of my FW updates. I've got to make sure I know where the pirate insurgencies are that are breathing down my neck. And
Also, like, the solution, if you want it to be loot, the solution is so obvious. Just make a commodity. The biggest problem with faction warfare is that your major reward is LP, so it's very difficult to get the liquid ISK that's required to actually turn the LP into items to be able to sell, right? Being able to give a faction warfare pilot some sort of direct liquid LP or liquid ISK injection would be super useful. So giving us just more faction modules to try to figure out how to sell doesn't make anything nicer for faction warfare pilots.
now I've
Just
got
make it a
to
commodity.
have an idea of what's going on with these military objectives. What gives, Mercury?
I know, that's a lot. That is why we're putting everything together into one Theaters of War dashboard. This is a place where you can check the latest flips systems in the war zones, keep an eye out for pirate insurgencies and where the pirate FOBs have spawned, and also track your personal progress as an enlisted capsuleer in factional warfare and the military campaign achievements. From this hub, you can also navigate between...
I do really like this page. I don't have much to say about it besides that, but I do really like this UI.
All of the war-related dashboards that you already know, so the factional warfare one, pirate insurgencies, the enlistment, and of course, the new military campaigns.
Nice. Okay, well that does make it a little bit easier. So who do you think that you'll support in the military campaigns? Which faction speaks to you?
To be completely fair and not destroying the mic, I am not really fussed with loyalties. I would consider myself more of a mercenary. Basically, I go where the ISK is. So why don't we take a look at the opportunities and see what's going on around me? It looks like there are new sites hacking and mining in high-sec.
There is actually a piece to this too that I want to speak to because I've seen a lot of this talk on Reddit and forums and such, which is like, why is this just freelance jobs? And like, it's leveraging the UI and flow of freelance jobs to deliver these opportunities. That's always been the point of this whole thing. It's just a framework and using that framework. It's like, I don't know, just get used to using your opportunities window to find out things to do. It's not like they're not, it's not like Empire freelance. I mean, they are Empire freelance jobs, but like this is what they've always said it's going to be. It doesn't limit what it could do. It doesn't limit what they mean. That's just the framework and the UI that they're using to make it so that you can browse different opportunities and choose what you want.
Okay,
campaigns.
wait a minute.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that you can affect my factional warfare gameplay by doing high?
If it was a commodity, it could just be dropped directly into each present ship's hold rather than making it a lootable container that circles back to the initial problem of ninja looting. I mean, maybe. I think that if you just put a little bit on every single wreck, it actually would be fine. It would be fine. Right now, the wrecks don't have any loot, I think, at all. And you have to sit there, like, the people that are in the... So the war grid has these 3 different points that you... I don't want to sound like it's the... Sorry, my bad. The battlefield grid has these 3 different points that are, I think, 50 kilometers away from each other. But you have to kill the rats in the areas in order to keep them clear so that way you can run them kind of like plexes. And so the idea would be like, if those also dropped, I don't know, 5 million ISK worth of commodities or 2 million ISK worth of commodities per rat or whatever, then as the people that are running the thing could just collect a little bit here and there and whatever. By putting them in these big faction mods that might drop, that's what makes this such a tense moment, right? The more valuable the individual drop, the more it's going to be about ninja looting it. The more it's going to be about bitterness about somebody taking it, having to argue about who gets it versus whoever gets it. Who gets the faction module that drops in a group of 30 people who do not know each other or necessarily agree with each other outside of the fact that they're working in faction warfare together?
ISAC Care Bear activities?
Okay, so first of all, these are very honorable activities. And secondly, no, these activities only affect military campaigns. They won't have an impact on factional warfare.
Okay, I was going to say, thank you, thank you.
Yes, but this is good because these activities will be familiar for new players, especially those coming from Starter Space, but they will also be familiar to some of our veterans here, especially if you've played in the Shadow Wars.
Are you potentially teasing the idea that we'll see a return of the boosters that we saw in the Shadow Wars?
Yes, you will.
Ooh, okay.
I gotta say, teasing Shadow Wars and then suggesting that the reason why you're bringing it up is boosters is wild to me. Shadow Wars was so freaking good. And one of the reasons why it was so freaking good was because it had, you know, high intensity combat sites that were even in high sec, but by going in them, you had to get suspect flags. So it added a whole layer of complexity where you could do the sites in high sec, but as you were doing them, you also individually became vulnerable to attack. And that ended up being extremely successful. That is the thing. When I think about Shadow Wars, I think about that mechanic. And the fact that they're like, oh, is this like Shadow Wars? I guess there's boosters seems wild to me. Like, events have boosters.
That sounds good. Okay, so you're going to check out these mining and hacking sites.
I didn't say I didn't play Shadow Wars. Please explain. In Shadow Wars, there were like special combat sites that you had to do, just like any other event site. But the difference is that they were battlecruiser based, and going into them caused a suspect flag. So you could run them in high sec and low sec. But, you know, every time you run one, you're now 15 minutes of being vulnerable. And so a lot of people just end up running around in high sec with a suspect flag actively, basically roaming around going, do something about it. Because you just get used to this PvPvE environment after a while of playing with it like that.
But why does it say hack in Caldari Bulwark? What is a bulwark?
Great catch. So these are systems that are bordering the war zones. It's a new paradigm. They are high security systems, and although they're not sites of direct conflict, they will have opportunities for Capsuleers to participate in and help their faction succeed in their campaign.
So a bulwark is a high sec system that's adjacent to the war zone? I didn't catch that last time. Hold on, there's actually text here. It says, hold on. Let me make this big so I can read it. Arzad 2 will be renamed Starkmanir Prime at the start of the next season, and Arzad and Ezra systems will return under Republic sovereignty. A Republic station will be established in Arzad. Bulwark systems are high security strategic support zones bordering the war zone. While not sites of direct conflict, they offer opportunities that would help support campaigns and advance your faction's progress towards victory. So places like Valor and whatnot, I'm assuming. War zones are active front lines where factions clash for control. In these low-sec regions, often conflict defines the battlefield with campaign activities and faction warfare shaping control. Okay. Dude, I totally fell asleep yesterday. I don't remember anything but that. Okay. Well, you can go back and watch my video.
Nice. Yep, but these hacking and mining sites aren't the only new sites that we're adding in the next expansion. In fact, we are adding four new complexes.
Don't oversell it yet.
4 new complexes. So those of you who did the bingo, you know, we didn't get. Did I check it anyways? I don't remember it, but I had new plexes on the bingo, and they didn't mention it in the keynote, but it's there.
The first one is a battlefield. It's a battlecruiser and below plex. This plex is designed for 3 Capsuleers, and it will give a lot of victory points. However, it will have a slower respawn time.
So as of right now, there is no battlecruiser-sized site, right? Scouts are for frigates, smalls are for destroyers, mediums are for cruisers, larges are for battleships. And so this is a new battlecruiser tier site. I don't see anything in here that jumps out at me as being particularly fancy. Let me see. I want to see when they warp in.
4 new complexes.
Don't oversell it yet.
The first one is...
No, it just shows them landing. I assume, I mean, if it's battlecruiser only, then it's going to be gated. It's basically the same as every other. It looks like every other plex.
It's a battlecruiser and below plex. This plex is designed for 3 Capsuleers, and it will give...
My corp is 1.2 million Evermarks. What to do with them? The only thing you can really do with them is customize your structure skins.
A lot of victory points. However, it will have a slower respawn time.
Is there any specific reason we went with battlecruisers?
Yes, so this is our first moderate-sized plex, and inside the site, battlecruisers will receive a buff to their skill level bonus, meaning that they will, let's say, if you enter with a battlecruiser level 5 trained, then you will be flying functionally a level 6.
Nice.
This is wild. for a few reasons. One, the idea that different complexes are going to have different bonuses is super exciting, and we're going to learn more about that as we go. But this idea of like, there's been jokes about like training something to 6 like forever. And so it's interesting because it's not only going to buff the battlecruiser or like, you know, in the site, but each battlecruiser is going to get a different buff. It's just going to get better at doing what that battlecruiser is better at, which is, no, yeah, we're going to get to the rest of the bonuses, but like even that one's crazy interesting.
Answering the age-old question of what would a battlecruiser level 6 be like?
Yes. We also have our first elite tech restriction complex for Tech 3 destroyers and smaller that we've affectionately...
So, elite, hold on, one more second. Let's go back.
A battlecruiser level 6 be like?
Yes. We also have our first elite tech restriction complex for Tech 3 destroyers and smaller.
Tech 3 destroyers and smaller. Okay, so basically, in Plexes, Tech 3 ships count as one size category bigger. So as I said earlier, smalls are for destroyers, but Tech 3 destroyers can only go into mediums and below. Same way with Tech 3 cruisers can only get into larges and below at the moment. So this would be a special small site that allows in all destroyers, including T3 destroyers, I assume, unless it's just T3 destroyers, but it allows T3 destroyers.
That we've affectionately dubbed the Chaos Complex. So this is exclusively a frontline complex designed for 10 people, but it has a bit of a unique twist. So every time you enter that site, you'll get a new set of 3 random effects that will be applied to everyone in the site, giving you always a somewhat different experience every time.
That's also crazy. I kind of like it. 3 random bonuses. They're really playing with this stuff. Do we have an idea of what bonuses that we have?
You enter that site, you'll get a new set of 3 random effects.
I mean, we can see the charm down there. And there's the charm, and then is that a weather effect? Huh.
Effects that will be applied to everyone in the site, giving you always...
Oh, hold on. Imperial, it's Warpath, that says Warpath Zeal. That's the event bonuses. So that's not the bonuses that they're talking about. I assume that that's not the bonuses that they're talking about because that's from the current event, not these sites. I gather these are some kind of arena. Don't go out there. Yeah, so the way that Plexes work is they're basically a King of the Hill arena. Once you get inside of the site, as long as only your team is alive in it, then it counts the timer. And then when the timer is over, you win. And if you get pushed out and the enemy team comes in, they have to unwind your time and run their own time, right? So they're basically like a King of the Hill defense site.
A somewhat different experience every time. So if you go to the next slide, we'll see a list of all the different types of effects. You'll always...
Okay, hold on. What is this? Are current web and scrams possible to go longer than zone? Yes. Well, the radius of capture for Plexes is 30 kilometers. It is very easy for certain ships to be able to point and scram or point and web that far. The level 6 is useless. Wait, hold on. What? What do you mean level 6 is useless? Well, you're talking about battlecruiser. Well, this was battlecruisers specifically, right? So let's just look. So the Hurricane would gain an additional 5% projectile turret damage and 5% projectile turret rate of fire. So like almost 12 to 15% increased damage. The Hurricane Fleet issue would gain 10% damage and 10% tracking speed on top of everything else. That's not insignificant. So here we have, there's no use for level 6 web and scram bonus as a strawberry proposed if current scram and web range bonuses already fill the arena. It fills the capture zone, but people burn out from there all the time. like people will burn out of the capture zone and then maybe try to dip in order to try to kite people around and mess things up. That 30-kilometer zone is only for the capture progress. That is not the limits of the site. People fight outside of the capture zone all the time. Well, you can leave as long as you're not pointed. You should check out. I've done plenty of stuff about faction warfare. I have a faction warfare guide. You should check it out. Faction warfare is incredibly cool. But either way, let's look at these bonuses. So for okay, so these aren't racial specific. They're just type specific. So we have hybrid weapon, all the different weapon damages, including Vorton. That's kind of fun. And missiles. Although this one specifically says rocket and heavy assault. Oh, yeah, so light and medium weapons only. Why would there be a medium weapon in this site? Why would there be a heavy assault missile launcher in a site that only allows T3 destroyers and down? Can anyone help me with that? So then repair, signature radius, remote repair, polarization, all resistances set to 0. That's wild. Newt drain, Ansil remote, or wait, oh yeah, Ansil remote boosters. That's crazy. Although not as intense as Ansil local boosters. ECM module strength. I wonder if that would influence. That probably won't affect E-War drones, but that would be nice if it did for the Griffins. Lock range limited to and is always 30 kilometers is hilarious. Stasis webifiers have 50% increased range, but 50% reduced strength. Would be big because webs, like we were talking about, can you make webs go outside of the range of the thing? Absolutely. But webs are historically one of the shorter range E-War systems at only like 8 or 9 kilometers. So being able to web out to, 15 to 20, even if it's 50% effective, could be pretty interesting. Afterburner speed is, of course, juicy. 30% increased top speed, reduce agility. So basically like overpropping because you get to go faster, but you get there, like you speed up slower. Module heat damage is just always great, especially with T3 destroyers. And 20% on module overload. Again, always great, especially with T3 ships. Oh, we can't see it. I'm so fucking sorry. Here we go. I'm sorry. I read them all, but in the meantime, there they all are. So all the weapon damage, reps, NOS, resistances to 0, ancillary remote reps, ECM, lock range limited to 30, stasis webifiers extended but reduced, afterburner speed, increased speed but reduced agility, 20% module heat damage, and module overload. My bad. SCV on a PvP server 20 years ago. Not anymore. What? I don't. When AWP didn't make. I have no idea what you're talking about. But again, like faction warfare is great. Hey, Waffles with $10. Thank you so much. Woke up at 4 a.m. to get this rad pod skin. Thanks, Ash. I would have completely skipped this if you didn't show it off yesterday. I'm so glad that you got it, and thank you for that. It's really, really appreciate it. I think that, a lot of these bonuses are actually pretty cool. It's just a matter of whether or not you can utilize them correctly.
Always get 3 of them in a random amount.
It is going to be interesting to see which damage weapon you get is going to be critical. Right? Because that'll only affect certain ships.
And you'll never know exactly what you'll get. So with these 3 columns, you've got about 396 different combinations that you'll see. So the optimal ship will change every single time. I hear the chatter. Take out your phones quickly, take a picture, or get in a screenshot.
Our next complex.
I want that 50% speed bonus and a succubus. Thank you very much.
It's the first of 2 solo plexes. This one is for interceptors only. As the name says, it only allows interceptors to enter, and it
only interceptors. This is very interesting. So like having it be only a specific one type of ship, again, we're just opening up whole new possibilities of what these things could look like. and Interceptors is an interesting choice. I don't know. I really like
It
it.
has a capture timer of 10 minutes, and it will exclusively spawn in command operation systems.
So it's got a 10-minute capture timer, so it's the same as basically normal scouts, only in command operations, so not in front lines. Interceptors have had a really hard time having a direct niche in faction warfare, I think. I know a lot of pilots, hey, Bayonex, if you're out there, they made a site for you, dude.
Yep, and then last but not least, we have a one-person complex found exclusively in front lines that allows Tech 1 attack and combat frigates to enter. It has a 5-minute capture time.
Okay, so now people get to learn what attack and combat frigates are. Okay, so this only allows attack and combat frigates. So for those of you who do not know, if you go into the ship tree, you can see that all ships have types. So for instance, this Condor here, since it has this icon here, it says it's an attack frigate. Attack generally means that it focuses more on speed than defenses, where combat frigates like this one here focus more on tank defenses and damage and are more for brawling, where attack are more for kiting. So what this means is no logistics, no E-war, obviously no like scouts or like covert, hacking, whatever, but no support, no E-war in those sites. That can be pretty interesting too. I mean, like you can like specialized ships. I mean, that could be cool. I don't think the retribution counts for that because that would be a Tech 2. That's an assault frigate. Maybe it would be. Hold on. Does that count?
But not least, we have a one-person complex found exclusively in front lines that allows Tech 1.
That's a normal Rifter, right? I think that's a normal Rifter. It looks like it's a normal Rifter. I don't think that there will be balance since bonus is random per site. So it's like, well, we only won because of X bonus. Next site will be I only lost because of Y bonus. But it's also going to potentially force people to run. You could also, I wonder if everyone is going to get a different random bonus, or if the site itself always presents the same bonus every single time, because people might warp out, warp back in order to get good stuff. Did she say Tech 1?
Exclusively spawn in command operation systems.
Yep, and
Amar Space seems dead, so lower taxes there might help. No, Amar Space is just really, really big.
And then last but not least, we have a one-person complex found exclusively in front lines that allows Tech 1
Tech 1
attack and combat frigates to enter. It has a 5-minute capture timer instead of a 10, and it respawns faster as well.
That's nice. What's the catch?
No, I mean, I knew that you'd ask.
And it's so shorter timer, spawns faster.
These FW plexes are, so the NPCs that guard this plex, they will spawn twice as fast or twice as frequently, and they're more than likely to have warp disruptors. So
when in these sites, you have to kill the enemy rats in order to change the timer. So it's a short timer, 5 minutes, but the rats respawn faster. So how much damage you can put out, i.e. how fast you can kill those rats, will be the #1 determiner of how long it takes for you to actually run the site. Plus, they can warp disrupt. So if somebody tries to come in and disrupt, come in to fight you, there's a bigger chance that you might be pinned down at the time.
It'll keep the level of danger high while, despite the short capture time. So I do want to note that I know we're trying these out in the plexes, but in general, this is an opportunity for us to kind of take a risk and try out some new different types of content. They're not limited to plexes specifically, but it's more tools in our tool belt. So this time you see an interceptor only, but we could do another site that would be a different type of hull.
Marauder only. Do it. Do it. You won't. No balls. I'd accept Black Ops.
So we're curious to hear what you think about them, so please give us your feedback. These sites themselves will take place of similarly sized complexes during the duration of the Cradle of War expansion, with more victory points and better rewards for the taking.
Yes. While we were taking a look at all these plexes, it seems like you've completed a couple extra objectives for the Gallente, which has granted you the completion of the first milestone for the Gallente achievement.
Marshall only plex.
Okay. The first milestone has granted you a new skin and a new title.
Yes.
I hope we're done. I really hope so.
Yeah.
Yes. More? No, please.
No
Jesus.
more. Does anyone have a dodgy heart? I'm just worried.
But yes, so as you were doing your objectives, Capsuleers all across New Eden have been doing the same. And if everything goes according to plan, this is what you will see in the theaters of Water.
Yes, I knew it. We can do it. Well, D-A-L-L-E-N-G-E. My kids are in the audience.
Okay, K1. Calm down. Our president, Alex Moreau, has confirmed it. Thanks to your hard work, Operation Rogue Edge has been a huge success. These naysayers who, I think we read this yesterday too, but those naysayers who insisted that experimentation with rogue drone tech would be a disaster have been put in their place. A new advanced drone has been made available thanks to your efforts. In addition, superior automated infrastructure support has allowed the construction of an even faster transit from our economic heartland to the front lines. This is a victory for the Federation and a bold future it promises.
Yes, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much. Amazing. So good.
Yeah, right? She should take the moment of glory. Because if you ask me...
It is... Look, I agree with you that of all of the words that get overused in EVE, the word plex is by far the most overused. It is very interesting. Like, most faction warfare plexes aren't actually called complexes. There's strongholds and there's other stuff too. It's just we have always called them plexes. You can blame the players for that.
I don't think you'll ever see the victory screen in game. What's victory to the state? You can
I
go
knew
and
she
file
was
a complaint
state.
to HR. I think I've seen him in the backseats. But all jokes aside, you
See, state spies. They're full of spies. Cheetah's an inside job, yada, yada, yada.
will have from June to September to complete all of the necessary objectives for a campaign to be successful. And if you do so, the aftermath will be tangible in the winter expansion.
Yes.
Right. So that's a big piece to all of this, which is that, like, so each season will likely be most, if not all, of an expansion. And then if victorious, then the results will come out in the next expansion. And that's just going to be the way it works moving forward. Military campaigns are just seasons, guys. But so far, knock on wood, there is no battle pass. So let's hope for that.
And every capsuleer can make a difference and turn the tide for victory, whether it's fighting over plexes in the war zone or even mining in high-sec.
I mean, there's a lot of Caldari people that have no allegiance and are mercenaries just for the money. That's a very Caldari way of operating.
Hacking. Okay. You know what, K1P1? I think today nobody has mentioned anything about the new ships. We wouldn't actually release an expansion without new ships, would we?
It'd be a bold move, Cotton. But maybe Okami has some tea and can share some secrets with us. So let's get him back on stage.
Let's see.
Thank you, K1P1. Thank you, Mercury. How do you follow up with that energy? Yeah, how about with some new ships? All right. So we've seen how your journey begins, how a new capsuleer finds their footing and builds confidence and starts to take part in something bigger, but in EVE, you don't stay small for long. The deeper you go, the more New Eden opens up. You begin to understand its systems, its weapons, and the choices in front of you. And with that understanding comes more ways to fight. Navy destroyers.
So
As you
pumped.
become more familiar with your tools, you unlock more variety in how you approach a fight. Different weapons, different tactics, and different ways
Why is this so
to
big?
engage your
Oh, sorry.
enemies. Not just something you fly, but something that reflects how you choose to fight. Introducing the Dragoon Navy issue. Get your cameras out, come on, be the first ones to farm.
All right. I ain't gonna lie. So far, this is my favorite of all of them. Let's see real quick. We have a zoomed in version of this. So we have the Dragoon Navy issue. Give me 1 second. I'm not going to necessarily flip between them just because I don't want to do that all day. But I am pulling up the stats for the current Dragoon. So the short of it is they do have more CPU. The CPU is, hold on, it goes from 155 to 170, so that's pretty good. And the power grade goes from 58 to 64. So even though the slot layout doesn't change much, it's actually the same, 5, 3, 4, 3, with 3 hard points of each. That extra fitting is going to be critical to being able to do some some more exciting fits for the Dragoon itself. Also, the drone capacity remains the same at 75 M3 and 25 megabits per second for the bandwidth. So the drone side of things does not change much. The capacitor capacity goes up by sorry, my bad. Sorry, the capacity, as in the cargo capacity, goes up by 50 M3, which is, always nice. And as far as stats go, the capacitor capacity goes from... the capacitor capacity is the same along with the recharge time. The maximum velocity goes from 240 to 255, so it's a little bit faster. And its inertial modifier goes from 287 to 273, so it's going to be a little bit more agile as well. The warp speed is the same. The maximum targeting range goes from 39 to 41, so it can target slightly further. It has a maximum lock target of 7 instead of 6, so it can lock 1 additional target. It has a signature radius. The signature radius does not change. The scan resolution stays the same. And the sensor strength goes from 10 to 12, so it's a 20% sensor strength bonus. In addition to that, we have the actual modifications themselves, or the bonuses for the ship, which it goes from the drone hit point and damage is the same, but they gain this small turret and missile and rocket damage bonus, so up to 50% additional damage from their high slot weapon systems. Now, obviously, the Dragoon wants to share their 6 slots. It's kind of divided, or not 6 slots. How many slots is it? It's 5, right? Yeah, their 5 slots have to be divided between 3 turrets, 3 missile launchers, and potentially NOSs and newts. So, you don't necessarily want to load up all of the different weapon systems. You're going to want to share, make some sort of balance between the amount of newts and the amount of turrets that you use. But now there is a much better reason to go with turrets and not just all newts. The newt bonuses are the same. And the drone maximum velocity is the same. So it's going to be a little bit tankier. It also has, as far as the tankier part, as far as hit points go, it has... So it goes from 950 armor hit points to 1425, and it goes from 850 structure to 1275 structure, which is important because that means that it now has more structure hit points than the standard Algos, which means a hull tanked newt/laser or missiles Dragoon is going to be absolutely disgusting, and I love it. And just so you guys know, I don't know if you know this. This is something about me. Uh-oh, where is it? Hold on a second. Give me a second. So, I put this on yesterday, just as a little joke, real quick. This is my hat. This hat, I was a Cav Scout in the military. Second ACR. This is my actual unit crest and everything from my time in the Army. And the 2nd ACR was also known as the 2nd Dragoons. And so the Dragoon has always had a special place in my heart. And it's always been not quite good enough for me to really, really get behind. So I am so excited that the Dragoon Navy issue is as good as it is, unironically. Can't say the same for you guys. You guys can make your own choices. Let me know if you like the Dragoon. But, I've been wanting the Dragoon to be viable forever. All right, put that there so I can put my headphones back on. Creator rewards just started. Yeah, make sure to put on the Twitch stream too so you can get credit possibly for the pod skins. I'm gonna rip people apart with this Dragoon, I swear to God. I might go Amar Militia just for this. I don't know. I haven't decided.
Arm some points with your corp. Get some pictures. Enforcing Imperial authority. It is a relentless warship built to drain, disable, and overwhelm its enemies.
Put the delusion. Man.
The Corax Navy issue. Robust shields, greater flexibility of fitting, and a significant improvements to the force of its attacks. The pinnacle of Caldari excellence.
All right, so that one. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so pull up the. Now the Corax is one of those ones that, like, man, is it hard to make the Corax actually work. Like, it's very bad at being, or it's always been kind of the one of the more lackluster ones, in my opinion, of the secondary destroyers that were put out. But this one looks like, again, it's going to kind of give it exactly what it needs compared to the base model. So let's look at that. We have a CPU going from 210 to 230 and a power grid going. The power grid stays the same. That's interesting. So it does not get any extra power grid. However, it loses a high slot for the purposes of gaining a mid slot. We're going to look into whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing in a minute. But that mid slot, like an extra mid slot, can be very critical. It means more tank. It means more E-War. It means, a lot of things. So mid slots are arguably one of the most powerful slots in the game. Obviously, high slots are good for weapons and stuff. But as far as like impact goes, extra mid slots are huge. So that is a piece to this. In addition to that, we have, Corax struggles with fitting, which is why I think it's interesting that they have not improved the power grid. But again, losing that one high slot might help, but they still have to put something into the mid slot to compensate. So, all right, let's keep going. We have the cargo capacity goes from 4, does not change. What? Okay. The shield capacity goes from 1379 to 2000, so that is a lot better. With a recharge time that stays the same, so that also helps with its passive recharge. Its armor it goes from 11111 to 1666, which is kind of funny, but not, I mean, whatever, it's armor. And its hull is oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm dumb. That's EHP. I'm reading EHP. Stop. Hold on. So shield goes from 1000 to 1500. Armor goes from 750 to 1125, and structure goes from 750 to 1125. So all right, fine, that's good. Capacity stays the same. Mass stays the same. Maximum velocity goes from 235 to 250, so it is a little bit faster. And it also does have a better inertia modifier. 2.7 goes down to 2.565, which I think was even better than the Dragoon. Its maximum lock range goes from 45 to 47, which is max lock targets does not change. It goes from 7 to 7. It's weird because there's so many less bonuses or like minor improvements on this ship than on the Dragoon. And its sensor strength goes from 12 to 14. The bonuses, however, are the big ones, right? So the bonuses for the Corax is a 5% bonus to damage, as opposed to a 10% bonus to damage, but that is kinetic locked. So the kinetic lock damage doubles. And then there is a 10% bonus to explosion velocity on the base model, which is completely lost. We have the explosion radius bonus, which is a 5% bonus to explosion radius instead of a 10% bonus to explosion velocity. So it's going to be mostly based on smaller things as opposed to faster things. And so it's going to be better at shooting things that are afterburners instead of micro warp drives. And the Navy one does get a bonus to the other kinds of missiles. I gotta say, I think that we'll keep checking, but I'm pretty sure the Corax is the loser of this round. They get the least valuable bonuses. They lost a high slot, although, so that extra high slot does get compensated for by that double damage bonus, because obviously that makes up for the missing thing. But like the fact that they lost some of their application in order to get not as useful application bonus, just so that it can fire its off type of missiles as good as the Korax did. I don't know if that's, I'm not being sold on this, man. Its explosion radius bonus is better than velocity. I mean, sure, arguably, but I'm just saying, like, it just feels like we're, yeah, explosion velocity. So explosion velocity, I have a guide on how missiles work, but basically explosion velocity is compared to the ship's absolute velocity. Explosion radius is compared to the signature radius of the ship. So again, this is going to do better on smaller ships, but will lose some of its benefits against faster ships. So if something's like super fast and kiting you out and you're using light missiles on it, you won't apply to it as well. But if something's kind of brawly and afterburner based, you're going to apply much more of your maximum damage to that frigate with this ship. It's definitely much more of a mixed bag than the Dragoon one was. I don't know. I'm not sold on it yet. Yeah, but radius is easier to reduce and scales better, especially against micro warp drive. Maybe. I mean, the problem, yeah, I mean, explosion radius is better than explosion velocity because, well, yeah, because of the way it works. Like, a good enough explosion radius can actually compensate for a lack of explosion velocity. I have a missile guide. Go watch it. All right.
The Algos Navy issue. Integrating superior weapon systems, web drone linkages, and a tougher shell is just some of the systemic improvements.
Stop. No, don't do that. Okay, so Algos Navy issue is the one that I am most disappointed in. I'm not going to lie. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of the Algos. I've made videos about it. I think the Algos is pound for pound the strongest ship in the game. As soon as I heard that there are Navy destroyers, I of course got an idea in my head of what it was going to be. And although I did have this nagging feeling that I was going to be wrong just because it would be too strong. But so with Gallente, usually when it comes to Navy Gallente ships, one of the things that we see is this rep bonus, right? Like the Vexor Navy issue, Myrmidon Navy issue, Dominic's Navy issue has these like big rep bonuses to make it so that their local reps are better. And that's kind of one of the defining traits of Gallente Navy ships. However, when they came out with the Myrmidon Navy issue, they added a new bonus to the Navy issue world, which was web drone strength bonus, which is by far the most like weird niche bonus within the standard ship lines, like across the board. Like there are some other weird niche bonuses that are in some places, like the Nestor getting hacking bonuses that are kind of there, like they're not balanced around, they're just put on there. And like the web bonus for the Myrmidon Navy issue was kind of the same way, right? Like we can go to the Myrmidon Navy just ignore Dromey fighter. I'm not talking about fighters. So with the Myrmidon Navy issue, we can see that like it gets all of the bonuses. It gets the turret damage bonus, because that's the other thing about Gallente Navy, is that Gallente Navy ships focus not on their drones. They don't make their drones better, because like that's what the... So, okay, hold on. Let me take a step back. The quintessential Navy ship used to be the Vexor Navy issue. As I mentioned earlier, back in the day, Caldari used to complain that this was the single reason why the Gallente were always able to win the war from like 2010 all the way to 2018, right? And they actually changed the Vexor Navy issue in order to fix that. It used to be that the Vexor Navy issue was able to fit 5 heavy drones, which means that nullsecers could overprop it, throw a shield tank on it, and use it to run havens and sanctums relatively unmolested for extremely cheap. So that's what kind of gave it its value, but they had to rework it. They didn't want to just nerf the VNI, but they had to make it so that it didn't have this very particular use case. And so people had to upgrade to things like Ishtars and Myrmidons in order to do the same thing as they used to do before. So the Vexor Navy issue lost its flight of 5 heavy drones, but instead we started this new premise where Gallente Navy ships are about a combination of the hybrids and the drones. So you take a drone boat and then you give it also a hybrid bonus. So we saw that same kind of methodology be used to fix the Dominic's Navy issue. And then later on, the Myrmidon Navy issue comes up with that admittedly kind of silly web drone bonus, right? So we're used to seeing drone damage, hybrid damage, armor repair amount. Those are the features of a Navy issue Gallente ship. We can go to the Dominic's Navy and see drone damage, hybrid turrets, repair amount, right? Even if we go, actually, I don't even know. Well, no, that's not true with these because the original ones are a little bit different. But so a Catalyst Navy, hybrid armor repair amount, right? So of course, if the Catalyst Navy is going to have an armor repair amount, then the Algos Navy should have an armor repair amount too, right? Right? I mean, like, the Myrmidon Navy issue didn't give up any of its bonuses. It still has the full drone damage, it has the full hybrid damage, and it has the full armor repair bonus. And then that Web of Fire bonus is just kind of tacked on as like an extra little, hey, this is fun. Whereas with the Algos Navy, it's a core piece. It's one of the big, like, it gives up a different bonus to have that bonus, which is, I guess, kind of weird for me. But with the new hybrid web drone bonuses and the fact that, like, the Algos uses 2 medium drones, 3 light drones, I could see a world in which you, like, use web drones for your light drones in order to catch things fast, slow them down in order to get those medium drones to be able to get on target. It's also true that the Algos is really, really strong because it has this drone max velocity bonus that the Dragoon also gets, and that makes these things, the Algos, incredibly strong, because if something is able to kite you out, like a Dramiel or something like that, your Warrior 2s will be fast enough to punish those super fasty, kitey ships. It usually won't kill them because they can just disengage, but it will at least push them off the field and stop them from killing you, and that's really critical. So it's good that the Gallente get that, and this with that, it also makes it so their web drone bonus might be more meaningful, because one of the problems with web drones is the web drones have to catch the thing before it can web them, right? So with the drone speed bonus, with the hybrid drones and everything like that, it might work out. I just still don't think it's worth giving up that rep bonus. It makes me very, very sad. I mentioned something about hybrid drones that do damage, but also, yeah. It was also shown as one of the things that might drop during the battlefields. The thing that gets me about this, though, is that, like, remember, the Algos and the Dragoon are tightly in competition with each other. They both have the same kind of drone bay. They both have the same kind of, more or less, output. But, like, the Algos went a little bit more with damage, and the Dragoon got the newts. Now, the Algos, it probably will still have more damage, especially with that extra turret damage bonus. But with the bonuses that are on the Dragoon, I just think that the Dragoon might just be strictly better than the Algos Navy issue. But I'd be very interested in people convincing me otherwise. So if I am wrong, if there's something to consider, please let me know in the comments below or in chat. But the Dragoon seems to be the clear winner of this situation.
And we're ahead here. The Talwar Navy issue, it combines a stalwart fortitude with a flexibility and efficiency that is...
Stop it.
Let's go back. Let's finish that. With the efficiency that has made the caravans of the great wildlands uncontested with their home space. And that's not where the journey ends.
Okay, so with the Talwar, this one is the one that's got people's goat the most, if I understand correctly. There actually is a pretty decent breakdown of all of this from this guy Muon, who kind of gives his opinions on all of these, and I think that he's correct. Like, the Talwar one is by far the biggest change. I know that there are some people that are sad that it actually loses its bonus. Web drones are tech. If Rodin would have won, we would have gotten more DPS. If Tenzin would have got us the armor rep. I don't know about all that. That's funny though. All right, so to look up the Talwar. Oh, I didn't look up the actual stats of the Algos, We could go back and do it, but I think we recognize the pattern a little bit. Yeah, it could be worth going back and looking. But first, I want to look at the Talwar, because the Talwar, in my opinion, of all of this type of destroyer, the secondary destroyers that they came out with, the Talwar has always been the loser. I did talk about how the Corax is kind of tough to build or use, but I've definitely seen people use Coraxes successfully before. The Talwar is the ship that everybody forgets even exists. So, just skip the Algos like Okami did? Yeah, probably. So, the Talwar, let's start with the bonuses. So, it actually has a light and rocket bonus goes from 5% to 7.5%, but this bonus is rate of fire, whereas the old bonus was damage, but the old damage bonus was explosive locked, which is kind of weird because a lot of Mimitar, like being damage locked for missiles, is kind of a Caldari thing. So the Mimitar Talwar is locked to explosives, but by changing it from a damage bonus to a rate of fire bonus, it does go through more missiles, but it makes it so that damage bonus is not type specific. So is it better than the Corax? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure yet. I would leave it to the theory crafters to figure out like those kinds of numbers per se. But but the big thing here is that the Talwar, and this kind of goes into what we were looking at with the differences in the Corax, right? Because we were saying, oh yeah, this is now better at fighting against a brawling ship as opposed to a kiting ship, right? By having it, by the differences in the bonuses. And in the same sort of way, we're actually giving up a signature radius penalty for the micro warp drive to give it a shield booster bonus and an application bonus, explosion velocity. So this is actually really interesting because, like, in order to get the micro warp drive signature radius bonus, reduction in the penalty, I should say, is pretty cool in the fact that it makes Talwars good at kiting and makes them good at like light missiles and long range and stuff like that. By making it a shield booster amount, it makes it much more brawly. Again, in the same way where like the other one is better at fighting afterburner ships as opposed to micro warp drive ships, this one is better at being an afterburner ship instead of a micro warp drive ship. And the reason why this is so important in both of these cases and in all of these cases that we're looking at, remember, when it comes to the Navy ships, faction warfare complexes are in general tight range situations. When you're inside of the Plex, you know where they're going to be when they land. You decide the initial range profile. And so this idea of like afterburners, brawlers, and everything, which would be like you couldn't use these kinds of brawly ships in just the open world because like people would just warp to you at range and kite you off but inside of Plexes, brawling ends up being pretty king. So the fact that these ships are not just like better, but they're explicitly better at fighting in Plexes. That's the key to understanding all of these different design changes across all these different ships. You could see the same thing in like the E-War ships that they came out with, and even the Navy, the other Navy destroyers that they came out with, where certain things like one of them lost a range bonus in order to get a damage bonus or something like that. So like these are designed to brawl inside of Plexes first and foremost, and that shield booster amount is going to be crazy for giving them that. And then, of course, that explosion velocity gives them better application to smaller stuff. And the max velocity is the same. So if we look at the actual stats, we see that the... just want to double check I'm showing the right thing. The CPU goes up by 24. The power grade is the same. Okay, but the high slots go from 7 to 6, and the hard points go from 7 to 5. okay, from 7 to 5 launcher hardpoints. So that's weird, right? Hold on. So that explains why you're getting that extra damage bonus. That the entirety, if not more than the entirety, I'm pretty sure that the Tau War Navy issue might actually have slightly lower DPS potential than the base Tau War, which is super weird, and that's what the person in the analysis also showed. All of the other Navy destroyers lost hard points. Did they? Hold on. Did the Algos lose hard points? We just didn't look at it. Maybe I should have looked at the Algos. Algos went from 5 hard points to 4 hard points. Yep, you're right. And from 5 high slots to 4, 6 high slots to 5. So, but that bonus is a much bigger bonus change. So the Algos loses a turret, but gains damage. Whereas the Tau War loses 2 launchers and therefore loses potentially some damage in order to get the shield booster and the application. Now, obviously, application is really critical, probably even more critical than the actual max damage. So, well, yeah, and the other piece to this is that a lot of this is to give them more utility high slots, which is a big piece to all of this, where it used to be with the Tau War. The Tau War has 7 high slots and 7 launcher hardpoints. So to get the most out of your Tau War, you have to load up all of your high slots with the launchers. However, with the New World, we have 5 launcher hardpoints, but 6 high slots. So now the Tau War has an additional utility high slot and an additional mid slot. And that is, when combined with that shield bonus, really, really big. Because remember, like, shield boosters have ancillary shield boosters. And so a common strategy with shield ships, especially these kinds of brawly ships, is to potentially even oversize your ancils in order to get the most out of it. But then you have a problem where you might run out of ancils and you have to go into reload. And so what a lot of these ships want to do is go double ancil. You can't go double ancil armor. That's not allowed. But you can do double ancil shield. So that extra mid slot just makes it even easier for the Tau War to make some decisions about what kind of big shield booster that they want to have to get the most out of that bonus. So it is just a fundamentally different ship. Not fundamentally, but it is definitely a different style of fighting than the other Tau War. It is the biggest change, in my opinion, in the methodology behind the ship of all of these different Navy issue stuff. Let's see. We do have increased shield capacity, goes from 850 to 1275. Armor goes from 800 to 1200, and hull goes from 800 to 1200. Capacitor is the same. Maximum velocity does go up, so it's going to be even faster from 255 to 270, with inertia modifier going from 2.9 to 2.7. Maximum targeting range goes from 36 to 38. Maximum lock targets go from 6 to 7. Signature radius stays the same. Scan resolution stays the same. And sensor strength goes from 9 to 11. Cargo capacity is unchanged, oddly enough. So now it needs more missiles, but doesn't have more cargo capacity. How is rate of fire bonus compared to damage bonus? I mean, in general, rate of fire bonus is a little bit better than damage bonus, just raw numbers. It does make it so it's no longer damage locked, but it does also mean that it goes through missiles faster. It also, yeah, you're right. It also does mean that you take more overheat damage. That's a good point. Between the two, I would prefer just raw damage bonus. But if I had to choose between a damage locked damage bonus and a rate of fire bonus, I would definitely choose the rate of fire bonus. Okay, so that's the destroyers, right? All 4 destroyers. Very, very excited, especially about the Dragoon Navy issue. I think that I don't know. I think these are going to be in a good spot. I think that some of these are kind of, there's a couple of questionable pieces to all this. I find it odd that the Corax largely seems to have gotten shafted. Let's see what he has to say about that. Bigger damage bonus and finally some non-kin bonus, but the slot changes work out to almost the same damage. Different, probably better application bonus. Yep, that's true. More tank and control. Probably pretty significant improvement. I agree. I think that Corax is probably one of the closer to just being a direct upgrade of all of them, but it also seems kind of the most minor because, like you said, or like we pointed out, there's a few stats that didn't even get adjusted for the Corax. I firmly believe that the Dragoon is the winner here, but let me know what you guys think.
Because eventually, you are not just flying in the fight anymore. You're leading it. And at the very peak of that journey, we wanted to create something new, not just a bigger ship, but a different kind of power. Tech 2 command carriers.
I'm just going to say this before we get deep into this. I have come to the conclusion that these should have been faxes, not carriers. I would love to hear what you guys have to think about this, but like, I think that these should have been command faxes, not command carriers.
It's the old Chimera. Looks like the old Chimera, that's right, yeah. These ships aren't just about damage, they're about influence. A command carrier becomes the center of a fleet, boosting allies, controlling the battlefield, and shaping the outcome of the fight. Command carriers will have more, stronger fighters, and even...
That's a lie, right? Like, that's just not true. I'm not a carrier guy, but everything I see from people, and like, it makes sense. I think that the fighter complement of T2 command carriers is worse. It's not a lie? Oh, God damn it. I don't know anything about carriers. Hold on a second. A lot of people are mad because in the video it shows them launch fighter bombers and they do not... Okay, it is a lie. Okay, great. Because, like, okay, so a normal carrier, this Thanatos that I'm looking at here, has 3 light fighter squadron limit and 2 support fighter squadron limit with 4 launch tubes. Let's keep that in mind.
Even more powerful conduit jumps. And they will have 3 command bursts that are the most powerful in New Eden.
Man, every fucking line that he just said should have had an asterisk on it. We'll get to it.
The Salvation, the backbone of the fleet, reinforcing allies with armor and battlefield coordination, while draining the strength from its enemies. Turning
Okay, so I'm just
smaller
gonna
fleets
go
into something far greater than the sum of their parts.
Actually, no, we'll stop there. All right, so if we go to this, I need to pull up the... What is it? Archon. This thing is worth 6 billion or even 10 million. Yeah, I mean, they're probably like rough estimates. They don't give us any information per se, but I mean, like, you can pretty much just predict it's going to be about the same as a Lancer Dread. Okay, so let's see here. We have shields go from 73,000 to 87,000. Armor goes from 106 to 147. Structure goes from 113 to 100. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I'm reading EHP. Let me start over again. Shields go from 53 to 50. Wait, hold on. All right. So shields go from 53 to 51, which is lower. Armor goes from 72 to 70, which is lower. And structure goes from 76 to 74, which is lower. Why are Tech 2 have less hit points than Tech 1? Well, there is an aspect to this that's pretty critical, which is the resist profile, right? The resist profile for this Amar carrier is 50, 35, 55. Sorry. The base one, armor, is 50, 35, 25, 20. And it goes to 50, 35, 55, 70. So you gain 50% explosive resistance and 30% kinetic resistance, the same thermal and the same EM. So you get a Tech 2 resistance profile. But remember, and this is the thing that's really critical to remember with these things, these guys bring the command bursts. So you're probably never going to actually field one of these things without the resist buff that that carrier will bring to the table, right? And we can see here, we have a 5% armored command burst, 3% information command burst, and 1% skirmish command burst, which is weird because it means that it also has a little bit of the off type, but it also means that it doesn't have that big burst for the secondary burst type. So the main tank burst is at 5%, and its secondary burst is at 3%, which is kind of weird until you realize that the one thing that they did, like, this would just make scrams, points, webs, etc. even worse. It would make, like, information and skirmish command is very, very impactful. And so they're kind of preventing people from having, 100 to 150 kilometer points and stuff all the time or whatever. So, the Marauders have a lowered resist type. That's true. The 1% bonus is, remember, this is also per skill level, so it's actually 5, 15, and 25. In contrast, the Damnation comes with 4% to armor, and that's it. Oh, hold on, and a 3%. Sorry, they split it between two different bonuses. So 3%. Wait. Oh, I'm so dumb. I read it wrong. Okay, so the Damnation has a 3% bonus to armor and information. So it has the same information bonus, but has an additional 2% armor command burst, which is, again, so burst. These little amounts might not seem like much, but this all like amplifies, right? Apso has 4. You're right. There's the better burster. I'll go with the selfish burster. The Absolution has a 4% armor command burst and information command burst. So actually, the fleet command ships, I can't remember what you'd call them, but the better bursting command ships have actually better information command bursts than this carrier did. So you could have easily have made it at least 4% information command, because right now the best information command burst in the game is still a command ship, not a command carrier. That seems like a mistake by itself, but that 5% armor command burst strength and bonus is actually very big. Again, it means that it's 25% better than the current best anywhere, and that like stacks up with ranks and like everything else. So it's going to be a pretty significant boost when it's up, and that will tie into buffer and resistances. So while the carrier has better raw hit points, these things will have much better resistances, and with bursts will have much better resistances and probably even better raw hit points. Obviously, a carrier being supported by a command carrier would even have more hit points, but you can guarantee that you have the burst with this ship because it is the ship that brings the burst, right? So have they not released the stats on non-blurry images? No, they never do that. That'd be silly. Back to the carrier stats, though. So also, we have 4% bonus to all armor resistances. That's the same before. 20% bonus to Cenobite support fighter shield hit points. So that tank bonus did not exist on the carrier at all. The Cenobite is the neuting support fighter. So this 10% neutralization optimal range. So it went from a 5% bonus to a 10% bonus, but that's neutralization optimal range. It could be impactful for the fighters. But this difference of 2% bonus to 10% bonus. So a Cenobite that is neuting from a, what is this thing called? A Savior, right? A Salvation. A Salvation Cenobite will neut 5 times harder, or at least the bonus for the neuting is 5 times greater than it is for the carrier. The carrier would only be a 10% bonus. The command carrier would be a 50% bonus. So that's something. And then the carrier only gets a 1% bonus to armor command and information command bursts, and can only fit 2 command bursts, where the command carrier can fit 3. In addition to that, the command carriers also get that bonus to strength and duration. Oh, and also 20% increase in conduit jump capacity. So the command carriers are basically, okay. Once upon a time, the only way that you could hot drop without it being blops is by bringing your Titan with you, right? A Titan, or not, I'm sorry, having a Titan bridge, right? And I've always asked for a way to be able to do hot drops without requiring a low set group have a Titan. And so I've always loved the idea of the conduit jump for the carriers. And so this is, I think, the main cornerstone of what this ship is that this is like the hot drop ship. It can bring more ships with it, and it brings the bursts with it in order to support that fleet once you land wherever it is that you're hot dropping on. Which, you know, sure, it's expensive, but if you're hot dropping on something that is like otherwise unready for you, because it's just a rando in high sec, or like a person at a prismaticite or something like that, you know, it could be pretty freaking spooky with an entire support fleet with it. I think that's pretty much the main use for it. And in that sense, I like to think of it as not as an expensive carrier, but rather a cheap Titan, right? And that might be okay. With presidential command bursts, you bring more buffs with charge swapping. You're right. Yeah. I mean, like, yes. Command burst, you can always do the command song twisting with the new command bursts. Pretty sure the Odysseus is better for the hot drop burst roll, but the Odysseus can't enable the hot drop, right? An Odysseus can be part of a blops drop, but this carrier can be the hot drop. You light the Sino, and the carrier brings the fleet with it to commit to the field, which is what I've always asked when it came to Titans. The fact that Titans can bridge without committing to the field has always made me very sad. The fact that carriers conduit jump has been really, really good. I love the fact that this doubled down on it. This might be the only positive thing I have to say about these ships. But no, I actually, I don't know. These might convince me to get into this kind of stuff. But all right, so can fit integrated sensor. Oh, sorry, this other stuff. No, these are all just bursts. Or even better, have the frigs launch from the carrier would have been cool. Look, sure. Where can we see these new ship stats at? You can see them on Reddit. Hold on. So let's see. We also have the integrated sensor array, micro jump drive, micro jump field generator, 3 command bursts instead of 2, 200% bonus effective range, so it's the same. All of that's the same. All the roll bonuses are the same. So the weird thing here is, the thing that gets me about these ships are the fighter hangar. So there's 4 tubes, which is the same as the basic Archon. The Archon also gets 4 tubes. That means 4 tubes, by the way, in this case means that basically you can have 4 fighters launched into space at a time, no matter what, right? You just get to decide what kind of fighters that you want. With this ship, you also can have up to 4, so you can have 4 fighters, support fighters, and 2 combat fighters. So basically, you get 4 fighters in space, or 4 fighter squads in space. 2 of them can be combat. The other 2 would be support, or they can all 4 be support. Those are your choices, right? He said more stronger fighters. And yet the Archon gets 3 light fighter support unit squadron limits, but only 2 support fighter squadron limit. So you can actually deploy more support fighters with these command ships, more newt fighters, but less damage fighters. So for those of you like me that was really hoping that these are going to be the answer to those new carrier crab beacons, they're going to have less damage output than current carriers. They're just going to have better E-war capabilities, which, I mean, sure, fine, whatever. Support fighters are cool. This is why I think these should have been faxes. These make so much more sense as faxes, but whatever. We're gonna just keep on going. I think that might be all I have to say about these things for now.
The Simurg, a mobile command center, strengthening shields, enhancing fleet awareness, and disrupting enemy systems through electronic warfare.
One might think they removed damage bonus because Vexers can kill Keepstars. I don't see why those don't seem related. The Vexers are still the Vexers. This Salvation is almost the EHP of 2 Navy Dreads. With burst, I'm assuming, right? Oh boy, there's some spiciness getting in the chat. I would like tier 3 battleships. I mean, that'd be cool. Look, it's simple. This expansion was clearly made for me. Just give me my fucking Tech 2 Command Reykjavik. Stop teasing me. We can look at this, so... The Caldari one, I mean, I'm assuming it's basically the same thing, but these are going to be ECM drones? Yeah. ECM fighters, my bad. That could be
The
interesting.
Gaia, precision and pressure, enhancing mobility and coordination while locking.
The lack of clapping or knowing when to clap at this event was overwhelming. Styx, I know that this is not your first FanFest. You cannot be surprised by the disconnect between player reactions and what's going on.
Enemies in place and forcing engagement.
Wait, it's Duval? Wait, it's Duval? It was clearly... Wait. Is this another one of those examples of where the people who made the trailer had no idea what they were building? Because I swear to God, yesterday when we watched the keynote, it was very clearly that green, that really shiny green that is only Creodon. I'm getting more and more mad at these things. Also, it's called Gaia. It should have been a fucking fax.
On your terms.
I'm officially going to just... Sure. Command... Look, I'm not a capital guy. This isn't my thing. It doesn't bother me that these aren't for me. Whatever. You guys do you. Should have been faxes.
Built for commanders who dictate the flow of the fight.
Warp disruption range. Armor, skirmish information. Okay. Bro's talking himself down. I mean...
The Ymir, speed, adaptability, survival, boosting resilience and maneuverability while slowing enemies and creating openings in the chaos with their stasis web fighters.
So web fighters, cool. This one is weird because it doesn't so like the other ones have like their tertiary is like information or whatever. This one has both shield and armor command burst bonuses, which of course it's never going to, almost certainly never going to use both, although it is a very Mimitar thing to do. So it's fine. It's fine. I am kind of upset that Exordium didn't open yet.
Designed for fleets that fight fast and fight together. So, from your...
Okay, I'm just thinking, like, okay, if its primary use is going to be hot dropping, which, like, what else is it going to be doing? So the ECM one is crazy, because ECM is very strong, especially if it's able to like, apply effectively. The web one could be good. I mean, I guess they all kind of have a place. Does any of these guys jump out at you as being like more the one than the others for such a hot drop? I want to say, so like, I feel like the Scram one is probably the least useful because the ships that are supporting it would be able to do those pretty easily. I don't know.
Your very first undock, to the moment you're commanding fleets, to shaping battles and leaving your mark on New Eden. This is the journey we're building. This is Cradle of War.
Ymir is like a carrier, but with burst base with 4 web Loki. The bonus is huge. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Carriers can lock. Well, carriers can lock pretty fast if they're using their thing, right? Like if they use the little doodad. But doesn't that make it so that they can't receive reps or outside support? Problem with carriers are fighters. They're easy to kill, even if carrier fighting with small scale fleet. Well, I mean, to be fair, that is one of the things that is addressed in these these ships, right? Because like they all come with yeah, they all come with extra hit points on the fighters, which I mean that's good at least. Oh, they can be rep, they just can't warp with the whatever it's called. What are those things called? Integrated sensor array. That's what it is.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for the wonderful FanFest. I can feel...
Well, again, like, so the point of these ships aren't to have the DPS. The point is to bring the DPS with you, right? It's clearly designed to support a fleet, not be like an on-your-own, like, fun time thing.
All your love and energy, and we are going to make this an awesome expansion together. See you out there. Let's take a look one more time at Cradle of War.
Nope, we're skipping that. We're skipping that because I don't want to get shared revenue again. Okay, so that is the EVE Online expansion portion of this show. I am very, like, don't let my opinions about the carriers fool you. I'm very, very excited overall about this expansion and what it means. Caps are always kind of a weird place. The fact that they're continuing to develop T2 caps is kind of cool. The fact that we didn't get faction carriers is kind of sad. The fact that they should have been faxes is, you know, whatever it is. I'm very excited about the destroyers. Very, very, very excited about the destroyers. And of course, the military campaigns and everything. We've already talked about all that. Let's go ahead and jump to a different part of the FanFest presentation. Let's go all the way to the beginning to the Vanguard section.
Didn't get a why. Why make this?
I would have said, like, it... Hold on, actually. I want to double check to make sure this wasn't done. Yeah, if they wanted to make the Ymir more mobile, they could have given it a faster spool up time or a faster recharge time on their micro jump drive. I actually really think that that would have been a really good angle to go with all of the carriers, just to make them a little bit more mobile. But again, I can only care so much when it comes to capitals.
We're making a shooter to do, there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of business reasons, you could say. We want to create worlds with meaning, and we want to keep A forever. These are philosophical. But I think...
I love that at the beginning of the Vanguard panel or keynote basically starts with a attempt to defend the need to make Vanguard in the first place, because of course that's what everybody always complains. It's like, stop working on a shooter, go work only on Eve. That isn't how anything works. But I do find it funny that they had to bring him out again. You can hear more about what I think about when they bring Rattati out, but just the fact that he opens with that is very funny.
I think it's our duty to make an FPS that has the depth and longevity of EVE Online.
No, we're not. Like I said, art and should I go with the art instead of no? Because I want to get through. My goal is to get through the 3 keynotes today. If we have to wait till like another day to do the art and the lore one, I'm okay with that. But I want to get through the 3 keynotes today. Making them faxes doesn't make much sense. Faxes already have a solid role. You making them stronger fax. Also, faxes don't conduit jump. Yeah, so make them the capacity to conduit jump, because then they're supporting the fleet that they're bringing. They are, never mind. I'm not getting my way in that, so it doesn't matter how I feel about it. So, whatever.
And that is our responsibility. A game that creates friendships and enemies and stories. And I know that when I see this, I feel we're making a worthy companion to EVE Online. A forever shooter. A game that evolves over time, and by leaning into the same principles that EVE does. And there is a growing number of players, and there's always has been, but even now, we're tired of the industry a little bit. Games shutting down early, games never becoming anything, not hitting big enough so they die. And we all, I think, in the end, we want persistency, something to come back to, a promise of a game that you can return to.
I definitely wouldn't say that it's just an extraction shooter. But
and I think we see the industry also coming back.
Definitely has that framework.
There's a lot of nostalgia, and like old IPs are strengthening versus new IPs.
Also, the statement just an extraction shooters do extremely good in the market. People really, really like it. And an extraction shooter that has a broader context that EVE Online could give it, that alone, even if it just was an extraction shooter, that would still be a huge win. But either way, whatever. Even if it was, I think that it being an extraction shooter publicly, like openly, extraction shooter forward, is almost like a marketing thing, right? Because that's the hot world of shooters for the most part. So, but like I said, the idea that it has the context of the larger EVE universe is its major selling feature. So even if it's just on par with the rest of the extraction shooters, but also connects to EVE, that would just be victory by itself. Anything else on top of that would just be gravy.
It's hard to break through. So Vanguard is built with that in mind. And we know that we can provide persistency.
Extraction shooters aren't doing well. Out of all of the ones that they've come out, only Arc Raiders and Tarkov have seen success, while Marathon lost Sony almost $1 billion. Marathon's been doing fairly decent in spite of a massive campaign of hate against it. And Helldivers is considered an extraction shooter, and that's done pretty well as well. As I've said many times, as we've talked about this before, extraction shooters are very popular, but the population, the community that plays extraction shooters are extremely unforgiving. So it's a risky gambit for sure. But yeah.
We've been doing it for 23 years, and we want to do that same thing for shooter. But Vanguard is really shaping up, obviously. There's a lot to polish. There's a lot of graphical ups.
Sorry, dumb question. Where should I find the skin from Twitch transmission in EVE client? So if you've already done the thing where you've tied your EVE account to your Twitch account with the link and stuff like that, you should find it in your redemption window in the with the character that you are tied to. You may have to relog in order to get it.
There's a lot of better performance, better.
I feel like SC is always jumping on trends a bit late. Like crypto is kind of fallen off, and now extraction shooter games are saturating the market. I mean, development takes time. They actually are really good at jumping on trends a little bit too early a lot of the time. We'll talk about crypto in about an hour or two.
Shooting, better enemies, everything else. And that's what excites me, not the business of it.
It's not just that the FPS market is incredibly competitive, but the FPS community is incredibly aggressive, unforgiving. It's not just like I said, Marathon, like there's this whole thing because of anti-wokeness or whatever. I don't really want to go into all of that, but for reasons of their own, there were people that decided that some of these games were failures before they even launched. and there was a concerted effort within these games to like it's this weird thing. I've watched this stuff on YouTube recently where people are talking about this. Like, we've worked in this hyper reality where everybody just kind of tries to push their own agenda and narrative. And so like Marathon has done fairly okay in spite of a very aggressive campaign to pan it, to malign it, to convince people that it's not doing well. That same campaign was highly effective in Highguard and Concord, which also had their own problems. I'm not saying that it didn't, but the point is that there is a whole extra factor to this that needs to be considered in the fact of review bombing and aggressive player behavior, which ironically enough, Fenris is actually pretty well experienced about, because the EVE Online player base, not quite as bad as some of these things, but the EVE Online player base has demonstrated a willingness to sabotage the game and hurt the company if they don't like what it's doing, right? The EVE community is more than willing to take on an adversarial position towards Fenris if they feel like it, in order to get their way. And that's the energy that I'm talking about. It's not even whether or not it's a good or bad shooter. It's whether or not it can be good in spite of the fact that there are concerted efforts to convince people otherwise. Because a lot of these games rely on them being popular to be valuable, because they rely on player activity for there to be matchmaking and sessions and interesting encounters, etc., etc. Sony says Bungie was a 700 million loss a few weeks after the launch of Marathon. I mean, again, we'll see. I'm just saying, like, on top of whether or not the thing is good or bad, there's also a lot of people that are willing to spin the narrative to convince people. And this goes both ways, right? We see this across in a lot of other MMOs and other game spaces too, where like people will promote news that defend their position, and will suppress news that are counter to their position to try to convince people that their particular thing is awesome and everybody else is dumb and bad and shouldn't do it.
Or the reasons for it is that when I joined CCP, I was an FPS player, mostly. My roots were in MMOs and maybe a little bit RTSs, but always this military authentic type of gameplay. And I'm very competitive, and competitive PvP drives emergent gameplay. And I think that's at the core of EVE's philosophy. Without any stakes, I just don't care at all. Like, beyond leaderboards, I just don't care. I don't care about battle passes, sorry, I don't care about anything.
This is a big piece.
Except in my killing for a purpose, killing for a reason, killing for a meaning. Like, I want to see the stuff that I do actually reflected somewhere else. I don't want to see resets. That just takes all like happiness out of me. So I've struggled personally with finding a game, because I don't want to commit to anything, because it feels like everything's just about to close or become something else. So I struggle a lot. But my fantasy is that every deployment matters. That when I pick my suit, I pick my weapons, I go down, I do my objective.
Well, I mean, Vanguard is going to be like part of the EVE universe. So yeah, no resets. Like, once it's live, or once they finally turn it on, I think next year, it's going to be no resets. It's just part of the universe.
That it is pushing something else. And I feel it's strange that all of the big houses or AAA game companies haven't done this. It's always going back to sequel.
You don't need the FPS community when building an MMO. You need to build your own community, and that requires a game that with reason to stick around, and the concern of Vanguard isn't different. Except for Vanguard has that reason to stick around, and has that reason to be like, hey, you should also check out like the EVE Online game to see the rest of the other half of what's going on.
I've yearned for a Battlefield game that would have big stakes, like, or a world map, or where I could push the front, but it just never kind of happens. And I want to feel like when I come down, I can sell my stuff and someone else is going to buy it, or there's repercussions.
I think Vanguard will be a success if the game performance is good. Sure. I mean, EVE Online players have played a relatively bad gameplay for many, many years in order to make a difference within the sandbox, right? Like, I think that having the Vanguard have real value to the game itself will make it interesting. I mean, like, I guess my question is, like, do people really complain about whether or not the gameplay of like when they added Elite Dangerous, like being able to go out on the surfaces of things, like that just expanded the universe. Even if it's a little bit clunky, it almost doesn't matter. I'm not saying it will be clunky or bad. I'm just saying like, yeah, like its primary value is what it adds to the EVE universe. It being a really good shooter in its own right, in my opinion, almost becomes secondary. Obviously, that's what's going to be good for like opening it up to a wider audience. But man, I just want boots on the ground in EVE.
There's consequences and the butterfly effect. And I think it's been a long journey, obviously, to get to this place.
I'd wager FPS players are neither smart nor patient. That kind of derogatory, dismissive statements have always been said. And as I said yesterday, and I've said many, many times before, Dust 514 was incredibly successful at getting people to try out this weird random first-person shooter and then jump into EVE Online. And those guys are some of the most dedicated, hardcore, fanatical EVE players in the game.
We have, during this journey, tried to distill what an EVE shooter is, or a new Eden shooter. And it's taking a lot of trial and error, obviously. We did a lobby shooter, 16v16, that Dust was, with big vehicles, big maps, etc. That's an aspect of it. The co-op PvE/PvP.
End of the day, they need a reason for players to play it instead of Arc Raiders. Yeah, we need to play it because I need to get the resources for my EVE game. I need to secure my Bastion. I need, my Alliance will have its own player home because we establish our own Bastion in order to support our efforts. That's why we play it.
Game that Project Nova was meant to be was a little bit of that, trying to try a new boundary, a new type of entry point into EVE. But the essence of...
I mean, they have... it does connect. Every single Vanguard playtest has tied into EVE Online. Now, granted, they've been relatively trivial just for the purposes of testing. But yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be... like, that kind of stuff is the last piece to put in. But that is what they're building. Like, sure, you can... if that's your complaint, then that's fine. That just means that you shouldn't play it now. You should play it in a year, right? So, I mean... and to be clear, it's absolutely okay for you to be skeptical. It's absolutely okay for you to be critical. And it's absolutely okay for you to continue to press Fenris to make sure it is good and effective and valuable to people. Not so useful to just say that they shouldn't do it. That's all I'm saying.
And new Eden shooter would always be risk and reward. Like, planning pays off, getting resources. And in Dust, there was always this big... I think people look back at Dust thinking it was perfect, it was exactly what it needs to be, we should just make that game.
Nope.
I've called it a flawed masterpiece. It wasn't perfect at all. The core mechanics drove a lot of players away really early, which is why we focus on the core mechanics of Vanguard. There was a lot of asks for co-op PvE, like all these sweaty PvP matches, can we just get some co-op PvE, or can we have some PvE maps? That was definitely heard. And loads of people who came in expecting like an EVE, like wanted to evolve it further, were people that knew the EVE universe and wanted resource gathering and not like NPC stores, right? Replace them with player markets, etc. So we had something to build around, but unfortunately on the wrong platform and other things. But what we want is an anchor. We're not saying the game is always going to be this. Like EVE Online wasn't just what it was in 2003.
Good point.
It's evolved, it's grown, everything has grown. And we really just want this core distilled essence of what an FPS shooter in New Eden is, and then build from there. And this game that we're playing right now has all that. It has all of the elements. And it's important to notice that it's not just about the game, it's about the community. And I think there's also a lot of, there's a lot about the community that kind of stuck together after Dust, and it's not just about the...
I wonder what happened to CSP Rouge. Does anybody know what happened to CSP Rouge? If you don't know who CSP Rouge is, don't worry about it.
The game itself, it's about the community that played it, grew to love it, and then cared enough about it. And I think that's what Dust is. It's the community that got built around it. Sure, it was the battles, the stakes, and factual warfare tie-ins, and Grand World, and all that, but the community was always there, pushing us. And it was...
Well, because the actual jump gate changes isn't coming until September. So I'm sure we'll get more details about that as it goes. But basically, jump fatigue on Unsyllabixes will be added, but will be tied to the Alliance capital, or at least that's the side information that we've received. But like I said, that's not coming until the major update, so we'll get more information about that as we get closer.
Difficult. Sometimes it was good, fun, sometimes it was like less fun, sometimes it was a bit like kind of frustrating. But I think the spirit of the community is always, of the Dust community has always said, okay, there is something there. Like, I'm not.
I want to jump back into that real quick, Sticks. I actually think this is a good idea, because one of the problems that happened last year was that, last year the summer expansion was Legion. And it felt like everything that they were talking about during FanFest was all stuff that wasn't coming at the expansion. They spent so much time talking about stuff that would come later in the expansion or during the major update that and admittedly that's because Legion was kind of but the point is that I actually really like the fact that most of the stuff that they actually showed us was the stuff that's actually coming on the 9th and not the promises that are coming later in September or whatever. Legion felt like they tripped over their own requirement to have an expansion in the summer.
Not alone. There are other people like me who want this type of game, not necessarily the exact game mechanics, but there is a single voice. And even from Dust 514, it was built around the community of people who were looking for the same thing, MAG, etc. So there is an audience that is looking for this game. And I think that's what we're trying to find.
And that is actually a really good point, which is that a lot of people that want to poo-poo Vanguard like to say nobody wants this, but that's just objectively not true. As I said, the Dust 514 community was incredibly fanatically loyal, because what Dust 514 represented for players was something that is just so crazy. People do that. I get it. It seems like something minor, but just the fact that there is a wider context, the fact that everything means something, was a huge draw for people and made people bite it and get into it hard, which means they've never let CCP forget about it. So we can tell Fenris all that we want, that people don't want this game, blah, 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 blah. But they are constantly inundated by incredibly aggressive fans.
Obviously, we made some mistakes not being on the PC and PS4. That's something that was abundantly clear later. And then also some regret about where we were. But in 22, I get this kind of chance to think about both of these games at the same time, and kind of provide leadership to EVE Online and EVE Vanguard. And I think at that point, it was clear to me, we have to get it right, but we have to do a lot of work to get it right, because we saw things that failed, and we tried to understand why that failed. And you can point at everything that we've done and said, okay, that was a bad idea, that was a bad idea, or we should have taken this even further. So I like to believe the learnings that came from this long journey have been applied properly here. And we are building this game to last. We're thinking deep, rich economy with sinks and faucets in mind. We're obviously thinking about evolution. We're making sure that the Unreal Engine is kept up to date and we don't diverge from it. We're obviously building it on our home court, the PC platform. And we are building it so that it's not a content treadmill. We're a small team. We're not trying to compete with games that can ship 7 weapons, multiple modes, multiple levels at the same time. We want to build the heart and the core. But there's no way to build a forever game with a small team where if it's not based on emergent gameplay and PvE/PvP risks. And we want to give
just needs good PvE as well to hook more people from other MMOs. I agree. And I mean, I think that in previous playtests, it's been pretty good for that. Actually, I will admit that I most of the time like to play on kind of the quieter servers to not have as much harassment. But the Roadrunner boss battle that was in the last one was pretty good. And, I've really enjoyed dropping with my buddies into Vanguard in the previous playtest, for sure.
The community reasons to interact. And that's what I talked about in the keynote yesterday, is this campaign element. That we are building that into the core of the game, that we are able to interact with EVE campaigns very soon. Or we know we can, we just need to implement it. So then if we talk about the game itself, this is what EVE is based on. This core principle is the first sentence in the game Bible. And I actually feel that this represents EVE the best, an extraction adventure. It caters to any FPS player, and it is for any FPS player. It's not just for EVE players, it's not built for EVE players. It's built for people who enjoy a rich, authentic science fiction world, but also enjoy shooting people. And if we embrace the loss mechanic, the extraction shooter, the high risk and reward, the chance of being killed by PvE, so undock, resource gather, kill people.
Honestly, trying to make it only PvP has been a classic mistake of CCP/Fenris, right? He's right. Dust 514 was supposed to have a PvE environment, and they never delivered on it. In fact, it was one of the hallmark pieces of Legion before it got removed, because it was about fighting against the Sancha first and foremost. But yeah, I agree. It can't just be PvP focused. Absolutely. And they have continually talked about different roles and, you know, all that kind of stuff. There is a whole like industrial maintenance side of things too. I would say that Vanguard does pretty much support the overall EVE mentality of PvPvE. That is what it is. You go in to do a PvE thing, but it results in PvP encounters as you run into other people within the environment as you're trying to do your PvE thing.
PvE, maybe you're killed by PvP.
You're right. Got my names wrong. Nova was the one that was PvE forward.
Dock, manufacturer. EVE is an extraction adventure. That's just super clear. So that's why we feel that's a great great way to start that anchor for an FPS. And there is symbiosis. Absolutely. Like the communities can tie together, but also the game mechanics. And we're building all of the sandbox mechanics and the activities. We're not necessarily copying, but we're mimicking and making sure that the type of player behaviors or player desires are represented. Mining, resource gathering, delivery, straight up killing, co-op, all these things are represented in Vanguard. But what happened to a lot of Dust players is that they came into the game. It was a free-to-play game on the PS3. Never heard about EVE. Never in their life. But they grew to understand that there was a bigger narrative, bigger world, richer kind of community through chat, through all kinds of things. And
well, I mean, Thrans, the point is with Yeet exploration is an extraction, not shooter, for sure. But yeah.
And bonds started to build. And then when Dust closed, a lot of the community moved into EVE in some way or form.
That's true.
It's not a stretch to think about that way. But in Vanguard, you have agency. Like it's all about you have a lot of options. You will have more options, but we want you to have the ability to affect your progression. You can impact the world, who you are, who you fight for, and how. We want to be able to pick sides in battles. It's harder in Dust, for example. But we also want to lean really into faction identity, NPC corporations, and graphically also. So graphically, the game has come a long way. There's a distinct visual identity to EVE Online. There's also a distinct visual identity to Dust 514, but we're not trying to copy that. We're trying to say, how would you see this game or see this experience from this point of view, which obviously means from plan perspective, you would expect to see grand outposts, hyper-Earth environments, not regular Earth, something that you wouldn't expect. So the new map, Lost Convoy, is obviously full of very EVE authentic things. Orbitally deployed huge status beacons and crazy stuff. So that's where I think we've also come a long way. It's no longer as kind of generic because, in fact, the older playtests that you've seen have mostly been about working on terrain technology and figuring stuff out. So this is the culmination. To
be fair and clear, so the reason why I'm not really commenting on the Star Citizen commentary going on in chat is that I've actually never played Star Citizen, so I'm trying to avoid having too many deep opinions of it.
We have been in pre-alpha since First Strike, which was a great playtest, and since then we've been in a strange state. Pre-alpha doesn't really exist in the gaming industry, but we have seen also how other games fare if they just show up on Steam and haven't done any battle testing, any testing on their matchmaking, any servers. Like there's just a huge amount of games that are dead on arrival just because of that. Not because of the game, but just of the technical difficulties.
And that is the thing that I've been talking about a lot. when it comes to the last couple of months, especially since they delayed the Vanguard stuff from it being fully open this summer. And this is what we were talking about with things like Marathon and Highguard and, you know, Concord and stuff, which is that, like, it isn't just the fact that the community is very aggressive or whatever. It's that they're so aggressive. So, okay. No Man's Sky came out in an incredibly broken, bad, incomplete state. But because it's like you buy it and then you have it and whatever, they were able to slowly over time continue to release expansions after expansions and win back the community. And this changed the way that video game developers made video games, for better or worse, right? Prior to this, you know, prior to Steam especially, you know, games had to be perfect when they came out. When you bought a game on a CD or on a cartridge, they couldn't patch that. What you got was what you got. And so, you know, this modern era of digital game libraries has made it so that people, you know, things can get updated. And this has good results and bad results. And Subnautica too, but definitely Subnautica as well. But definitely No Man's Sky proved that a game can be brought out in an incomplete state, and then you can win your audience back over later through improvements. And this has kind of created this sort of negative pattern in game development nowadays where, you know, because game development's so expensive, there's this weird impetus to start like just putting out the game as early as possible so you can start bringing in money to hopefully afford to make it the game that you always wanted it to be. Cyberpunk 2077 is another good example of this. When it came out, it was awful. But again, No Man's Sky was brought up all the time when Cyberpunk 2077 first came out as being like, well, they could just do it again. And you know what? They did. Cyberpunk 2077 has now ended up being a very good game. Even though, like, it is actually true that Cyberpunk 2077, outside of its jank, was actually a really solid game, even at the very beginning, the story and everything. It was the bugs and stuff that was the problem. They got those fixed. A lot of more people like it, right? These shooters are not the same way because they rely on community. It's like faction warfare. It's not just whether or not they're good. You have to convince people that it's popular. Because shooters are a dime a dozen, and they turn over, and they rely on players for things like matchmaking, right? If a game is, if no one's playing Star Wars: The Old Republic, you don't really care. I mean, like, it'd be great if it was popular, but like, you can play through Star Wars: The Old Republic, and if you were the only one playing Star Wars: The Old Republic, you probably wouldn't even notice for the most part. So it doesn't really matter whether or not it's popular. But Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, all these shooter games rely on there being players in order to find matches, right? If it requires a matchmaking system, if the game is dead, then you won't be able to find matches. You'll spend these long times waiting for anything to happen, and it's just this miserable experience. And so players... This is why, I mean, Josh Hayes was actually just talking about this when it comes to like popular MMOs or whatever. People focus on whether or not something's popular more than whether or not they're good, because they think that popular games mean that it's livelier and there's more excitement and whatnot. And so, like, ultimately, with shooters, like, Highguard could have been fixed. There were a lot of people, just like with Cyberpunk 2077, and to a lesser extent, No Man's Sky, there were people that were playing Highguard and at least claim to be really enjoying it. There were obviously some flaws to it. I'm not going to go into all the details right now, but, you know, these were things that, like those previous examples, could have been fixed over time. But because the demand was high and the initial decision was that it was bad, the entire thing was cut off and was never given a chance to survive. And that is the real fear here. With these shooters, if it dies in an early state, then redeeming it is going to be really, really, really hard. And so while it's okay to let us play around when it's all kind of janky and weird and whatnot, they really get one chance to advertise it. They get one chance to go loud with it. Because as soon as those people check it out, if they decide that it isn't the right thing, then it's just going to be decided that that's not the right thing, and the community will make a decision about it. And it's going to be incredibly difficult to move that needle. And I think that with Highguard and with Concord, and to a lesser extent with Marathon, CCP saw what was happening. Fenris saw what was happening and was like, you know what? I think we would rather polish this for another year before we put our best foot forward. And that said, they are doing this a little bit, because by putting it on Steam for this test, that is going to start to break containment. We're going to start getting people that are checking this thing out because it's on Steam, not because it's part of EVE. So they're kind of soft. They're trying to figure out, how do we get people to start talking about this, to start getting buzz about it, without getting it into people's heads that this is like the final result. And so getting like reviews and getting like decisions made about it. If people can look at it and be like, oh yeah, this is clearly early days, but you know, has potential. That's all they need right now. That's all they need right now. What are we talking about? Oh my God. No Man's Sky is widely huge exception, and then the norm is that bad live service games just get shit canned sometimes before it's even released. The interesting thing about both Cyberpunk 2077 and No Man's Sky is that they are not live service games. That's the other key to this. This is a live service game. Those shooters are live service games. It's a different priority, right? And I'm not saying that No Man's, like, I'm bringing those up because those, it isn't just like, oh, it could be like, it changed the way that game developers talked about, and organized the development of their games. Okay? It set the tone. The reason why Cyberpunk 2077, the reason why people responded to 2077 the way it did throughout the whole process, was because No Man's Sky already happened. Like, No Man's Sky was a big part of the discussion when Cyberpunk 2077 came out and was janky, right? There is a certain amount where people have just kind of, there are game companies that have just decided that's like a good way to go. How come game development has gotten so expensive, and yet game quality, general quality, seems to go down? Because everybody's focused on graphics and fidelity more than anything, and that is expensive. Right, and throwing more money at the problem even throwing more developers at a problem doesn't make development any easier. If anything, at a certain point, it actually makes it a lot harder and a lot worse. You can't just throw developers at a problem. Neverwinter has single-digit Twitch streamers, and yet is still a game that makes money? Yep. Dust 514 was profitable, too. The marketing around it still needs to tell people that it's still an alpha? Yeah, but again, like, that's why they're slow tapping this, because you can say it all you want, but if people don't decide that it is, then they're not going to give it a chance. That's why I think that these short playtests is the best thing, because people are more willing to forgive a playtest than something that's constantly live. Once it doesn't shut down again, then it's go time. It doesn't matter if you call it alpha, it doesn't matter if you call it beta, does not matter, because the terms alpha and beta has been abused so much within the gaming community, players don't think about that. If it's early access, it is what it is. Early access doesn't mean anything anymore. If it's a short play test, though, people are more willing to accept it as a thing that's under development. Yeah, you can totally play No Man's Sky offline. I think I got everything that people were talking about.
So we've been stress testing that. We've also been trying to figure out how much PvP versus PvE, which factions and why. FCJS will talk a lot about the narrative, which we have been building in collaboration with the EVE team. But also experimenting with the sandbox elements, kind of quests, missions, expeditions, contracts on the ground, etc.
Well, and due to people not being able to afford better, newer hardware, the focus on graphics should go down. No, yes, but within the AAA development, like that's their mentality. Like, if we can do better graphics, then we're like, the gaming industry is going through changes. I mean, the indie game scene has very much changed the way, the potential behind things, obviously. But yeah, I could go on this for like years, so let's just keep on going. What is Vanguard's revenue plan be? Blackspace? I think that Vanguard is supposed to just, like, if I understand correctly, Vanguard is supposed to be considered part of EVE. So, like, if you're Omega, you would have Omega access to Vanguard, whatever the heck that ends up meaning. But as far as right now, they haven't mentioned really anything involving the monetization of it. But again, like, I think that its primary value is the value it brings to EVE Online. Like, what is the Here's my question: what is the monetization strategy for military campaigns? You wouldn't ask that for a feature that's in the EVE client, but a feature that's tied to EVE that's just, and it happens to be in a different client, you suddenly need to ask those questions. I mean, we'll see. I'm sure that they have some ideas in play, but I'm just saying, like, it might be a question oddly asked because of the nature of it. That is also something I'd like to throw into the discussion. Generally, people are less able to socially interact, so multiplayer gets harder for most people. I mean, that is absolutely true. That's why different degrees of multiplayer necessity is important. I think it's why they did things like proximity chat in Vanguard for the last playtest.
How much open world versus kind of specific closed. And we are just higher in confidence on delivering all of these.
You know, EVE had VoIP, right? Hold on. You know that EVE had VoIP, right? I mean, maybe you didn't. Maybe you don't know that. Maybe you don't know that EVE used to have VoIP. It was so bad. It was so bad that nobody used it. I remember the one time I saw anyone trying to use the actual in-game voice servers was during the event where you the one that opened up ghost sites, right? They had this whole thing where they brought a bunch of people, they formed fleets in high sec, and they led them out into null sec to get slaughtered by a bunch of dudes. It was a good one, but that was the one time that I've seen that people try to use the in-game VoIP, and boy, did everybody learn why people didn't use the VoIP. And then it was like a year later, they just removed it from the game. It wasn't that bad unless it went up to scale. And you know what EVE Online games do? EVE Online fleets do? They scale.
Things, but alpha for this gameplay test, we really wanted to tighten down to just the first second, first moment, first minute, first hour, not going beyond progression. We just wanted to nail that. Extract, basically deploy, survey, like you said, kill, 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 extract, get that right. So there's no one can say, okay, I get this game, I want to play it for the end game, but I really can't deal with the core game mechanics. So that's what this alpha playtest is about. There will be more, but we are here. We are ready to see the beyond what FC.
I mean, people don't even use the combo system. I mean, like, well, I guess they do. I don't know. I think that'd be bad.
Colin's talked about in the keynote. There's a lot of depth here, and there's a lot of crazy things to look forward to beyond Operation Avalon. So welcome to the stage, FC Colin, sorry. This is
take a shot.
17 years, guys, 17 years.
All right.
Thank you.
So if you guys remember the stream from yesterday, same guy. Let's see how energetic he is. How energetic is he after the pub crawl?
Thank you, guys. Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah, I couldn't let FC Akami have the last laugh on colourful shirts, so I'm wearing the dogs today. Okay.
Still excited, but clearly a little bit more subdued, right?
Really just carrying on from that, how we build this game is really important. FC Ratati said we're a small team, we have to be careful, we can't just build everything at once, so we do have to build this experience in layers. The North Star for Vanguard is and always will be that of an MMO experience. That hasn't gone away, but we do need to build that experience up in layers. We can't just go and build a lot of that now. At the very core of what this game is, we talked about yesterday, is that great shooter at the core of this. So we're focusing a lot on those elements at the start, right? That deploying, the raiding, the looting, the surviving, and extracting, getting that moment-to-moment loop spot on. Then starting to sprinkle stuff on top of that, expeditions and vendors and playstyles and worlds and bastions, and then going even further, doing something that no other game can do, right? No other game can just go, we're just going to connect to a MMO that has hundreds of thousands of people already in it that's been running for 23 years. We can, which is fantastic, right? So even embedded campaigns, economies, and jobs, all of which we'll be talking about a bit more in a minute. Where we are at is this. This is what we've been focusing on that core at the center, making this a good fucking shooter before we do anything else. Because once we get that, it's a lot easier to build these components on top of. So you'll get in alpha the expeditions, vendors, playstyle exploration, and expanding into worlds and bastions, and then we start building into EVE-embedded campaigns, economies, and jobs.
I have a bit of a story to tell that I feel relates to a lot of this discussion, which is that my son, who's 12 years old, is starting to get into game development, right? But like a lot of people that dabble in game development, he's very idea focused. He's willing to tell me his idea for like, oh, you know, what about this kind of futuristic horror game, or this, you know, like these, he tells the story and he tells like the worlds and the settings and all this stuff. But like games aren't made from stories and settings. Games are made of mechanics, right? And so like I've talked to him about these sorts of things and these ideas about what he wants to build. And I started talking to him about like, well, but what about the actions? What are you doing in all of these different games? What are the verbs that you're making? Not to where he can vibe code it. He's already, I mean, like he is actually, like unironically, he's trying to play around with that kind of idea, but that's not the point. Don't worry about it. Either way, the point is that it's like, well, regardless of which of these three games he explained to me, the very basics are still there. All three of them are at their core first-person shooters with some survival crafting elements. So if you want to start building a game, you don't even need to decide which of those three games, the post-apocalyptic shooter or the horror shooter or the other one, you don't have to decide which one of those that you're playing right now. And in fact, thinking about the context of those worlds almost like is a distraction from actually getting some work done, right? Because you don't need to know the name of the final boss in the third level in order to make the level, in order to make the thing. You need to be able to walk around in a 3D environment. You need to be able to have a gun and shoot it. We can change what kind of gun it is and how that works, but you need to build those tools first, right? From there, you build the foundations, and then from there, you can build the worlds on those with those tools. But the vast majority of early development is just building tools. You don't, if you get too distracted by like the end state, that can be helpful to help like define how you're building the tools. But in this case, we could build all three games at the same time by just building a good first-person shooter controller, a good interface for crafting, a good inventory system, etc. We can build a framework that would match all three of those games. And I've been trying to help him understand that that's how we need to work on it. We don't need to invent a new game every day. We need to sit down and finally build a good first-person shooter controller that feels good, works good, and does what we want. And then we can kind of stick whatever we want to on top of that. And so in a lot of ways, that's what we have here. That's why I keep going back and forth with people about Vanguard, about where Vanguard is now versus where Vanguard will be later. In the fact that a lot of the stuff, that's why there's a big difference between the pre-alpha and the alpha, is that in the pre-alpha, they're still playing around with shit. They still have standard assets. They don't really know. They're still trying to do what they call in game development as find the fun, right? And then from there, you can build on, you know, so they can have ideas about bastions and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately speaking, you know, if you build everything that you need to have a good extraction shooter, turning that into an action RPG where you're able to just run around in G244 for some reason is actually trivial. You've already built all the stuff. That's just a different level, right? That's just different NPCs. That's just, you know, stuff, but it's the same framework. Once you've built all of the stuff, the extraction shooter gives you a North Star to build all of the functionality that the game needs. And then from there, you just, you know, you can turn it into whatever you want. You could take the exact engine, all of the tools that they've built to make Vanguard, and now we can raid sleeper caches or whatever, right? That's just context. That's just assets. That's just narrative. That's easy to swap out comparatively in gaming. So I think that, like, we get so hung up on the fact that it's a extraction shooter first, but I think that it's an extraction shooter first because to build the extraction shooter means you have to build all of the core components that builds all of the other stuff too, right? So you work on that piece first. If you can make that right, then everything else becomes, I hate to say easy, but like a path is walked in steps. And like the foundations are going to be the foundations no matter what. And building the foundations for an extraction shooter gives you the flexibility to build other kinds of games within that environment as well.
That pre-alpha journey has been really...
Get him into D&D. He actually, right now, unironically, his status is D&D is fun. So yeah, no, we're already there.
Interesting journey for us, and it's been really interesting, I imagine, for you as well, to see the process of a game studio and a company figuring out details along the way. Normally, you get these full package.
Also, later when we talk about Frontiers, just copy paste that entire story and just listen to it again then, and it'll be relevant for Frontiers too.
You know, games that say they're going into beta, but really they're done, they're released, they've been worked on for 7 years, and they're about to come out. That wasn't the case here. That First Strike event back in December, I'm very curious, who played in, I know you guys did, who played in First Strike? Oh, a lot of you, fucking hell, awesome. Oh, thank you. Okay, so that really was the culmination. There was a lot of pre-production work that went on before that, but a lot of what you saw in that build was really only the culmination of like 6 to 8 months worth of work. You were very early in the process of us building this game, figuring what that is, and you've been on this journey with us. But that journey of figuring that out and stumbling and experimenting with things is behind us now, right? We are building an alpha, first starting with it being an improved shooter. I'm very proud to be able to say that a lot of you have played this weekend and given us really great feedback that it feels that way now. It feels like it's a shooter that you can compare to a lot of the more polished experiences in games you're ever playing. That's our goal.
Yep.
We want that rich and authentic EVE environment.
Those Arcambine skins are dope.
And that tension to start coming through, the high stakes in those memorable moments in that experience, what we call kind of like the...
So the problem, okay, I know everybody's talking about the VoIP thing. The thing is that alliances want to be in command of their own communication channels. Like, yeah, they could do, the problem is CCP could put in all the infrastructure and all the effort and all the stuff in order to make it happen, and the big alliances will still ignore it because they want Jabber. And they want, you know, Mumble, because they have all their customization and authentication and tools, and it's on their servers and they have control over it. Like they're just not going to buy into it. They could make it as good as they want, and it's still just not going to be adopted. So why do it?
The trailer moments, right? You saw it earlier. The guys dropping down from orbit, orbital bombardment, blowing up harmonic bridges. Those kind of things. Those are the things that if you'd say you missed, right? Back when we speak to a lot of people who play Dust, the things that you miss isn't sometimes the general experience. It's little moments that you had in that experience along the way. And we want to build more of that into Vanguard as well. But importantly, it's also about starting to tell a story and a narrative. You know, EVE Online and its universe has been, going on for 23 years. Lots of player-driven narratives, lots of narratives that have been driven by CCP and now FC as well. And we want to be part of that story. It's really important that we build a narrative that respects the legacy of everything that came before us, but is something that doesn't just start and end with a playtest that goes on forever. So it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage to talk about this, FCJS.
The Odysseus Arcambine skin, wasn't that, hold on, I don't, that was they gave out a whole bunch of skins for the Odysseus right after it first came out. I do not have it, so maybe. No, yeah, I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong. I just, like, from a standpoint, like, CCP is going to spend, or Fenris is going to spend money for tech and money for development for a feature that the alliances are going to make fun of them for trying to make. Like, you wouldn't be able to even convince the bigwigs that it's worth doing. Because the thing is that, like, the big reason why it would be like, oh, proximity chat, but like nobody actually wants that in their fleet because nobody wants the FC to get silenced because they died or something like that, right? Like, it doesn't work. Like, they would just throw a bunch of money at it and have a pretty good chance that it doesn't actually get adopted because they would just be made fun of. There's already good voice solutions, we already use Jabber, we already use this stuff, I think Frontiers, maybe, but like EVE Online is just too entrenched at this point. Ash, that same logic is already being applied to Vanguard and Frontier? Which one? What? Which one? Better voice chat options in an MMO is not a demand. That's a decent way of putting it. Have a dozen Discord links and they all want authentication. Yeah, but they only want one authentication. That's the nice thing about Discord, is that once you have a Discord account, you can just use anybody's Discord link. The suggestion was that CCP or Fenris could work with Discord, but like it's literally already done. Like they wouldn't get any better integration than just you can pop a Discord link in your chat. People don't big alliances, big fleets don't actually use Discord because again, Discord doesn't scale up very well. Mumble and TeamSpeak are still the kings for big EVE organizations.
Hey everyone. Hey. Yo. Hey. So yeah, I'm CCPJS. I'm the FC. Sorry.
Take a shot.
I'm a FCJS, and I'm the creative lead on Vanguard. And my job is to first and foremost to create a story for the game, and then to work with Collins and Ratati and our designers and our engineers and our artists back in London to create and implement an identity, to create a player fantasy. You know, the Vanguard are war clones, but who are the war clones? Why are they fighting? Who are they fighting? And why should any of you care? How are the war clones? Exactly. So let's go back a bit to Dust 514. And after the events of this game, the war clones have become too powerful. And so they are purged from New Eden. They're hunted. Their databanks, they're sort of trapped into databanks and left to kind of languish. And they're killed. And so for a long time, the war clones are scattered, they're weak, and understandably, they are pissed off. So cut to quite recently, and this chap, the Deathless, and he's gallivanting around the galaxy looking for ways to cause chaos. and he comes across some ancient Jovian clone technology, and he starts to build himself an advanced war clone platform. And he infects it with this augmentation he calls the Graft.
Now, the faction warfare alliances themselves all want to authenticate what faction you're in. You're absolutely correct, but that's like not to get into the Discord. That's to get into the like the inner channels or specific channels within the Discord. This is why like I've always had like public fleets with the public fleet. This is actually why I switched over from Slack to Discord, was because like the fact that I could just post a link and you could click on that link and it brings them directly into the chat or the voice chat was awesome.
And this is an early concept of what that can look like. The armor will kind of attach on top of this. And so what's a guy to do when he's got this like groundbreaking war clone tech? So he goes searching for these lost databanks. And he begins to experiment with this new power that he has. And so that's what Groundbreak was. That's what Solstice was. Those were kind of deathless experiments. But this was his mistake. So he has summoned demons that he cannot possibly hope to understand or control. These are Thanatos assassins, Candid warriors, war clones, or...
He keeps saying Thanatos assassins. And I'm just going to have to point to my previous video about why that bothers the hell out of me, but we'll see.
Of every type from around the Empire.
Kind of like the Drifter suit. Well, remember, Deathless and all of the Deathless tech is all Jovian, which is, you know, Drifter adjacent. So there's a reason why these all look, they kind of have the same style.
These are minds incapable of servitude. These are vengeful spirits with a score to settle and a legacy to restore. And very unsurprisingly, they start pushing at the edges of this system, and they escape from the fulcrum. Sorry, we need to put a higher res image there. Sorry, everybody. So, so they needed. Yeah, it's all Collins' fault, as you can see. So they need to build three things as the sort of foundations of their freedom. They need a war barge, a place to live. The war clones don't want to be trapped inside a virtuality. They want to live in the physical world, and they want to do that on a spaceship which they call Avalon. They build the Resonant Garden, which is a distributed data bank where their minds can be stored.
Okay, so Avalon is a ship. It's not a location. It's not a bastion. It's a ship. I mean, it might be a bastion too, but it's a ship. The war barge Avalon. Okay. Okay.
and they want to do that on a spaceship which they call Avalon. They build the Resonant Garden, which is a distributed data bank where their minds can be stored, and it's something that they now control this. So somebody else can't just come along and delete it or shove it in the back of a van. And they need to, then like a network, a way to travel around, and that's the harmonic bridge. And the harmonic bridge is actually some stolen Upwell industrial teleportation device that they've jerry-rigged and retrofitted, and they use those now to deploy and extract.
Audio guy has to fix things. Oh, what?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. All right, so the war clones are now free and off the grid. They're out of the fulcrum, and they're now free to start doing what they want. And some people are not happy about this, which includes Aegis, who are the kind of clandestine CIA-type arm of Concord. You can think of them as just space CIA. Does that sound accurate? Probably not, but you can correct me later. Yeah. And so they invoke something called Nemesis Protocol, which is the creation of this rage-filled AI that they then implant into machines that they call engines. And so now we cut to...
Wait, hold on. I got a phone call. There's a bunch of stuff going on. I feel like that was a lot. So let's go ahead and listen to it one more time just so I can totally process what they're saying.
Off the grid, they're out of the grid, and they use those now to deploy and extract.
He fixes his mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. All right, so the war clones are now free and off the grid. They're out of the fulcrum, and they're now free to start doing what they want. And some people are not happy about this, which includes Aegis, who...
When you hear Aegis, think Edencom. Aegis is the core of Edencom. That is Kashia Valkanir, the head of Edencom. That's Aegis. I've said this many, many times. Aegis was originally their war clone or troop deployment for Concord. It eventually got sucked into the Triglavian invasion stuff and eventually became Edencom and whatnot. But Aegis is that core group that was led by Kashia Valkanir, who,
are the kind of clandestine CIA-type arm of Concord. You can think of them as just, space CIA. Does that sound accurate? Probably not,
no.
But you can correct me later. Yeah. And so they invoke something called Nemesis Protocol, which is the creation of this rage-filled AI that they then implant into machines that they call engines.
That's crazy, isn't it? Wait, so the Nemesis engine, the Nemesis Protocol created a new AI? I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm going to have to go back through all of the lore again and look for stuff. I mean, Derail is anti-AI. The fact that Aegis made a new AI. All right. Well, I'm sure the other will have nothing to say about this.
And so now we cut to July. So the war clones have learned that Aegis are hunting.
Oh, I think this is hints at what Concord was worried about escaping. I mean, maybe. Yeah, probably. Aegis and Concord are the true enemy of all Empyreans. If Avalon is destroyed, probably a new narrative story will on next. We'll see about Avalon. I feel like AI. No, I think I mean there's a lot of stuff there. It makes sense. I mean, Sorrow and Derail have been out there dealing with the AI. I don't know. I feel like it tracks. It tracks. How did I get my puppy to sit in the range of the cam? She normally does. Shh, don't mention it. She might not notice.
Them. And there's a race against time to try and understand what Nemesis is and how they might be able to fight back against it. And so the war clones, which is you guys, will be deploying to this map, which the war clones believe will have information about what Nemesis is and what its weaknesses might be. And war clone raids are going to be awesome. It starts with these harmonic bridges being slammed into the ground. Moments later, the war clones arrive. And then when that happens, a distress call goes out, and there's a race against time before Aegis arrive and start destroying those harmonic bridges from space. And they also search the system for Avalon.
See, originally, again, the main enemy for the Deathless was going to be Edencom, but players kind of rejected it, and so it became Upwell. So Upwell becomes kind of the victim of the Deathless and the Vanguards, and then Aegis becomes the solution. And that, I guess, makes sense.
And so the war clones will explore this map and take everything they can and find information about Avalon and maybe even encounter a under construction Nemesis engine and get out before Avalon has to flee, and they'll lose everything. So this is a very early concept of what a Nemesis engine will look like. So through expeditions, you'll start to gather intelligence about these things, and you'll build Avalon strength to have any hope of fighting back. But in future, these engines will be unleashed, and they will be the ultimate challenge for you as players and for war clones. Fighting one of these things will be, sorry. So these are like your dragons to slay, basically. But in time, you'll learn to hunt them. But from the remains of these enemies,
I'm not sure if I fully understand like the point of all of this. Like, what's the plan? Why are they making AI? Is this designed? Because like I would have thought that an AI would be like, because they're infomorphs and they live in a virtuality, so like an AI would be used to subvert that. But this is just like we're making really big war machines. I don't know.
Enemies, you'll start to rebuild the Warclone legacy. The Warclones will grow in power, they'll combine arms with Capsuleers, and you'll shape the future of the New Eden. And this is the thing that I'm most excited about. This is why I'm excited to work on this game. This is the thing that nobody else can copy. Only we can do this. And to explain how it's going to work and show you some more cool stuff, I'd like to welcome back to the stage FC Collins.
Cheers, Landon. Well done. Awkward handshake. Awesome. Right. Who liked the Scott high-res version of this key art that we had in the presentation? Yeah. Personal favourite of mine. We've got it on the wall in the office. So, right, you're now locked in here with me for the next 20 minutes, and I get to do the fun thing of just showing you some cool shit and then talking about actually what we're going to be doing after Avalon, which you're either going to hate us or love us for. So, just a quick recap though, we talked about this, that narrative that JS was talking about and the experiences that you'll be going through this core loop of deploying, surveying, raiding, looting, and extracting to get there, right? You'll be deploying down to this map that has, I believe, 7 different points of interest on them. All have been individually designed to give you a different experience, from a sprawl of wreckage in the center of the map to the giant command block itself. Also the military compound, which is, you'll be getting a lot of reinforcements coming in and trying to stop you from pushing in further there. But that upward command block as well, that is fully explorable. You can go in there. There's a number of activities, and it's going to be housing some of the best loot in the game. But the best loot is reserved for the Upwell fueling tower, which you'll be finding right next to the command block. This thing, you can't just get into. At certain points randomly on the map, an RDV will come and drop off a Mordu's Legion reserve squad leader. You'll know him by the red decals that he'll be wearing on their suit. You'll need to find him, kill him, get the code that's on him. The code will then allow you to open the door. Then you have to raid the tower. The tower itself is heavily defended, and then when you get to the top, that is where eventually you'll be fighting one of these Nemesis engines, but for now, you'll be fighting not one, maybe not even 2, but multiple heavy oppressors which will land down on that point. You'll be worried a little bit about being third-partied. I want to see as many people collaborate and try and clear this tower when this goes out in Operation Nemesis. I want to see a video of how many people on a single server you can collaborate to try and raid this tower together, because I worry not even a squad can do it without really some heavy enforcements. But this really, that idea of you being...
Well, that's going to be fun to watch people get butchered over and over again. I wonder how many people are actually going to cooperate enough to be able to do it. I do need to take my dog out pretty soon, unfortunately. I don't know how I'm going to work this out.
A night and slaying dragons and climbing the tower is something that we want to build into that experience. And we talked a lot about the Mordu's Legion that you're going to be fighting, a more polished and finished version of this. We're also working on a marksman. You can see some early progress here, who's going to be taking up towers and the top of buildings and shooting you from a distance. And
we talked so much about extraction shooters, and I just got to say, full disclosure, I've actually never really played, I don't think, any extraction shooters besides Vanguard. Never played Ark. I've never played any of the other ones. I've actually been waiting. I haven't gotten into those because I want to get more into Vanguard.
The heavy oppressor as well is some early work on some concept art and a block out of that, but then seeing that land down and escalate fights in front of you is going to be pretty exciting. But then we get to the weapons. Just want to show you some really great renders here. This is renders from Unreal. This is the game asset that we're seeing here of the Minmatar SMG. We saw some great footage of this in the keynote yesterday. Inspired by the way that ships are revealed in EVE Online when you get a new ship. We want you to feel like, you know, maybe eventually we can get this into the game, the idea of getting a new gun and having that revealed for the first time. But I just want to emphasize the amount of detail that has gone into creating these weapons. This is the game asset. These are the...
Substance Painter is dope. Substance Painter is dope as hell as far as software goes. For those of you, that's where I would bet dollars to donuts that this text string comes from Substance Painter.
The textures of the weapon that you will be seeing, the grime, the scruffing, this is how a Minmatar weapon should look. When a Minmatar weapon breaks, they don't just get a new one.
Actually, so what we're going to do is when this is over, I'm going to actually let the in between the shows part play, just to give you guys stuff to talk about. And then I will go run Zoe out for a quick walk while that's playing and then be back. So that way we don't have to worry about like restarting the stream or anything.
They bolt it open and they fix it from the inside. And then we're working on something a lot more sleek. This is work in progress versions of our Amar laser rifle at the moment. If Minmatar is, you know,
I mean, it is true that like across the board, Unreal 5 has had a lot of struggle running on lower end machines, plus the, you know, the problems with people upgrading their machines right now. But that said, if I remember correctly, and Dutch Grunner would know more than I would, I think that they have made it more performant, at least in the last edit version. What is the relationship between Mortis Legion and Edencom? Mortis Legion is part of Upwell. So Upwell is the main target for these guys. It's like Upwell facilities that are usually being attacked and raided. Mortis Legion is the security forces for Upwell.
you know, chunky and...
And yeah, Upwell and Mortis Legion work together along with other groups within Upwell to build the Edencom ships and the Upwell transportation ships, which are also registered as Edencom ships.
This is if Apple made weapons. Closed, you know, closed architecture. Nobody's getting into this. If it breaks, you have to buy a new one, and it's going to be twice the price, right? So we're working on this at the moment. There's going to be two variations of this. There's going to be a pulse DMR and then a full beam DMR, and the weapon will overheat as well, so there'll be some management. How you reload this weapon, you can see here on the side there are these fins. It's crystal loaded, so these fins will open up. You will eject a crystal, load it back in, and then you're ready to go. And then there's the Vanguard harmonic bridge. Put a lot of time into building this. This is previously Upwell architecture that the Vanguard have co-opted, jerry-rigged, and got working for themselves. And we can go back. Oh, I can see something happening on my screen here. There we go. We can go back here and see the process of what happens. I think we...
I still think this is based on the research from Caldari and Minmatar and shipcasters and all that stuff. Upwell likely was using it and then eventually got stolen by the Vanguard.
Is this gonna loop? It's not, sadly. But this is one of the things we've been really excited to be working on. That was one of the things when we were sitting internally and going, right, how do people extract from this?
It's not the same value scale at all, for sure.
This game. What is something Eve? What is something badass? What is something cool? And I think it was JS that was like, what if we just burn you alive? And that's the way you'll be doing it over and over and over again every time you want to extract. But
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the end of this.
Which you can. Follow these QR codes. If you haven't already, we've already had thousands of you sign up, which is fantastic, so keep going. But I want to spend the rest of the time talking about stuff beyond Avalon. First and foremost...
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm going to take her out really quick. Yeah, it's time for a walk. Shoot. What do I do? I know what I'm going to do. Dang it. I don't know. Just pause and go. I don't want to do that for you guys. I want to give you guys something. So I'm going to go to the beginning of the stream, to the pre-show, and put that on just to give you guys something to watch, right? So I'll be back as soon as possible, like a couple of minutes. Just let her pee and probably hand her off to my downstairs neighbor. I will be right back. I'm so sorry.
Progress, and it will have an impact. Even I feel like the narrative, the lore and whatnot, maybe, or what stuff happens in game. That's going to be pretty cool. The faction Navy destroyers, man. The only thing missing for me yesterday were the stats. I want to simulate something.
Yeah, you know? and today I know we have at 1500 we have expansion unlocked. Here it still says redacted. Now we know it's called Cradle of War.
Cradle of War. Yeah.
And so that's probably the one that most of you are looking forward to, where we're going to get more details, more insights into what is coming with the new expansion. But we also have other cool stuff today. We have the Eve Vanguard keynote right after this. What are you expecting from that?
More of these extraction scenes, which look kind of like closer to a barbecue gone wrong than Scotty beam me up. But yeah, this is an interesting way to leave. Let's put it this way.
I felt like, you know, for Vanguard yesterday in the footage, I felt I myself am not a huge FPS player, right? But yesterday I felt like for the first time I saw the path of how it will be different from other FPSs, and I'm very excited about that today, to see more about that in the keynote.
Especially the second part they didn't really talk about yet, but hinted at, is this meaningful connection between EVE and Vanguard. I hope it goes both ways. We'll learn more maybe today how this is going to look like. There's one thing though in the cow trailer.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
okay.
that acronym.
We're just using that now.
Right?
Yep.
We don't have a lot of time. There was a mention of how was it? Okay, I'm gonna not pretend that I'm not reading this. Victory demands more than soldiers. Yeah, I'm prepared. I came prepared.
Okay.
Victory demands more than just soldiers. Builders, hackers, and traders. That was in the trailer. So we will matter, chat.
You know, I've been fighting for years to have the trading profession be recognized, because right now in all the EVE trailers and all the EVE new player experiences, it's always about industrialists. It's always about, you know, the mercenaries. It's never about the traders. And you know, we run the entire show. So I don't know. Maybe with Cradle of War, finally we get what we deserve.
We'll see. What do you think about the? Okay, this is going to be weird. I'm going to throw a ball at you.
Okay.
It will, if you would
I don't
throw
like
it
it
at
when
me,
he does that.
it will not stick at all. There's Tech 2 command carriers. Can you explain to me what that means? Panda's not here. So
Panda's not here, so you just throw it to the other German. Yeah, that's right. The German that never undocks and doesn't know anything about chips. Thank you, Ernst. We heard, and I'll take this. I'll take this question. We heard yesterday about unprecedented command bursts, right? So this is going to, I think, change the entire battlefield. I just hope, you know, looking at Reddit, you know, which is the best form of information, as we all know. You know, I saw yesterday. Well, you know, people are still unsure about the place where carriers are at. So I think this is for tier 2 carriers is going to, or tech 2 carriers is going to be a very interesting moment. The stats that we hear today are going to determine a lot about whether they're actually going to be used on the battlefield. But I know people are excited about them. So, you know, you won't see me flying them. Way too risky.
Me neither. But I will maybe catch a glimpse with the 3D mouse on stream, and then we'll be in awe. I mean, they look great. That's all I can tell.
You know, today at 11 o'clock, right after the Vanguard keynote, we have the Blood Ink EDA thing. And I know, you know, for everyone that wasn't watching yesterday, you already had your blood taken. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I don't want to get too much ahead of myself, but for the main...
All right. We're going to see if we can make this going. She did get to go pee, but my downstairs neighbor didn't answer the door. She loves the downstairs neighbor, so hopefully this works out. And now I might have lost track of where we were. Uh-oh.
Badass, what is something cool? And I think it was JS that was crystal, load it back in, and then you're ready to go. And then there's the Vanguard harmonic bridge. Put a lot of time into building this. This is previously Upwell architecture that the Vanguard have co-opted, jerry-rigged, and got working for themselves. And we can go back. Oh, I can see something happening on my screen here. There we go. We can go back here and see the process of what happens. I think we... is this gonna loop? It's not, sadly. But this is one of the things we've been really excited to be working on. That was one of the things when we were sitting internally and going, right, how do people extract from this game? What is something EVE? What is something badass? What is something cool? And I think it was JS that was like, what if we just burn you alive? And that's the way. You'll be doing it over and over and over again every time you want to extract. But enough about Avalon, which you can follow these QR codes. If you haven't already, we've already had thousands of you sign up, which is fantastic, so keep going. But I want to spend the rest of the time talking about stuff beyond Avalon. First and foremost is actually bringing ground warfare to military campaigns. The military campaign system that Akami talked about yesterday, that's coming to EVE Online, we will be adding ground warfare to through Vanguard and the same campaigns later this year. So we'll be...
Okay, so for months I've been saying this because CCP's been saying it, that the summer test for Vanguard will play into the military campaigns, but that's actually not true. So this Vanguard playtest that's happening in July is going to be mostly focused around like the Vanguard stuff with the Avalon stuff, but the tying directly into the military campaigns will be for the winter expansion from the looks of things. The later playtest. I think they said the September playtest. So maybe it will be in this military. Excuse me. Maybe it'll be in this military campaign, just really late into the military campaign. Hard to say for sure, but you know, once again, they keep trying to like development's hard, and so like it makes sense to me that some of this stuff gets kind of delayed a little bit here and there. It is a very aggressive plan in the first place.
Not only are we going to be doing an update in July, you'll be getting one in November as well. 2 updates this year, which we've done for a while, but we'll be bringing the ground warfare to those campaigns. And by I mean those campaigns, it is the same campaigns.
Right. So September. What was the September thing? When would September get brought up? September is the major update, right? So November will probably be the winter expansion and the next military campaign and Vanguard involved with the military campaign.
Same campaigns that players in EVE Online are completing objectives for to drive world states, players in Vanguard are also completing objectives for and driving world states. In EVE Online, you will see the Vanguard objectives. You will see them at the ones that need to be completed and the ones that are coming through. In Vanguard, you will see the EVE objectives, and you'll be seeing the ones that are completed and coming through. You will be able to conscript with each of the empires, each having their own narrative, objectives, progression, titles that you can earn, rewards, and world states that are triggered. You complete the objectives in the same way that you, excuse me, the same way that you do in EVE Online. There is a personal attribution. Completing an objective for yourself moves you through the personal progression and milestones of that empire that you've conscripted with. And then when a number of people have completed that objective, it counts towards the campaign progression, I should say. The world states that we can trigger in Vanguard are things like more vendors turning up, selling commodities that are rarer or unique, efficiency changes to manufacturing, campaign narrative expeditions that can show up at certain points of the campaign. These are quest lines that you can go on in a number of objectives. We can tell a story of how that campaign is progressing with some of the characters within that empire. Map modifiers like loot and enemy presence, but also shaping future content. You know, Caldari were the first to finish their campaign. The next weapon and suit we're going to make is going to be of Caldari origin. And then there's personal rewards that you can earn through the milestones.
Why do you just assume that the Caldari are going to be the first to win? You're probably right. But why are you going to assume that the Caldari are going to be the first to win?
To help with manufacturing special keycards. Maybe there's a special Minmatar secret lounge in one of the rooms, and you have to become a Minmatar champion before you can get access to that secret area. Weapons, upgrades, blueprints, faction variant weapons, titles, skins, and cosmetics. This is all about ensuring that these two games are demanding of and impacting each other. Vanguard players waving their fist angrily at the spaceship gods, being like, why aren't you completing your objectives for Caldari? And same, EVE Online players starting to rally Vanguard units together to help complete objectives for a particular cause. This was always the goal, and with the system in play that's been designed from the very start for both games, we're one step closer to that goal of one universe and one war. Now to something a bit spicier. How we will be building an economic bridge beyond this year for Vanguard and EVE. Okay, so hear me out. This is some director-level art in presentation now. Okay. So in EVE Online, when a ship dies, you lose stuff. It goes to something called the graveyard. What if Vanguard players could get access to that graveyard? Get back what was lost, and trade it back to EVE players.
That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Man, there's some levels to that, right? Because then you could blow somebody up and then control the vanguards on the ground. That's okay. I mean, there's economic advantage. I don't know. I feel like this is a little bit, as far as connections go, I feel like that's a little bit weird, corny. I'd rather there be resources and stuff that are needed from Vanguard for EVE and EVE for Vanguard or something like that. But the fact that you can shoot down a structure and then go in or shoot down a ship and then raid its wreck, like that is kind of what we've talked about before, where like maybe you blow up the war barge and then that triggers a Vanguard site to spawn. So it's kind of like that. I feel like the sandbox nature of EVE means that this is a very exploitable system. I don't know, I'm a little bit nervous.
Honestly, this was your idea. This was the first thing. Like when we announced Vanguard, so many of you were going, hey, what if I could just like go down the planet as a Vanguard and get back some of my lost stuff? Not only will you be able to get your lost stuff, or potentially a chance to, but other people's lost stuff. But there's a deeper layer to it. So basically how it will work is Vanguard will deploy, they will raid, they will loot, they extract, they'll go through that loot, and they will find a resource along the way that is called contraband. They will either find that lying around or have to complete activities to earn that. They will then deploy, homing themselves within bastions and war barges, within systems of the universe, infrastructure that you will see in EVE Online, that they will be able to trade it with you. We want you to be docking with these war barges and these bastions to be trading contraband with Vanguard players.
Okay, never mind. I'm sold. That's cool. That's pretty cool.
Contraband is from specific systems. It's not global. There's not just one global graveyard. Each system has its own graveyard and knows what was lost there. So stories start to happen. JS calls me up on a Friday and he's like, dude, I know you got plans this weekend, but I've just heard of a fucking massive fight that just went on and a lot of shit was lost in this particular system. We need to now redeploy to a war barge and bastion in that local area, and we now need to start raiding and prospecting for contraband. So
I've changed my mind 100,000% behind this. This means that now when you see a big fight, anywhere you'll be like, oh, you like, it's just like the fact that like anytime you see a big fight, there's all these wrecks and loots and all these little like scrappers that come and show up. The idea that it's like, oh guys, we got to get our war clones ready, guys. There's some fucking loot to have. That is actually very cool. It makes it so that it's easy for somebody who's not necessarily in those big fights all the time, a way to feel bound to it in a way that I think is actually very, very, I'm sold now. This is good. I'm all right with this idea.
So we can start trading it.
Turn it around real quick.
What that starts to do is that starts to move the value of the contraband within the eye of the buyer a bit. Someone said something really great when we were talking about this and workshopping it with a few players. They were saying it's almost like the value of some packs of Pokemon cards are worth more closed than they are open. The idea that there is contraband from a specific system that could be pulling from a particular fight, from a particular set of modules that was lost recently, there is value to that. So, just to recap a little bit, how that will work.
It's also pretty interesting because it ties into a little bit of like Templar 1. Because in Templar 1, Mordu is talking about, and he shows off this dread. And he actually says that he salvaged this dread from a Capsuleer fight. Like there's a big Capsuleer fight. And that's where he found this wreck and was able to piece it back together to make it work again. And that's how he got his dread. So it kind of, this idea of like foot soldiers being able to scrap together the remains of our big wars. I love it. I love it actually a lot. It also seems to kind of suggest it could be why they were trying to engage more with salvaging last year, and then that ended up like they steering away from it. But yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it.
Ship modules are lost on death. War clones in Vanguard deploy from the systems. They raid and extract that contraband. They ships dock with bastions and war barges to trade with Vanguard players for that stuff. But what do they trade for? We don't want it to be ISK. That's not the kind of economy bridge that we want to make. It's not, you know, Vanguard don't care for cash, especially they can't match the cash at the scale of the capital ships. That was one of the problems that was with Dust. The price of an assault rifle was the same price of a capital ship, and that doesn't really line up. So what can they trade for? Contraband is something that only EVE players can get via trading with the Vanguard. What's something that only the Vanguard can get via trading with EVE Online players? Well, we're thinking mutaplasmids. In the same way, we want to use mutaplasmids, that Vanguard players can use mutaplasmids to infuse the manufacturing of their weapon to get random rolls on certain stats. If Vanguard want better gear, they have to be trading with players in EVE Online. And if you want to start raiding the graveyards, you have to start trading with...
See, I almost thought that it would just be mass-produced weapons and stuff, right? Like, basically, here's 150 new of the Mark II rifles for your contraband. But mutaplasmids could work too. I mean, there is the whole like gambling, what is it, enchanting system aspect to it. Very free to play, very Korean grindy MMO vibe to it that I'm not 100% like happy about. But I get it. It kind of makes sense.
With Vanguard players, and that's what we're going to be building towards. So a quick show of hands, good idea, bad idea?
Sadly, I think the trade dynamic between EVE and Vanguard is a little too one-sided. I think that the biggest key is that just have a new material that only gets found on planets that can also be traded, that we need for something, right? As a source. Like, it'd be fine.
Okay.
Oh, I guess it is a loot box, right? Because we could just open up the contraband. It could have all kinds of different stuff in it. I don't know.
Good to hear. We'll be working on this post this year. We'll be doing military campaigns as part of a November update. And then as we work towards plans in next year, this is one of the systems that we'll be working on. This is a more permanent and meaningful connection. And this is part of what we're building towards in going towards an always-on live 24/7 version of EVE Vanguard. Sadly, that's our time today. Oh, can I get an R? Come on, work with me, people. Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah. I do want to invite back to the stage, though, FCJS and FC Ritati. If they're there, they are. We just want to say a big thank you. It's been an incredible weekend for us, being able to bring this game, bring a demo with us as well, and get such the most positive feedback I think that we've ever received on this project. Has been fantastic. Being able to share future plans that feel far more concrete than they ever have been. We want you to be able to sign up to this so you can get in.
I do think that the idea that there's an absence of reward for EVE is not quite right, because remember, this is also going to be critical to military campaigns. So there could very well be that reasons why EVE players will want to support Vanguard efforts even without the loot boxes, just because they need to get the job done.
in from July. Like I said previously, if you've been on the fence previously about Vanguard, waiting for something a bit more polished, July is the time that we'd really like to get you in so you can help drive us and keep us on.
What I think is probably going to happen is that Vanguard players are going to have go into Eve to farm mutaplasms. I mean, there's definitely some of that, but there's lots of people. Oh my gosh, there's lots of. I mean, different things come from different places, and that facilitates trade. That's like saying that like everybody that's going to get a new Navy destroyer is going to go into faction warfare to farm their own LP. Yeah, some of them are, but a lot of people are just going to go to the market and buy one.
Honest to be, what did I say? No excuses last time. Do you want to say a few words?
First, be very nice to FCJS today and ask him lots of questions about narrative. He wants to talk more about all of the juicy details, and now we're out of the woods, or kind of, we've opened the box of surprises. We have the campaigns, we have the contraband, and I think we can talk freely about this, which is very, very freeing in a sense.
It is, yeah.
It's a very long journey to establish a real Eve link. I was obviously monitoring the chat and seeing people worried about the economy. Like we've got this. This is fine. We have levers. We'll control this.
I like the reaction. CSB Rotati saying, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." I'm sure it gave confidence to no one.
We've come a long way also on the economy. Second is the importance of working together. This bridge is not built in a day. We've been building towards this moment since literally 2022 with the first, even the year career program and corporation project, freelance goals. All of these are quasar connectivity or APIs that allow us to easily connect the two games. We've been testing those bridges with every operation. We tried an advantage link.
Yeah, but Eve is a sandbox with trade, so a high-sec mission runner can buy a material from the market with the money from mission running, but all Vanguard has is the gotcha box. Well, I mean, Vanguard will also have their own rewards for participating in military campaigns and stuff too. As far as like getting the mutaplasmids, like, yeah, you can buy the a high-sec mission runner can buy a material from the market with the money from mission runnings. You could also buy. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, well, so on the one hand, yeah, they'll only have the loot box to trade for it, but to the Eve player, the mutaplasmids that they have are worthless, right? If these are Vanguard-specific mutaplasmids, if you go into the Abyss and you shoot a wreck, or shoot the biocache, and you open it up and it says, you know, Mimitar SMG mutaplasmid, that's worth nothing to you. The only thing it's worth to you is how much contraband you can trade for it. So it means that both sides want what the other person has and doesn't inherently value what they have, which is kind of the heart of trade, right?
We tried the convoy link. We've done more experiments. So we are battle tested and ready to go technologically, which is huge. Like the original Dust Link was built on.
Not to mention the fact that I'm going to want to support my local Vanguard with the local Bastion because it's adding mining bonuses or other bonuses to the areas of space, right? Like there's all these other incidental connections and reason why it would be valuable for your Vanguards to be successful.
Yeah, on a string, let's say. Yeah. It worked. It worked. It was awesome. But now we've learned and we're ready to go. So let's go.
Yeah. So.
That's true, actually. A lot of Abyss runners would really love the idea that mutaplasmids could just be turned into loot boxes with random modules in it. I think that there's a lot of Abyss runners that would be down for that.
I just want to say, continue.
I do agree, though, that it would have been cooler if the Eve players were like cranking out mass production of Vanguard clone material, which is why you can drop over and over again without worrying as much about loss, because you have these supply lines from Eve. But that is not apparently where they're focused on.
Continue to berate us. Continue to berate us. Keep us on our toes. Join. I know you will. Yeah. Join our Discord. Like, if you can't wait for July, we're constantly posting stuff in there as well. We have a VIP program as well that you can apply for to get into regular behind-the-scenes tests as well. But we've got a demo station. If you haven't played, please go and play there. There's still Operation Avalon. Let us know what you think. We're going to be wandering around, and we're always going to be here. So thank you very much, everyone.
Orbital strikes are back. Orbital strikes are back.
There we go.
That's what's happening.
Orbital strikes are back. We'll see. Okay, so now we are going to jump to the Frontier keynote. And then after this, we will see if we still have time to do art and lore.
We're about to go to the main stage. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Enjoy the keynote, guys. Have a good one.
Your ears? Is there something wrong?
Observed.
Oh.
Riders engage with fractured structures. They respond. Restoration has begun. Not as intended. Not yet sufficient. Fragments of function return. Localized stability increases. Where there was only silence, activity resumes. Life persists. Expansion follows. Continue. The shear remains inevitable, but its reach may be altered. Awake eternally.
Welcome to the frontier!
Yeah! Maximum cats!
Where a great awakening is ongoing. What you will now see is only a glimpse of what you will have to overcome in order to merely survive here.
I know a lot of people have been giving him a lot of shit, but I'm telling you, he is the perfect dev for Eve Frontiers. He matches the vibe of that game and its community so well. He probably hasn't slept.
Because this is a world of struggle. It's a sandbox for survival.
Wasn't what the Aegis logo. Wait, what? You're talking about there? No, that's not the Aegis logo. That? No, that's not the Aegis logo. Oh, I see what kind of where you're going with that. It looks a little bit like the Edencom logo, but no. Looks like the Edencom logo, not the Aegis logo, I don't think. A little bit. Well, or Upwell? I don't know. I don't think that's... I wouldn't read into it. Let's not read into it.
In order to merely survive here. Because this is a world of struggle. It's a sandbox for survival on all levels. As an individual, as a tribe, as a civilization. In a giant, unforgiving world. A world where you will die and suffer for a reason. Because what we're creating is a world of transformative struggle. As a great quote says, history is a constant race between invention and catastrophe. And here, you're provided with means for both. To grow. Because we're building on empirical discoveries that we gained over the years of our experience with EVE Online. Discoveries that are known to some of you as friendship machine. An idea that under certain types of pressure, meaningful growth can be created. And this time around, we're building this idea into the intent of the project from the very beginning, which gives you, us, not a theme park or frankly even a game at that point, but a genuine virtual world. A world that we carefully optimized for, or rather against, the creation of civilization.
Hold on a second. I just got to check something because of what you guys were talking about. It's true. So just to pull up the EVE event timeline, we see that so the the EVE gate is opened in 7987, and YC0 is 23. So yeah, no, the timeline does match up to maybe not necessarily the time. Well, the EVE gate collapsed in 8000. That's easier math. And YC0 is 23,000. So it's after the EVE gate collapse. But hold on, real quick. 14,000. Let's see. 23 minus 14 is 9,000. Let's call it. So where's 9,000 AD here? They kind of skip over it, right? 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 9,000. Sleepers in Space, End of the Yanyong. Guys, it could very well be that Frontiers is just where the Yanyong went. Where's the video on that timeline? I mean, it's so hard to put everything on this fucking timeline on one video. That's not a practical thing to ask.
And as any great work of science fiction out there, this is a prophecy. This is a genuine exploration of what's to come, what could have been, what to avoid.
Dude, I made an 8-hour lore video in just the last 5 years. I don't know what you're talking about. I did my speed run of the lore kind of goes back to honestly my tinfoil I figured out the Eve lore video. My grand theory of everything is probably the closest thing to trying to create a cohesive narrative all the way from prehistory into now. Remember the other Eve Gate was the mobile app cloud check skill training and send emails? Yeah, there was an Eve Gate app, or there was an app. I still think that at some point we're going to be able to, like, if everything works out for everything, they're going to have us build a bridge between the two to allow us to transfer our infomorphs. Oh my gosh.
Avoid and what to desire. What's ahead for all of us. And taking it far, far beyond the bleeding edge into the domain of ultimate science fiction that we're known for. And what we find there, far over the horizon, is a universe that is dark and dangerous. And any hope that you have is the hope you build. And once you are awake, you will remain awake. Eternally!
That guy really likes to do that. He got applause this time. That's good.
Hello, Fanfest. Incredible to see you all here today. I am FC Overload.
And I am FC Jotun.
When we spoke to you last year, we spoke about how far we had come and what we were working on at the time. We talked about how we wanted to build a game that was grounded in science, something both intuitive and expressive.
A cruel survival experience, where danger would not just come from other players, but from the very universe itself.
And an opportunity to rebuild a broken world, giving the players the tools and resources needed not just to carve out a foothold for their empires in a hostile galaxy, but to grow and to thrive.
And while we have certainly come a long way since last year, this year we wanted to do something a little bit different.
We wanted to take you through a journey.
Well, no, the idea would be that you would transmit your infomorph, so like Ashtarothi could just then transfer to Frontiers. Not that you'd have to deal with Frontier stuff in Frontier and Eve Online stuff in Eve Online. You wouldn't be able to bring your equipment with you, but you could bring your infomorph, whatever that means, your identity, if you wanted to.
In Frontier, to show you what your first steps may feel like in this hostile universe. Along the way, we'll talk about systems, content, and tools that we're creating to bring this to life.
So, without further ado, lights please. It begins, as all things do, with an awakening. As you adjust to your new surroundings, you hear something. Not a voice, not really, but an intelligence of some kind, an algorithmic imperative.
This is a really well done presentation.
Awake. The tools at your disposal are limited. A basic vessel to protect you from the void, and little else. You begin to navigate through the wreckage of this place, carefully avoiding the scattered debris.
Your first interactions when
Except for the Frontiers world functions with slightly different physics because of the nature of the oh god, there's the 3 wormholes, but then there's also the there's a whole lore thing about this. God damn it. There's a thing. There's a reason why things function differently on the Frontier than in EVE Online, right? EVE Online doesn't have the rifts, so that's a big piece too.
When you enter the Frontier, or with your ship, is the most fundamental aspect of the game. And we're putting that control directly in the palm of your hands with native gamepad and joystick integration.
Guys, you might lose me to EVE Frontiers. I'm not joking. Like, yeah, we can I'm going to be playing Series 6 or whatever. I already played with it a little bit with a controller, and I liked it even with limited controller support. This, unironically, has so much fucking potential to be fun. Oh my god.
As you begin to explore your surroundings, you notice other creatures here. Biomechanical leeches. As their scanners pass over you, you begin to hear something else. Something wholly unnatural. They are decidedly not human.
The original inhabitants of the frontier are long dead, replaced by autonomous machines they left behind, feralized over 14,000 years. New advancements in our NPC AI bring these NPCs to life, allowing the Ferals a greater range of interactions with players. No longer just found in dedicated sites, they roam across star systems searching for resources. They will raid player bases, stockpiling loot that they steal in their own caches. And they have a defined hierarchy where higher level Ferals issue commands and receive intelligence from those who report to them.
You explore deeper into the cavern around you. It is immense, this.
Yeah, I will say, like, it's very difficult to explain to somebody who's only ever played EVE Online. Fighting in EVE Frontiers just feels different. The way that the controls work, the fact that you can dodge behind an asteroid in order to recover a little bit of your health, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, it has a different feel to it, and it's gotten even better every single playtest. Can you play Frontiers now if you buy the Founders Pack? Yep, and you can get use the link down below if you're interested in doing that. Also, there might just be a free, like every cycle they do a free test, or like a time for everybody to be able to play, and that might still be happening right now if you wanted to. But yeah, you can just get a Frontier Pack.
Space. What was it built for? Is there anyone left to even know?
You can go watch every cycle I play for a day or two at the beginning of the cycle, so you can go back and watch one of those if you are interested.
As your mind wanders, your vessel scrapes against the wall. Your ship reports the damage, and the voice reminds you to be careful. Without shields, these impacts are dangerous. In the distance, you see a light. Forward, the voice says, and you oblige.
A grounded ship needs a grounded world to meet it. So we are bringing full mesh-based collision for all objects in the frontier.
I gotta say, as a developer, this is the most insane thing I've heard about Frontiers. I mean, with all of the stuff involving, like, oh, it's crypto, it's blockchain, it'll never have it doesn't need us to have a dedicated server, it's going to be all open source, like, it's all of all of it. The weirdest, like, the thing of, like, oh yeah, there's going to be all these people playing, and all of the collisions are mesh collision based, makes my head explode. Maybe they've gotten it done, maybe not, but, like, that is a cardinal sin in game development in a lot of places. Mesh colliders are very, very costly compared to basic, more rudimentary colliders like square, cube and capsule colliders. So, I mean, it's great. It makes it so that you can actually navigate through, and all of the holes, it really means something. But when it starts scaling up, you think rendering a bunch of ships on field just because you have to figure out the geometry of it is tough. Imagine all of those colliders. That's crazy. That is crazy. But they're doing it, I guess. The discussion around crypto blockchain just feels like people want to hate those things on principle. I mean, you're absolutely correct. It is, and it goes back to a little bit of what I was saying with Vanguard, where it's like, it almost, at a certain point, doesn't become about how good the game is, because there's this concerted, passionate effort to downplay its goodness, because they don't like it inherently, because of something about it, whether in the case of some of those other games, like it's wokeness or whatever, versus like in Frontiers, it's crypto-ness. Like, there's going to be a certain amount of hatred dedicated to it, and people committed to convincing people that it is bad and failing in spite of that. But I'm telling you guys, we can ignore this game all we want, but it's doing well. It is doing well. It is doing far better than I thought it was going to be totally honest.
Tighter geometry means more intuitive interactions with the world around you. You won't just need to hope that you can pass through an opening. You'll be able to trust that what you see is what you get. Everything beyond that point, well, that's a skill issue. To hear more about the improvements that we're making, let's go to FC Paragon.
Overall, the system make flying itself satisfying, expressive, and skillful. We want manual control to feel intuitive from the very first moment. A movement scheme players immediately understand, with enough depth to support true mastery over time. To achieve that, we've rebuilt how ships move at a fundamental level within Frontier, building from the ground up to deliver the ultimate sci-fi fantasy of commanding a spaceship, from small nimble craft to colossal vessels. Ships now move through real applied forces, not abstract rules. Whether you're piloting directly or relying on automation, every maneuver feels grounded. And when things go wrong, the result can be unforgiving. And with native controller support, direct manual control feels precise, responsive, and fully in your hands, however you choose to play.
Bro, if they get away from MMO gameplay and make it actual flying, they can have my wallet. What do you mean by get away from MMO gameplay then? Because I mean, like, the actual flying stuff is there, and a lot of it has to do with, like, with the last cycle, I just went off into the middle of nowhere. I didn't give a crap about society or civilization or other players. I just went and did my own exploration and had fun flying around. So that is a piece of it for sure. I don't know what you mean exactly by getting away from MMO gameplay, but maybe, probably, maybe. I'm not sure.
We've also rebuilt our collision technology, making impacts far more accurate and meaningful. The surfaces you now hit matter, each with their own properties, creating different outcomes depending on what you collide with.
I didn't catch this last time. That's a fucking cockroach. They have a cockroach in Frontiers. I love it. That's the bug testing ship from EVE Online. Be cool if some of these advancements made into EVE proper. Some of them do make it into EVE proper. Some of them EVE is not prepared to be compatible with. I'll put it that way.
Ultimately, this is what unlocks true skill-based combat. Ships of very different scale shouldn't be played the same way, and this new foundation lets each one deliver a distinct combat experience. Small ships are about speed, precision, and nerve. Larger ships are about control, commitment, and the weight behind every shot. That gives every ship class its own identity, its own playstyle.
MMO is sharing a world with hundreds of thousands of players, not a genre defined by hardcore grinding and being forced to play with others. I will say that Frontiers is defined by hardcore grinding. Don't, like, if you do not like mining, you do not like Frontiers, at least as it is right now. And also the scale of some of the larger projects as you go up, like, it's just better to work as a team than as an individual. I'm sure it's possible, but there is a lot of resource grinding of mining and gathering the resources. That is the majority of the gameplay of the game, at least, again, as it is right now. Because you can build your own ship, you can literally build a cockroach. Okay, you could probably build a ship that looks sort of like the cockroach, but that was the cockroach model from EVE Online. That wasn't somebody using the tools to make a cockroach-looking ship.
And its own path to mastery.
Starting in Cycle 6, these controls will allow you to position your ship truly within the world as you thread narrow gaps and weave in and out of cover. We've also extended this layer of immersion beyond just what you can see into the audio system, allowing precise spatial audio that reacts to the world as you move through it. Take a listen.
When I see MMO gameplay, I mean, click hotkey, wait for server tick to watch your do damage, not very interactive. Oh yeah, no. EVE Frontiers goes a long ways in fixing that, for sure. I mean, there's still, like, netcode, you know, like, there's still latency you have to consider and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, this is night and day difference. And they even talk about, like, skill shots coming up.
As you come out of the cavernous space, you see it for what it is. It is massive and ancient. Something that once had a purpose, but that has long since collapsed into ruin. It is a tomb. Around you are drones, larger and seemingly better equipped than those within the cavern. Dangerous, the voice says, as a beam of light passes over you. You quickly slide into the shadows before its owner can come to inspect you.
In the landscape of information control that we're building within...
I will say what you will about Frontiers. You can hate it if you want. You not want the block if you want. There are people in the chat that were like, oh, this looks like PS2 graphics. You're just wrong. You're just wrong.
Frontier, visual identity matters. If something looks dangerous, it probably is dangerous. The same is true with feral drones, who will be receiving a number of visual updates as we introduce new feral clades and more drone classes to both enhance immersion and create opportunities for players to react based on sight, and not just a pop-up on the screen.
As you try to find a path forward through the ruin, you come across the wreck of a mutilated hauler. You quietly hope whoever did this is not anywhere nearby. You aim your scanner at the wreck and reveal valuable resources hidden within those locked containers. Conveniently, one of the tools at your disposal is a cutting laser. You carefully aim it at the containers and pull the trigger, destroying the container and revealing the valuable cargo within. You grab what you can and flee before the ferals respond to the disturbance.
Manual piloting and accurate line of sight is only the beginning. We'll soon be introducing manual fire controls for your primary weapons, a system that will act in tandem with all smaller automated guns. Doing this massively increases the skill ceiling for PvP and PvE, allowing you to take aim and fire not just at enemy vessels, but at individual components of those vessels.
It's gonna be so frustrating.
Now, more than ever, the decision on which weapons to fit matters. Do you fire?
Wait, you can target individual weapon systems on the enemy ships? So there's like, oh, because the ships are modular, so you could actually take damage to the individual pieces of the modular ships. This game is going to be so cool. I don't know if it's going to work, but it's going to be so cool.
Fire the less powerful auto-targeting guns, knowing that they will track and fire upon the enemy for you? Or do you rely on your own skills to gun down enemies? To add the interactivity of the universe, we've enhanced the way you gather information
I love
by
this
building
so
on top of our
much.
passive scanning layer with an active targeted scanning system. This system allows you to quickly and efficiently reveal much more information around you. However, much like a lantern in a dark forest reveals the path ahead, it is also visible to whatever is watching from between the trees. Active scanning unveils the secrets of the frontier and simultaneously announces your presence to every eye waiting in the darkness. Every pulse is a beacon, and every sweep is an announcement.
As a scout, this makes me excited to my core.
Within the shattered wreck of the hauler, you come across something new. Your ship seems keenly familiar with it, a new component, perhaps. Your onboard crafting system reveals that it is a propulsion device, capable of short bursts of incredible speed. Useful for crossing the feral-infested area around you, no doubt. You equip this module to your ship's hull and see it slot into place next to your other tools. Aiming at an open space between feral patrols, you activate the new drive and burn into the darkness.
First impressions matter, and we are conscious of the truth that your first moments in any new game can determine whether or not you decide to commit to the universe. We are constantly striving to improve our new player experience with the goal of creating an introduction to Frontier that is both evocative and informative, giving players the confidence that they need to enter this harsh galaxy.
You escape, for now. In this brief moment of peace, you pause to reconcile everything that has happened since your awakening. The things you've learned, the experience that you've gained, a host of new memories to categorize. There is something else, though. Feral corruption, something the leeches left on you in the ruin. You feel it creeping into the deeper recesses of your mind. You find a derelict shipyard, something you can dock to. Not quite a sanctuary, but it will suffice, for now.
I mean, yes, other games have done targeted subsystems, but the idea that it gets added into the EVE game is really cool. That doesn't make it not cool to have it be in this game.
The voice speaks again. Ascend. Renew.
In Frontier, progression isn't just something that happens to you. It's a system that you shape. Your vessel, your body, and the most intimate aspects of the self. Skills are not simply passively collected, but something that is gained with experience. You earn memories by acting in the universe, and those memories can be woven into metaphysical crowns that shape your character. This active XP system rewards engagement and allows you to develop the skills that you use most frequently. Through use, a shell gains experience, becoming more specialized over time. But shells can be broken.
I just realized that is the shell. Hold on. That is the shell from the video that we looked at yesterday. Do I still have that video ready to go? Yes, I do. We're going to show it one more time just in case people weren't here yesterday. This is not it. Add, dumb. Here we go. No, add again. No! Hold on. 1 second. And there we go. it's a work in progress insofar as it's in universe a work in progress. I don't know. There it is. Coincidentally, anybody excited for Backrooms?
Through use, a shell gains experience, becoming more specialized over time. But shells can be broken, and to cement that development to the self, you must sacrifice the shell. As you ascend, you empower the self with a portion of
Untextured models, I expect T-pose or something. Yeah, and I guess my point is that you're right, but it's also just like it is low. I hate to say low quality, but like that is textured. It's just that it's a blank clone. You don't care about your body.
the transient knowledge gleaned from the universe. To tell you more about this, here is FC Dead.
Progressing in Frontier is driven by a simple path: face danger, adapt, and find safety. Players operate in a hostile universe, where every journey beyond the familiar comes with risks. To survive, you'll need to engage with that danger, venturing into the unknown to gather resources that keep you moving forward. But the environment pushes back. From extreme conditions to unpredictable threats, players must constantly respond to the pressures around them, learning, adjusting, and evolving with every encounter. Survival begins with the shell, the core of your presence in the universe. Protecting it is essential. As you progress, you'll build and upgrade new shells designed to withstand greater pressures and strengthening your impact in the frontier. Surrounding it all is your ship, the system that carries, protects, and empowers the shell within. As your ambitions grow, so too must your ability to defend what matters most.
So, just in case they don't quite explain this well enough, basically, as you do things, you gain experiences. And then you can go somewhere safe and kind of like save it down and kind of encode those experiences to kind of make permanent progression. But if you die before you do that, you lose any of the value that's been built up in your clone.
Crowns and the memories behind them aren't locked to you. They can be grown, harvested.
Yeah, so there's your shell, which is your body, and then there's crowns, which are like almost like implants, but you weave your crowns with the experience that you've built, and then you can apply the crown to gain those bonuses. So you can be like, okay, well now I'm going to be doing mining, so I've been building up this mining crown, and so I'm going to put on the mining crown and then go do my mining.
Traded, bought, sold, or stolen. An economy of experience. Every bit of this, every intimate detail of the shell and self relationship speaks to a larger goal of more in-depth identity expression. So the next time you return from a mining expedition, the heavier cargo hold than before, you know it's because you committed the time and the effort developing the skills that got you there.
You live, you die, you live again. You awake this time in a vast field of asteroids. Your vessel alerts you that there are new tools at your disposal. Refineries, printers, network nodes, the means to not just survive, but to carve out a place for yourself. You need resources, and figure if the cutting laser worked in those cargo containers, who's to say it won't work on these asteroids? Your scanner illuminates a nearby rock. There, at its heart, a rich feldspar vein. Exactly what you need right now. You carefully cut through the outer layers of the rock, revealing the valuable metals within. Once you've collected what you need from this rock, you move on to the next one, and the next one, and
This is what I've asked for in Eve mining forever.
the next one, and the next
The
one.
ability to like survey and pick
Manual
out the good
firing
stuff
brings
from the
a new
bad stuff.
dimension, not just to combat, but also
Look at
the
that.
resource generation layer. Scan an asteroid to find where the most valuable ores are located, then use your cutting tool to carefully break it open and take only what you need, reducing waste and making mining activity that rewards engagement.
I want this so
on the
bad.
frontier, some dangers are obvious. A prowling feral with red-hot guns trained on you, leeches that siphon away your vessel's energy and make your shell sick. Some dangers, though, are more insidious. On the outer reaches of a star system, you come across a crude rift. The crude matter extracted from this rift will power your vessel for days. You settle in and begin siphoning up the valuable crude when you feel something strange. Your ship's systems have become sluggish. The connection between your vessel and your shell is weakening. You realize too late, you are very far from the system's sun, and you are freezing to death.
This is interesting.
You die, you live again.
So right now in eFrontiers, heat exists, but it exists solely as a bad thing, right? You want to stay away from the heat. When you jump, you get heat. If your systems get overloaded, that's bad. But now they're introducing this idea that too cold is also a problem.
Over the last year, we've introduced fundamental systems for how the universe interacts with you. In Cycle 6, we begin to build on these, making your positioning in space matter. For example, the shadow of a structure can hide you from the heat of a star, but let your ship get too cold, and your shell inside may be affected. And of course, while freezing to death is not ideal, burning alive inside your ship has more or less the same end result. We will also be adding visual indicators highlighting things like the frost ring in the system views to make it clear where some resources, like ice, would be found.
Until now, you've been fumbling in the dark looking for rocks, but now you have a map. Accessing it reveals how much you've missed even within this one single star system. Vast regions of metal-rich asteroids, ancient structures like your Genesis chamber, to explore and search for resources and the celestial bodies themselves, all available at your fingertips.
We introduced orbital zones, realistic areas and systems where resources can be gathered. And we're updating the system map to help you navigate and allow.
Well, yeah, you can have heaters in your ship that should theoretically help out a little bit. You can also have coolers for your ship in order to keep it cool in spite of high heat evidence. But those, the heater one, the cooling ones, which we already have, does require a slot, resources, and actually doodads to like fuel as well. And so it's not just a gimme.
Allow us to continue working towards system-level scanning. To tell us more about this, he is FC Layered Lord.
Frontier is vast and chaotic, but it's shaped by force.
Do I use the referral code when I purchase the founder pack or when an account is made? Oh, I think you just lose the. I thought you just used the link. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I think you can use it later.
Forces that underpin everything you see and explore. From vast stellar formations to the smallest anomalies, every region is governed by systems that define its identity. These systems make the galaxy.
I will say, okay, so if you are interested, Wesley Pipes, who does Twitch streaming and stuff, and XD, which is the tribe in Frontiers, they're good people. I recommend them.
Galaxy, a coherent place you can learn, read, and ultimately master. Within that structure, humanity had once carved out its place. These first sectors settled formed distinct regions with their own character. But those civilizations are now long dead, leaving them unanswered mysteries and treasures waiting to be rediscovered. However, not everything is visible at first glance. Discovery is an active process. Using scanning tools and exploration mechanics, players can uncover hidden information revealing resources, signals, and secrets within the universe itself.
You're telling me I could kit myself to live in freezing temps to avoid folks? That's exactly what I'm telling you. There's different environments where you can prepare yourself to be more or less equipped to those environments. And what's cool is you can shut off your engines and go quiet, and then people won't be able to find you, even if they're right there. And you'll be able to see them hunting around and pinging and being loud, but you'll just be sitting there watching them. Oh, I love it so much.
Crucially, what you discover isn't just for you. Players choose what to share, what to trade, and what to keep hidden, turning knowledge into one of the most powerful resources in the frontier.
You have done this many times. You awaken, you strike out, and you die. You are tired of starting over at zero. You want a place of your own. You have collected the tools needed for this task. It starts with a network node, the central hub of your base. From there, maybe a refinery or two, maybe a printer, maybe 3. You never know when you're going to need the extra production power.
For some, the cycle of exploration, ascension, and death may be enough to satisfy.
By the way, most of these pictures are probably from like actual like in-game stuff, because this guy here, like that's Reap. It says Reap at the top, right? That's one of the main alliance or tribes or whatever in Frontiers right now. So this is probably a picture from Cycle 5.
You never know when you're going to need the extra production power.
For some, the cycle of exploration, ascension, and death may be enough to satisfy them. For others, their goal will be to carve out their own place in the galaxy. One person builds a home, then others join them. Soon, a village may form. What you see here are examples of bases that players are building together today in the frontier.
Yeah.
We're continuing to build and develop the tools needed for players to put down roots, become a tribe, and build the first pillars of a new civilization.
Tribe is the equivalent of corporation in the game, just for clarity.
To increase immersion, we're bringing a VFX pass to various base structures. So you can see and feel the vibrant buzz of an industrial powerhouse and witness signs of life in an otherwise dead galaxy. as you work to build a future together. But we're not stopping
That looks
there.
cool.
As you sleep, you dream of something new. Your vessel is your greatest tool, but it is not a perfect tool. You think often about how it could be better. If only its builder had thought to make it faster, or stronger, or smarter. You have collected pieces of ships, the rewards for your exploration efforts. They are just components, though. They are not a vessel in their own right. At least.
Okay, hold on. Somebody's saying this looks like the Mortis Legion. That is one of the ships in Frontiers. Like, that is actually a ship. Like, that's just one of the first. I think it's the Corvette. One of the Corvettes in the Frontiers, just with, like, bright light. No, there's no alliances right now in the game. There's only tribes.
Not yet. And as you sleep, you dream of something new.
For as long as you've flown in the Frontier, a ship has been a role.
Guys.
A frigate is a frigate, a miner mines,
Guys.
and a hauler hauls. The shipyard handed you a tool, and you went to work. That's how it's always been. Every ship, a fixed purpose. But Frontier was never supposed to be a game of presets, so we asked a different question. What if the hull was a canvas? And what if the role was a decision that you made? System by system,
Guys.
piece by piece. Every component, every thruster, every reactor, every weapon hardpoint, every cargo bay. A piece that you choose, and a piece that you build. Not a class, not a role, your ship. The mining rig that bites back, or the combat frigate that's also a cargo smuggler.
Where should we take the time? I
Or
don't
even
know
a
what you mean by
capital
that,
ship that
but-
nobody's seen before because nobody's built it before. We are bringing.
You guys keep using the word NFT. I get it. It's blockchain based. You know, blockchain and NFTs are technically different. Like, I mean, they are. NFTs are built on blockchain technology, but like, they're not the same thing, right? I don't care. This is cool. This is cool. I want this so much.
Bringing modular ships to E-Frontier. The ship is no longer the fundamental unit. The component is. Every hull becomes a foundation. Every loadout is a statement of intent. You won't pick a ship from a catalog. You will build one, piece by piece, until what takes flight is something that only you could have made. And in the future, you'll be building more than just ships this way.
I actually like the fact that I'm going to be able to like go around and explore and have my own ship that's literally my ship. Like, it's the only one that looks that. Oh my god.
The dream of Frontier is a universe where the development of civilization is entirely in the hands of our players. While our growing community of builders works to develop the tools that will support these civilizations, we are seeking to put the tools of creative, expressive shipbuilding in your hands. Your ship's utility is no longer limited by a handful of tools that we provide for you. You'll have the ability to design, build, and adapt your vessel in whatever way best suits you.
I assure you, the crypto side of things is, or the blockchain side of things is almost unnoticeable from just a gameplay point of view. I will, just for full disclosure, the big thing is, and some people have mentioned this already, so the infrastructure that you build, like smart factories, those buildings that they have, that is the stuff that's primarily tied into the blockchain. And so that is the stuff that can have some latency or clunkiness when it comes to interacting with it. That said, since they've switched to SUI, it's been a lot better. So yes, when you're dealing with things like certain factories and like some buildings versus other buildings might be a little bit weird because of that. Like the actual gameplay, like in earlier versions, you would have to set up your crypto wallet correctly and all that sort of stuff. You actually don't need to do that anymore. And you can play all of Frontiers and not even notice that it's actually blockchain based. The biggest thing for blockchain is for things like building the infrastructure, like bridges, like jump bridges or jump gates and stuff like that. And the cool thing, guys, okay, let me real quick. The reason why it's on blockchain is to make it so that the database is publicly accessible. Hold on. Here is an eFrontiers third-party tool. Yes, exit it. I don't know what I'm doing, but whatever. So with this tool, you can actually see every single map or every single point in the map, but you can also see things like jump bridges or like jump gates and stuff that have been made by players. because when you build things, you register it on the blockchain. So the API is completely powered by it just being on the blockchain. The Eve coin thing is actually not in the game. It like is not a component of the game at all. The whole point of that, so like the Eve coin thing is that you would pay money. So in Eve online, you pay $20 and you get access to your account and your character as an Omega the entire month. In Frontiers, it's less about that. It's about the fuel, those rifts that you saw. Eventually, that fuel will need, well, that fuel needs to be mined. In order to mine that fuel, you need to have special crystals. Now, right now, you can buy those crystals from the vendor. But in the future, that will be the thing that you buy with the Eve coin, right? So everything you do in the game represents a certain amount of effort. That certain amount of effort requires a certain amount of fuel. The extraction of the fuel requires a different kind of effort, and the lenses, which takes Eve coins. So every single quanta of work that's done in Eve Frontiers is tied directly, chain by chain by chain, all the way back to a certain quanta of value being used. So the more you play the game, the more you're doing things that support the infrastructure of the game itself, rather than just paying a subscription for open access. That's how they can make sure that it doesn't matter if you can multi-box. It doesn't matter if you can bot. It doesn't matter whatever, because the work that you put into the game requires the fuel, and everything is kind of bound by that reality. So yeah, it uses a crypto coin to do it, but it could just be $10, right? It could be $10 for 10 lenses. You wouldn't be worried about that.
Everything you've seen here is in active development, and this is only scratching the surface of our long-term plans.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without the efforts of our dedicated community of founders, some of whom are in this room, and all of whom who have been contributing to the universe we're building alongside them. Since we announced Eve Frontier as Project Awakening, we've been working hard to turn the Frontier vision into reality as its own distinct identity, taking us from this to this. A hardcore space survival game set in the Eve universe. And as you can see, that identity is more alive and more distinct now than ever before.
In 2026, we moved Frontier to SWE, and we hosted our biggest hackathon ever, with nearly 1,000 people joining us to help shape the Frontier. Through the power of smart assemblies in Eve Frontier, you were able to build some truly amazing things.
Sounds like bait, almost propaganda to push different emergent blockchain types. You mean there's a reason why they gave CCP the $50 million to produce this game, and that SUI has sponsored this production and also the Fanfest to celebrate it? Yeah, the blockchain guys are really fucking excited about a game that actually proves blockchain technology to being useful beyond just NFTs. Yes, they are extremely excited at that possibility and are willing to throw millions of dollars at a game that just justifies the use of blockchain as a technology. That is correct, because NFTs did not do it.
Now, what is a smart assembly, I hear you say?
Yes.
Smart assemblies, like this storage unit or gate, are special objects within Eve Frontier. But they're actually not that smart. They're actually very stupid. And so you come along and connect their logic to whatever you want, giving them and you the ability to do things that we could not design for or imagine. Your gate network that only
Crypto game rug pulls are incredibly profitable. I mean, you're not, okay, look, you're not wrong, but we could look at other crypto games like that NFT trading card game that Ubisoft tried to do and be like, why those things failed. The most salient thing I remember way back in the day, back when when NFTs were first being talked about and like the whole like not for tranquility stuff was coming out. One of the CCP devs was in the chat and he was pointing out that like if CCP was to do anything with blockchain, which there was CCP back then, I'm not correcting it, then what they would do is like they would use it as a way of just making their API. Because right now, like all the data of the Eve servers are on the Eve servers. So if you want to know a piece of information from the Eve server, you've got to talk to the Eve server. This is why third-party apps and stuff have rate limits and there's all this sort of stuff. Like it's actually a problem. There was actually a period of time in which the API servers were being effectively DDoSed by requests, and so they've had to shut down certain endpoints in the API node. But if all of that data is on the blockchain, then the infrastructure to access that data is distributed, because that's the advantage of the blockchain, is that there's multiple nodes of authority for the record, right? That's it. That's all it is. That's what it's for. And yeah, accessing it can be a little bit slower depending on how it works. That's why they're working on that and creating an abstraction layer on top of it to function as a buffer cache. But like, even back then, they were like, if we were going to do anything with blockchain, it would be to just make it so that it was powering the API, because it would make it easier for our server architecture to do. Like, that's it. This is all just designed to make it so that the server doesn't have to be ran by CCP, but it's just out there. And so no one person owns the data of Frontiers. It's just like the standards have been made, and so it can just be tied into that. CCP could theoretically be like go under as a company, and if somebody, you know, if the client is open source, if the data is on the blockchain, if the backing information is open, if the backing like the basics infrastructure for the server that sits on top of it is open source, then anybody else could just pick it up and just run with it, because the data is there. Every copy of Frontiers would be the exact same because it's tied to that blockchain data, which is just out there. It's a public ledger. That's the point. Like, this is a technology. It has advantages and has disadvantages. It has uses and has lack of uses. And the thing is that there's a lot of work that it takes to make blockchain tech work. And so the people who make the super nerds that are into this kind of stuff have been hunting for a justification for doing this. NFTs was just a way of justifying people to want to care about these tokens. There's other things to do to care about those tokens too. And this idea of like making a game off of it so that way there's real legacy and history of every single object within the game has been something that's talked about by all kinds of people, including Extra Credit, from way back in the day. So there is potential, but it also could be a cash grab, which is why it's important to see the implementation of it. It's why I didn't promote Frontiers for like the first 6 months to a year of them doing it. Only after I've given them a chance. CCP doesn't pay me shit. I get nothing for saying this, okay? I get nothing for arguing with you guys about this. You know, that isn't the point. I've played it, and I've been kind of impressed by it. It has its merits. It has its disadvantages. The fact that it's crypto is not the most important thing about it. And if anything, CCP and Fenris has been trying to get away from that like stigma as much as they possibly can. Will Frontier have tie-dye? Maybe. Who'd be able to inject more EVE coin? I don't know all those kind of details. Data for EVE Online are also on the servers? No, okay. My point is that the data for EVE Online are on the servers. The Frontier data will be on the blockchain, which is a different access point. Who would be able to inject? There's stuff about the white page about this. I think that Fenris has produced a certain amount of this coin for them to utilize, because that was also part of the Pearl Abyss sale. But all I can do is really refer to you to the white page. We did a couple of streams where we went over the white page by page in order to look at it. But I think that like that's just way too far down the road at this point. Those details will come out later.
Only lets people through if the weather in Reykjavik is nice. You can build that. Want to exchange goods and services for the corpses of your enemies? Sounds good to me.
How about a functional, player-driven faction warfare system, where players can join one of two factions and fight for control of territory inside of a designated war zone? Or a flow graph-based programming environment for smart turrets that exports and deploys move packages.
I need to pause and go back in here, because I feel like in our argument, we lost track of what's happening here. Because we talk a lot about like, oh, this is the needs or whatever. This is the payoff. Like, that hackathon was huge. That faction warfare system is pretty cool. But the coolest thing about it is that it's built by a fucking player. Because the rules are defined by, like, the fact that it's a blockchain is almost irrelevant, but the fact that it's built upon a series of rules that people can put their own component into means that players can build into the game in a way that just cannot be done in EVE Online. Bounty systems, faction warfare systems, trade systems, tools to let you manage your empire can be built into the game by players who know how to code and then utilized by players that don't even necessarily have to code. That is a real fucking thing. And that piece of it does, more or less, requires the wrong word, but it is one of the huge advantages that you get from it being on the blockchain.
How about a functional, player-driven faction warfare system where players can join one of two factions and fight for control of territory inside of a designated war zone?
Correct. Frontiers was, so A1P, no, that's K1P1, A1Z, whatever. There's a crypto investment company that paid Hilmar $50 million to make this game. Like, this didn't come from our, this was almost entirely financed by crypto dudes. A16Z, thank you. So, like, they took, if anything, if anybody's getting scammed, it's the crypto bros so far.
Functional, player-driven faction warfare system where players can join one of two factions and fight for control of territory.
This is real. That is they did it. It's part of the hackathon. It's so wild.
Inside of a designated war zone. Or a flow graph-based programming environment for smart turrets that exports and deploys move packages, making it easier for anyone ever to delve into the customizability of EVE Frontier.
How about an isometric walking in stations marketplace where people can set up stalls and trade with one another, both in token and item barter, all built by you. And of course...
Oh.
I'm telling you guys, people are going to build Minecraft in fucking Frontiers.
Okay. Moving on. Yep.
It's weird.
To make it easier than ever before for others to use the tools that you make, we will be introducing new ways to discover an ecosystem of apps and SWE packages made by builders and install them on your assemblies in just a few clicks.
Now, before we hand it over to FC Bowman, we wanted to leave you with this highlight reel showcasing some of what you and our players have been up to
Probably
over the
more,
last
honestly,
few
at this
months. Thank you.
This is Reapers, yeah.
We're at 98. Okay, we've done 1% of damage, or 2% damage. This is progress.
Does anybody know if they've killed this thing yet? I know they've made at least 4 or 5 goes at it. I'm pretty sure this thing has killed them every single time. This is like their feral rogue drone world boss, and I'm pretty sure it is yet to be defeated.
This is progress, baby. We're making progress.
Lock broken, lock
Yeah,
broken.
I don't think that they've never beaten it.
Try and stick around as long as you need to. If you get locked up at this point, you need to warp out.
Yeah, the Moon Eater.
Now, where did that first drone go?
That is a point that is really cool because, like, when things go behind the rock, you can lose track of things. You have to hunt for it's yeah. How many projects was in the hackathon? Was it 800 different projects? We talked about this yesterday at the keynote thing. Like, we can poo-poo it all you want. 800 different projects for a hackathon is good by any measure.
Frontier. It's a virtual world that we're creating together. We create virtual worlds more meaningful than real life. You've heard that before. For 23 years, CCP.
Hey guys. I learn more from this show than I do by playing. Like the stream? Hey guys. Hold on. Where's that? That's not this, is it? No. No, that character isn't anywhere on here. Never mind. What is it saying? Wait, what is it? What is this then? What is this? Too many curves. Yeah, you're right. And there's the 4 dot. This is clearly saying something, though. Does Frontiers have its own text, too? God damn it. All right, whatever.
Has worked to make this true. The Frontier team is now creating our virtual world using new technologies to deliver meaningful player participation in the creation of civilizations. This team, real human beings, working together, supported by...
They all have the same fucking shirt. It's gotta mean something.
Many, many others are creating the new meaningful virtual world of Frontier.
Probably. Honestly, you're not wrong. Always drink your Ovaltine or something.
This is our world, all of us. The developers, the founders, players, and the builders, assemblers. We are doing this together. We
Isn't it
survive.
Awaken Eternally?
We thrive. Hopefully, we reach enlightenment. We understand the stage we need to build this, to allow this performance. We are building
get that hand out of the way.
a stage right now.
Hold on. Screenshot.
Maximum Cats told you about rebuilding new civilizations. FC Overload and Jotun shared both our current playable world and where we are headed. So what's the next step in building the stage? In our next cycle, cycle 6, we're increasing the challenges to survival. Your tools to respond to this come in cycle 6 as well. As Maximum Cat said, this world is a world of transformative struggle. Before you can build your civilization, you must survive the hostile galaxy. Not just against players and the ferals, but against the universe itself. You must manage the extreme heat, the intolerable cold, before it kills you. Shell and ship environment effects are in for cycle 6. You will discover new forms of artificially intelligent drones. The feral artificial life continues to evolve. And in cycle 6, it can now infect your systems. To respond to this increased hostility, you will need to explore. There's a new system viewing and scanning data storage coming in cycle 6. Now when you scan, that information is persistent. Travel is continuing to evolve as well. You'll need to reactivate long dormant gates to explore the new star systems efficiently.
Okay, I'm getting wrapped up in all this, but it can't be Awaken, because Awaken would be AWA. So you would see symbol, first, first symbol, second symbol, first symbol. And we don't see that. All you see is the biggest clue that we have is the 4 dots in the first line and the 4 dots in the second line, which is probably some sort of vowel.
By far the most significant part of cycle 6, we are executing on modularity. You'll be starting with a fragile.
Nope, because Awakening, again, Awaken. You would have symbol, different symbol, first symbol. You don't see it. So, is there any the other repetition, you have this there and this there, which means that double lines are most likely an E, right? Because E's are the most likely thing to be at the end of the word and also be a vowel. So we see a word that ends in E and a word that has the second letter being an E and maybe the fourth letter being, and a fourth letter being a different vowel, and then this letter being also an E. So blank E blank other vowel blank E blank blank. All right, well, we'll figure this out eventually.
Vulnerable ship. From there, hopefully, you'll survive by adding functionality to your ship, piece by piece. This will change the game as you currently know it. But where are we headed after Cycle 6? Modularity means that we can bring in many, many new features and give access to the logic underlying the modules to everyone. The team will be delivering new and improved ship and structural modules and weapons, sanctuaries, collision damage, system-specific damage, and repair. There will be playable, programmable module behaviors, detection systems, countermeasures, social systems, system scanning, and data items. You'll also find drone industry and much more as we expand the frontier.
Okay, wait, hold on.
The foundations of much what we
Hold on, some of those are more explainable than others. What are you talking about? I mean, like, okay, I can immediately, okay, I get modularity. New modules and weapons, good. Sanctuaries, fine. The ability, player-built structures, maybe. Collisions, cool. The different kinds of collisions that they talked about earlier. Specific damage, you can be damaged in one place because of the modularity. Assembly behavior, God, I hope they fix, like, because of the whole blockchain thing, one of the problems that has come in is that the assembly centers have always been a very frustrating thing, trying to get smart assemblies to work with normal storage and just, but you know, so that is something that needs work. So I'm hoping that has to do with that. Countermeasures seems good. We'll see about that. Social systems, fine. I'd like I could make some guesses as to what that might be, but let's get more details. System scanning, we already talked a little bit about that. Data items, is that lore items? They've already had like big lore items. That's just new lore items. And this AI drone industry thing is actually pretty cool because like there's been this whole thing about like there's these big sites and there's road drones. You may not necessarily even want to kill the road drones at first. You may want to cultivate them to get them to build to a higher level of work done. So then when you kill them, you get better stuff.
and much more as we expand the frontier. The foundations of much what we've shown you, they're already in place. You can play today. With founder access, it's available. You can go in, you can start to survive, start to build a civilization.
I do know that there is, hold on. Actually, I'm going to take a little bit of a detour real quick. I mean, not detour. Detour is like not quite the right word for it, but I'm going to go to Eve Frontiers because one of the things, like they did do a pretty decent patch and I've completely not covered it. And I apologize for that. But there's just been so much to cover. They've done, wait, how many patches have they done? Uh-oh, they've probably done a few. Okay, you know what? I think what's going to have to happen is at some point soon. Wait, scan pulse effect is now slowed by time dilation, just like you. So I guess time dilation is definitely confirmed. I think that we might just have to poke our heads into Frontiers here. Maybe next week as we're waiting for everything to kind of play out, especially as we wait for the next expansion. We'll probably poke into Frontiers in the next little while.
Manual ship controls, gamepad support.
Okay, hold on. What was that? Oh yeah, gamepad support is in Cycle 5 now. Okay, great. Because it was not quite finished at the beginning of Cycle 5 when we checked it out.
You can start to survive, start to build a civilization.
I see those hearts.
Manual ship controls, gamepad support, base building, shell extension, world bosses.
Status effects.
Those are all there now. In Cycle 6.
Yeah, that whole thing about leeches, by the way, I kind of let that slide past. That's a whole new concept to Frontiers. Like, they kept mentioning those leeches and their effect on you and your ship. It's status effects and new feral threats. Like, we haven't had to deal with stuff like that yet. So that's cool.
Coming on the 25th of June. Ship modularity version 1. Status effects. Dormant gates. New feral threats. Manual firing and skill shots. Your skill will matter. Beyond this, where are we headed? Modularity will continue to expand. It is the basis of all that we do going forward. Sanctuaries, social systems, AI drone industry, cross-system scanning, and counter detection.
Cross-system scanning sounds super good.
Your ability to hide will matter as much as your ability to fight.
I like hiding.
So, I am FC Goodfella, and I am the game director of eFrontier. So you've seen the vision, and you've seen the steps we're taking to deliver towards this vision. You heard about eFrontier's awesome community, and I can sincerely say this is the best time ever to join eFrontier. QR code's here. You heard about the impressive and inspiring things our builders are building. As the young people say, they are indeed cooking heat.
Yeah, where's Sawdeath? Somebody get me Sawdeath. Get me the answer. Hold on, what was that they showed? Oh, blood contract. So these are all player-built tools within the game.
You heard about the impressive and inspiring things our builders are building. As the young people say, they are indeed cooking heat. And for those of you here in Harpa, you have a unique opportunity to play a future version of Frontier. However, there's only an hour left after this keynote, so after we're done here, I encourage you to rush to the demo stations to get your hands on it. Just be warned, it will test out your skills of flying a spaceship on the Frontier. And to wrap it up, we want to show you eFrontier's vision trailer. Some of you have seen it before, and some of you haven't. But the world deserves to see it again and again, because this is our guiding light. For us as developers, it helps guide our development effort in creating eFrontier. And for the people out there who don't know enough about eFrontier, you can watch it and see the experience we are hell-bent on creating. So, to everybody here in Harpa, and to thousands on the stream, I want to sincerely thank you for tuning in to our keynote. See you on the Frontier.
All right, I'm going to turn down the audio here, but we'll play it through. I do want to ask though, while we're watching this, guys, I am good to keep going. Pretty sure Zoe might be okay to keep going too. So I'm okay with jumping into the one of the other panels, the Empires panel, which I think is lore focused. Would you guys, because it's been a long time, you guys have been here for a while too. Should we wrap things up here and then go into the other videos afterwards, or like another day, like next week, or should we just keep going? I'm gonna leave it to you. Yeah, no, that's definitely not gonna. That's probably not gonna fly. The lore is pretty fast. I don't know, man. It's pretty fast until I pause it 5 minutes in and talk about something else for 3 hours. If you stop now, I'll be watching the rest on my own anyways. Let's just keep going then. Screw it. I'm here. You're here. We're all gonna be here. Let's keep going. Look, I don't want to make it everybody feel like I'm hard selling Eve Frontiers. I'm still skeptical about it myself. I'm just pushing back at some of the more commonly, and in my opinion, misguided complaints about it. It is worth at least keeping your attention on, because it's succeeding. It's one of those things. It's succeeding in spite of the Eve player base actively attempting to subvert it. You want me to mine in Eve online? What? Why? Oh, because the moon popped and you guys are mining this today instead of tomorrow because it popped this morning? Is that what's happening? Okay. I'm pretty sure whose fault is it that we popped the moon a day early? Is that my fault? It feels like the kind of thing that would be my fault. It would be cool to find each other on the frontier. It'd be hard to just randomly find each other. Look, man, I'm not the one that brought it up. I don't know what else to do. I'm here. It's nobody's fault. Okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. It's nobody's fault then. Officially, it's nobody's fault. That's great. I'm with that. All right. Cool. Let's find... Where is the lore panel? We have Blood Inc. Evolving Empire. So it's after the Blood Witches. So let's find the Blood Witches. Nope, that's not the right one. So it'd be the one after this one. Yep. All right, we can unmute it and let's learn about, I think, the lore.
All the factions and kind of more unique things. But as of lately, we've been wanting to kind of go back and take a look at kind of these 4 core pillars of.
Come on, let's...
So.
Here we go.
There are 4 sides to every story. Here to tell all of them. Give it up for FC Diegetic and FC Burger.
Can I just say, FC Diegetic, I think he's relatively new, or they're relatively new to the lore team. I fucking love the name Diegetic for the lore guy. Demiurge was good too, but Diegetic is fantastic.
Yeah!
Hi, everybody!
It's already noon, so we're awake and happy and excited. I'm CCP Burger.
I'm CCP Diet. Oh, FC.
FC, I'm FC Burger.
Diegetic.
FC Burger.
And I am FCJS.
Yes. JS is our we decided to add him to this little panel of ours to talk about narrative. And this is my energy drink. And I'm not going to tell you why I need that energy drink, but it's a very comfortable sofa.
At this point, Nexus, I'm just going to say yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Ship spinning is how you get Eve coin. Exactly.
So we're here to kind of have a little...
Is Frontiers worth spending $39 now if you are just wanting to try it out? I mean, what is worth it to you? I would recommend, honestly, buying the smallest package you can, because you can always upgrade later. I'm 90% sure. And there are going to be opportunities to try, if you just want to dabble in it to just see how it is and you don't necessarily want to support it per se right now. I mean, just wait till just keep an eye out for the next free test of it. But if you do want to play it, like if it's something that you want to explore, and more importantly, you want to put some money behind in order to make sure it has better development, the development, then get the package for sure. I mean, the thing is that we are still in a period of time where they're wiping every month or two. So like the true potential of it is like you're not going to be able to access it yet. However, that said, each cycle, like you earn experience or stuff, you can do stuff to earn points that are part of a meta accomplishment. Like if you go, hold on. It's why I want you to use my code, to be honest. Yeah, that's right. The Discord does talk about that. So, but, hold on. Yeah. So there is these things called missions. And you're going to see how little I've done so far this one. You can see here there's Eve points and then there's Grace. So every cycle you can earn points, and then that points gets converted to Grace. And then Grace is cool. I can't sell it any harder than that, unfortunately. But like my point is that playing now, even though there is resets, it will theoretically be meaningful at some point for some reason, right? Like the progress isn't completely wiped. You do get this like meta leveling up, which I don't know too much about the end result of that. Let's jump into the lore stuff.
Conversation about empires and how we've been evolving the empires. I mean, the 4 empires are kind of the core of you know, the history of Eve, the canon of Eve.
Sure.
And it's quite challenging when you have 4 empires to kind of you know, develop a game, because you always have to kind of develop 4 things at the same time, and this has been a bit of a challenge in the past.
Sure, yeah, of course.
And so we kind of gravitated towards kind of all the factions and kind of more unique things. But as of lately, we've been wanting to kind of go back and take a look at kind of these 4 core pillars of Eve. So maybe if you kind of, if you maybe go a bit into the role of the empires in Eve.
Yeah, absolutely. So the reason we wanted to return to these 4 empires and give them focus is because they are at the heart of New Eden's story. So I identify this as being that they are our main superpowers, but then they're also the first identities that we serve to all of you and anyone else who joins the game. People may go on to be like, actually, I want to be a Garistas person, or I'm more identifying with my own personal alliance. But initially, we give you this choice of these 4 empires, and we've done that since the start of the game.
Yep.
And then in terms of how they influence the world of New Eden, the changes that occur within the cluster, and beyond, these 4 empires are always at the heart of that, I think.
Yep.
And so we really wanted to give them the attention and the love that they deserve, and make sure that we had a really strong idea ourselves of who they are and why they do what they do.
There is a bit of a challenge with kind of the empire today. Like, we have empire selection right at the beginning of the game, and it's like the first big decision you make when you create a new character. And sadly, that decision, you know, it matters on a meta level, but it doesn't really like have the impact that you know it should. So we have players spending all these like dramatic cognitive coins on reading up on the empires, and then you know you just play the game and you can fly whatever ship and things like that.
Yeah, but I think also in addition to
I've actually talked to CCP Burger about this before, where it's like the relationship between this and like whether or not you should be able to choose your allegiances later on instead of at the beginning of the tutorial. And in fact, that's where he first pitched to me the idea of all newbies coming through ULI, right? The idea that your experience as a new pilot would actually be very generic, and then only at the end of going through the tutorial does the choice matter, or does the choice get made. Because the problem is that like a new player jumps into the game and they're immediately asked, okay, what faction do you want to be part of? And so they think that that is a meaningful choice. So they might put a lot of effort into figuring it out. There's people that go around, and more importantly, it's one of the first things that gets you to start asking other people for the answer. And so then they go, okay, well, which empire do I want to join? And I even made a video about this, right? About which empire you might want to join. But the problem is that when that player goes and seeks that answer, the answer that they get is, it doesn't matter. Remember how I told you that the tutorial isn't just about teaching people the mechanics of the game, but it's about setting expectations? What expectation do you make about a game about choice and legacy and lasting sandbox and all that stuff when the very first thing you ask them is like, make this choice? And then when they go, okay, well, what choice should I make? And it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like, what does that set people up to feel about the game? It sets people up for failure from the first moment. And that's a big piece of what needs to change. It's why I actually think that you should... Like, people have said, oh, I want to be able to start out as a Triglavian pilot. I think that it is actually meaningful that you start out as something else and then you reject that to become pro-Trig. It's not something that you're born into. It's a decision to leave that and go and join this other thing.
To that, because that's really true. You might choose an empire and then go in and be like, oh, no, wait, but actually those other people, they more make sense of my...
Or you join Amar because you like their ships, and then everybody calls you a slaver, and you're like, oh.
Ideals now that I know more about them. And, you know, I hear a lot of stories of people being like, oh, I made a Kaldari first, and then I started playing the game, and I had to restart and make an Amar.
I made a Minmatar first, and then I had to restart to make an Amar. Now, granted, all that happened before I realized the full extent of how much it all mattered, but yeah, I did it. I mean, my first character was Minmatar, and then I got to the Thrasher, and I sat in the Thrasher, and I was like, oh my god, these ships are terrible. And so I went and looked to see what type of ship I wanted to fly, found the Amarian ships, and re-rolled Ashtarothi.
And I think thinking about how we present them and then making sure that there's such a rich world environment and that when we, even outside of the game, present things about the Empire, it's strong enough that people can have a really good idea of what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Yeah. And our goal now with, Exordium and military campaigns is actually, and this is a spoiler, we actually want to move the Empire selection back. We actually don't want you to pick an empire right at the beginning. We won't do it in this expansion in Cradle of War, but this is something that we're
fucking
seriously
pitched
looking
that
at.
idea to me in 2019.
Move the selection of an empire to a point where you're ready to
So I went to, I was at eVegas and I went to a CSP Burger and I was like, hey man, you should make it so that the character customization comes at the end of the tutorial. Because why do we spend so much time making our character just to have that not matter? Because I saw that as another piece of disappointment. And CCP Burger told me, he's like, actually, you know what? We thought that was true too. And so we A/B tested it. And you know what we found? Retention drops off a cliff the other way around. The act of making your character first is so already assumed by most players of a game that it seems natural to them, and it gets the person invested in their character. It makes you start thinking about it, and that makes you invested in the game. And so the players that spend the time to make their character are more likely to last through the tutorial and everything else because now they have this attachment to it, even if it's just a portrait in the game itself. So he said they tried it. He agreed with me in principle, but in practice, it just found out that that's just not the case. And at the time, they're talking about how really what they focused on was preloading the assets, so that way that was snappier and didn't lag behind for older computers or worse network connections, which ended up being a bigger impact on retention than changing whether or not you do it later on in the thing. But he was like, what about the idea of selecting your faction later at the end of the tutorial? And I was like, oh, that sounds great. So if you want to know how long they've been working on this particular idea, 2019 at minimum.
really make that call. We want you to try out, and get the taste, get the smell of the glory of the Amar, and get the roughness and the harshness of Minotaur, and get the, the freedom and the joy of Galente, and get the, I don't know, what does Kaldari give you?
Honor.
Honor. Stick up your ass. Money.
Money and honor.
Honor.
Money
family.
And order. Who wants
Loyalty.
money and order? Come on. So, and actually on that, so one of the things that we've been talking a lot about, and I'll get to JS in a bit, don't worry. I'm learning too. Yeah. So,
by the way, before we jump into this too much, because we already talked about mining, I do want to point out that this morning, I mined the entire track of the Capsuleer Day Warpath from stage 1 all the way up to stage 5, mining Plagi class in a normal belt in high sec with in contiguous high sec with Thran's boosting and compressing. So all you guys saying that you can't find mineral or people saying that, oh, boosters won't be there because they're mining drones, guess what? We got a lunatic British guy that loves to help out people. So he's out there doing boosts and compression, even though it doesn't give him any track rewards. It's out there, guys. You just gotta have access to it. I completed while watching just a couple of hours of Fanfest, I completed the entire mining track from start to finish. Just throwing it out there. It is very easy to find now.
So one of the things that me and Dietetic have been talking a lot about in the last kind of couple of years is how do we actually make the empires, how do we strengthen their identity? Who are they? How do they, what makes them tick? What's the flavor? And in all honesty, there's a lot written about the empires, and there's a lot outside the game about the empire. But when you're in EVE, you don't necessarily always feel their presence. You don't always feel oh shit, I'm in Min-Matter space. How cool.
Yeah.
So we wanted to so we've been going through a lot of work, mapping out how we see the empires and how we and where we want to push them. What are the things that we want to squeeze, and what are the things we want to change, and what are the things that we want to shake up a bit. So you're about to see what I think is a PowerPoint, is a masterclass in PowerPoint. I've never PowerPointed this heavily in my life, because initially we were going to show you our crazy mirror boards, but I think everyone would get hungover before 1 o'clock.
Even if you hadn't been out last night.
It's too wild. So we PowerPointed our ass off.
Yeah.
So strengthening the identity of New Eden. So maybe if we start with kind of the core identity, the values of the four empires.
Yeah, and this for me is always, this is like, we're also narrative designing our asses off here. Like when we start thinking about characters, about factions, about places, I always want to start with like, what are the core elements that make up that identity? Yep. And I think for a faction, values are the best place to start from. Like everything you see builds up from that. So maybe we can show them.
Yeah. So if we start with Amar, I'll maybe get you to read through these because I'm horribly dyslexic.
Yes, so for the Amar, we decided their core values are faith, order, and obedience. Faith is pretty much a given. That was not a controversial one to work out. But then looking through their history, how they relate to it, reading all the scriptures, everything we published about them in the past, we think that what they value the most is a strong sense of order, and then what they expect, I think, from the people within that order is obedience. Obedience to your holder, obedience to your empress, obedience to the Lord.
Yeah. And then Caldari.
So Caldari were probably in some way the easiest to do because they think they're very vocal about their values.
Yeah, that's true.
Honor, duty, loyalty is the Caldari catchphrase. But when we were breaking this down, I think a great discovery that you made was...
What is it? Honor to your family, duty to your corporation, loyalty to the state. It is, I think, what it was.
Bringing merit more to the fore, which isn't something they say out loud as much, but I think when we look at the Caldari, especially if you're new to the universe of EVE Online, there can sometimes appear to be a clash between this state identity and this corporate identity. And I think the power that marries them is the focus on merit, on value, on like the way that you elevate through this state structure is by demonstrating your merit within your mega corporation.
By the way, guys, one of the things I do want to cover one of these days soon, one of the projects that I've got brewing in my head is the faiths of the empires, right? Because, I mean, we give a lot of thought, like everybody kind of knows the Amarian faith broadly, but like the Caldari way, I think is what it's called, the Intaki, Idama, and like the Mimitar, Verokir tribes and their tattoo culture. There's so many other really interesting, like especially the Caldari's religious traditions are very, very strong. They just don't flaunt it nearly as much. So, but they're so baked into who they are. It's almost hard to understand the Caldari state and their people without understanding their faith and religion.
Yeah. Galente.
The Galente, yeah, so freedom, obviously, Galente love freedom, they're always talking about it, it's their favorite. Yeah. And equality comes quickly after that. But then the other thing we pulled out was prosperity, because when you look at the Galente, you're often looking at things like Quaif, or Duval Labs, or Creadrone, and these are private capitalist organizations. Why do they have such a strong Galente identity? And I think it's because the promise of that freedom and equality is that it is also a path to great prosperity. Now, some people might interpret that as personal prosperity, others might interpret it as the prosperity of the society, but that promise of a prosperous future, I think, is key to the Galente.
Yeah, and then of course...
I will say, like, I like that. So far, I like everything they say. I think that the missing piece, if I had to say anything, I would disagree with the okay, if rather than prosperity, freedom and equality, big, I want to say expression. More than any of the others, Galente is about expressing yourself. It's about showing off. It's about body modifications. It's about being who you want to be. But prosperity is good too.
Yes.
I wonder, hold on. Can you tie those into the three presidential candidates? Is one of them more freedom, one of them more equality, one of them more prosperity? I don't know about that. Nah, no, I don't like it.
And the Mimitar, I think you can most see partly how we worked this out was by contrasting their opposing faction. So where the Amar have faith, the Mimitar have pride. Where the Amar demand obedience,
I guess that's fair.
The Mimitar praise ingenuity. And instead of order, they're more interested in solidarity. And I think that solidarity can occur at a clan level, a tribe level, a republic level.
It's actually very interesting. Like if we just kind of stop here at these values, JS, I mean, you're working on Vanguard, you're working on the backstory of Vanguard, and of course we all work a lot together. But how do these value, like how do
I think that if I could think of any term that would define Minmatar, it'd be tenacity, resilience.
you use them when you're kind of thinking about Vanguard? Because you're not directly working with the empires, but the empires have a huge influence
not wrong,
on the work
Threnz.
that you do.
So we
Where's my Galente cat girls?
You know, we've created this idea of like Avalon, which is a newly created sort of Vanguard collective, and part of what they've done in creating this collective is sort of they've sort of created this new kind of monoculture. And so we've tried to sort of pull on threads from sort of various factions, so of various empires. Sorry, and so I think the Amarian Empire is probably where we've sort of taken the most from. You're going to see when you see the new Vanguard suit, which is looking amazing, by the way. We're working on it right now. That sort of, you know, it's very Amarian coded. It's kind of a little bit kind of lyrical. It's got a little bit ceremonial. You know, because I spoke earlier about how. You know, we're looking at we've been reading about Thanatos agents and all this kind of stuff, all these really cool kind of stories, and you know, like the Templars from the sort of from the early days of Dust, and so there's a lot of kind of like Amari stuff in there, so I think that's probably the sort of like the main influence, but then also trying to you know, figure out what's the uniquely Vanguard thing that we can kind of add on top that sort of ties them all together.
Well, yeah, the character creator used to be much more faction specific, and actually over time they've removed some of the restrictions of like different races can look different ways and stuff like that. I mean, some of it's still there, but yeah. But ultimately, that's not the thing that makes them different.
There is war claims.
It's actually very exciting to use Amar as a catalyst for Vanguard because, you know, if you're building a sci-fi world, it's very easy to just default to Kaldari. And, you know, it's also quite easy to kind of default into more the Minmatar, you know, the drama. And
I think it's like a nice pairing because the Vanguard are like super brutal, and you know, as you saw yesterday, like they burn alive, and you know, so it's like it's a nice pairing to take this kind of super brutality thing and combine it with something a bit more like
divinity
religious. Yeah, because then it kind of elevates it and gives it a bit more sort of meaning, and then sort of, you know, burning up then becomes this kind of sort of like almost religious act of sacrifice, and so we're kind of replaying with all of that kind of all those themes. With the Vanguard.
And like this work that we're doing here with the values, and we're going to continue this. This actually opens up a lot of these ideas. Like this is stuff that you don't really think about unless you go through this work. So, diegetic. Oh,
yes.
Did you see this animation?
I did. I didn't want to call it out because it was too cool. But yes, once we start with values, then we look at how do those values express in the behaviors, the actions, the aesthetics of these different factions.
You plan to summarize the FanFest announcements in a future video? I've missed out so far. I mean, like this dev blog basically summarizes it. I'm sure we're going to be talking about a lot more, like again and again over the next couple of weeks. Not exactly what I think, honestly, if you just go back to the beginning of this stream and watch the first part when we react to the expansion presentation, that might get you pretty close to it too. The summary is military campaigns, faction faction navy destroyers, and Tech 2 carriers. That's basically that's my summary.
And that's what we call tone.
So we start with the Amarians.
Yes, so obedience leads to hierarchy, order leads to a sense of austerity, and of course faith leads to piety. And these again want clearly the expressions of these values out in the world. Yes, the Kaldari controversial statement, quite stern, quite corporate, and
okay, here we go. Oh yeah, okay. So honor becomes stern, merit corporate, duty directed, obedience means hierarchical, order is austerity, faith is pious. Okay.
extremely dedicated.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, with the Galente, prosperity leads to aspiration. Freedom causes them to be the most eclectic and diverse. And the interest in equality gives birth to a righteous desire to bring justice to the cluster. And solidarity from the Minmatar leads to self-determination. Their ingenuity is why they're so adaptable. I think people sometimes like to look down on the rusty Minmatar ships, but I think these are people who managed.
I like how pride leads to proud. All these are like different, like, oh yeah, the result of merit is, or you know, is the corporate system, but you know, the result of pride is pride.
to build a fleet out of scraps and then have it challenge the most established empire in all of New Eden. And of course, pride is that they are proud. That one's a pretty close map.
So actually, on the Rust in Minimator, because I come from architecture, and I've always viewed the Rust not as a scrappy thing. I've always viewed it as like there's like power in it, because you're basically using the natural state of the metal to guard it from oxidation. It's like core 10 steel. So rather than like spending time, painting your ships, you're using the way of the nature. This is the correct state the ship should be in.
Yeah, I think that's a really insightful way to see it. There's an embracing of like what works and what you can do at a mass scale, and then thinking in non-traditional ways about.
Are we just getting philosophical about in Rust we trust? Okay, fair enough.
They're not gilding gold over their ships.
Yeah. All right. More animations. Whoa.
And so finally then, these tone help us give rise to what are the actual goals of these empires. And I think this is something that feels like, well, we all know the goals of the empires, but it's actually something that we rarely codified or talked about in the past. So it was really great to go through this. With the Amar, from their hierarchy, the desire to maintain order becomes a strong goal. Their austerity gives rise to the reclamation. And their piety, the desire to spread their faith even beyond their own borders. With the Kaldari, obviously the return to Kaldari Prime is a core idea within them to prove that they are the strongest and the greatest. It is born from their corporate culture, and the importance of safeguarding their culture against outside influences comes right from their dedication.
Definitely.
For the Galente, prosperity for all from their aspiration, the spread of democracy from their eclectics, and to bring justice to the cluster from their righteousness. And for the Mimitar, their pride is what gives birth to the reclamation of their heritage, which I think we're seeing very clearly demonstrated in one of our first military campaigns. The desire to secure a glorious future is born out of their adaptability.
That part isn't actually talked about very much in like the broader Eve, but there has been for the last 5 years or more this underlying thread of the story of archaeological efforts by the Mimitar to reconstruct their identity, their history, their understanding, finding precious artifacts, arguing over the ancient relics. You see that time and time again pop up in the New Eden news and such.
And the liberation of all Mutari, of course, is one of the founding principles of the Republic.
So these goals, I mean, they kind of vary from very...
We come for our people!
Things that you can do, kind of almost like physical things, and to all the way to very kind of subjective, dramatic goals. Like how do we use this as a tool to play?
Yeah, I think with the campaigns, as we said, absolutely there's a lot of drawing from these goals as inspiration for that. But then also when we think about, well, how do they behave in any given situation, it can sometimes lead to surprising results, I think. But also there's a strong sense of clear direction. And I think when we talk about like the fact that these factions have all been at war for a long time, it's important to think about, well, why are they at war? War is expensive, war is costly, war costs lives. Why continue to dedicate yourselves to these endless struggles? And I think these goals are a big part of the answer to that.
France? Boost? Anyway, sorry, what were they just talking about? I just lost track of what we were talking about. Damn it, I got distracted. Oh yeah, so space is a vacuum, there shouldn't be any rust. Yeah, but the problem with that logic is that, like, space is a vacuum, but the inside of your ship isn't. Your inside of your ship has air, and also there's a bubble around your ship that's held in by a shield and a gravity well. So there could very well be, and we talk about this with the fires coming out of your ship and stuff. There could actually be like a skin of atmosphere around the ship. It would arguably be easier to do that once you have things like the peg and stuff than otherwise. So just because that there's no air in space doesn't mean that there aren't the metal of the ship isn't exposed to air.
But then there's a lot of contradictions in the empires, and the contradictions are actually that's where a lot of these stories happen. That's like where a lot of the kind of the meat you know, the meat on the bone.
Actually, we do. Hold on. So because Tritanium, the main building block of space structures, a very hard yet bendable metal, cannot be used in human habitats due to its instability in atmospheric temperatures, very common throughout the central regions of known universe, may be obtained by reprocessing the following ores. Titanium can be found. Yeah. So like there is lore that titanium by itself is actually incredibly reactive to air and normal temperatures and stuff, and so it has to be used as an alloy in materials. So no, there is some lore to it.
Is on those bones here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is something you did a really good job of focusing us on, and it's an important part of how we design characters often, so it was really great to then bring that thinking into the factions. I think when we look at these contradictions, we see the flavor, the uniqueness, what brings these factions alive, and also what often defines the sub-factions within them.
Yeah.
So if we were to look at, for example, the contradictions on the Republic, we see Republic unity versus tribal autonomy, tradition versus ingenuity, liberation versus building the future. That's basically the brutal versus Sabiesta divide.
Definitely, and it's fun actually with the sub-factions because...
Hold on. Whoa. Let's try that one more time.
Yeah.
So if we were to look at, for example, the contradictions on the Republic, we see Republic unity versus tribal autonomy, tradition versus ingenuity, liberation versus building the future. That's basically the brutal versus Sabiesta divide.
All right, fair enough. You know, we've seen Sebiester and Brutor coming up time and time again in the lore. They always both have a different position about everything. That would be Wukumi Pol for the Brutor, as well as the Samatar himself is Brutor, although recently the Brutor clan chief Wukumi Pol has disagreed with Malatu Shakur on several things, especially when it came to Upwell and Equinox. And you know who almost always disagrees with Wukumi Pol? Akasha Midjular, the Sebister chief. And so we have tracked the idea of like when Akasha Midjular sided with the Samatar versus not. I've always tried to feel this as like an intertribal conflict, or maybe would Akasha have some sort of like personal thing against the Samatar because of the fact that Samatar got her aunt, I think it was, Karen Midjular, kicked out as the leader. But this idea that, like, actually underlying it is that there's these two conflicting values between the Republic, and they've effectively assigned this, like, the more, proud, independent, autonomous. I'm assuming that the tribal autonomy, modern ingenuity, and building the future would be more Brutor, and the Republic unity, cultural traditions, and liberating of Matari. Actually, no. Now I can't decide which one's which. I think which one's which. I don't know enough Minmatar, but yeah, okay, that's fun. It's always good. These little details that they say let us know how CCP or Fenris thinks about these problems, which is always incredibly enlightening.
Right.
Definitely, and it's fun actually with the sub-factions because, you want the empire to kind of encapsulate, like it needs to take up a lot of space and it needs to live on forever. So we need to be careful with the empires themselves, but the sub-factions we can really push them, to the boundaries, and we can make them very extreme when we play with them. But that doesn't mean that we can't take the empires and take them a bit further.
Yes.
And part of the thing that we're doing here with mapping out these contradictions.
Well, it used to be that the different empires used different mineral amounts in their ships, but it was with scarcity and like the rebalance of industry that they made it so that they all use the same minerals for the same kind of ship. But yeah, it used to be because different rocks appear in different areas of space, and then so each empire has access to different materials in different quantities, which also is reflected in the material quantities that are used in their construction and in things like their ice and fuel and stuff. Like each empire uses the resources that are available in their areas. Now, a lot of that has been over time just kind of been worn away from, but that was the original idea, at least in somewhat.
Is to give developers more freedom in pushing the bounds and making them a bit more extreme and creating kind of the periods of drama. And this is something that we're hoping with the military campaign, so we can have a moment where where Caldari leans more into competition over honor, or where cohesion kind of vanishes for a period in Galante. And this is something that we want to play with way more.
Yeah. And I think it's also actually one of the things that I find so exciting about the Vanguard lore that you've been developing. We were just talking before about them as how they have these elements of sacrifice and these legacy from perhaps a more faith-based approach. But
God, I want the Vanguard clones to go full fucking Gnostic. The flesh is corrupt, the soul is pure. We are infomorphs, therefore we're superior. The flesh needs to be burned away for the rights because it's all just a soul trap. The material existence is a lie. Yada yada. Oh man, it'd be great. I mean, medieval or King Arthur stuff is pretty close to that. I mean, not too far away.
Then contradict that with their sort of cool punk attitude. I think it's a really strong way to define a group.
Yeah, that's definitely how we've been sort of thinking about them, and then it's really exciting. It's going to be an exciting problem to solve about how we then sort of introduce them into the sort of like mixture of all the pre-existing kind of structures. But yeah, like we've been writing some expeditions for the Vanguards will be doing in the upcoming release, because we got in trouble last time because we forgot to put Caldari one in, and everyone was like, what does this mean? Why have Caldari been left out? But we just ran out of time. So this time we're really sort of like looking into the empires and how they might want to use the Vanguard and start to sort of build.
Oh, that's right, because there was no Caldari-based missions. That's what he's talking about. That's fun. Like King Arthur, there's been so much. I mean, remember I've been running around in circles of this whole Soldran's Garden thing. Still unsure whether or not that's going to pay off, but it makes me feel like I'm crazy just by looking at it.
Try and sort of start to think about what the relationship between the Vanguard and the empires might be. A fun example this week was that I heard that the Caldari like to gamble. I really hope that's true.
That's true.
But
no, it's very true.
For example, that Caldari are just treating the Vanguard deployments almost like these Hunger Games. Like, bet you can't kill 100 guys in one session, and they're just paying Vanguard to do these like feats of heroism or sort of feats of craziness. Gambling on it.
I forget the name of it right now, and I'm sure everyone in the room in front of me remembers it, but there is an ancient form of dueling in the Caldari culture. We'll totally rap about that later.
Okay.
I'd love to see a 1v1 PvP mode or something, basically. That'd be cool.
Ooh.
Yeah, Caldari are really big in gambling, sports, betting arenas, all that kind of stuff.
Life design.
It's not strong hints. It is absolutely 1000% confirmed. The Avalon Project was an escape of the Vanguard clones from the Fulcrum. They said that during the Vanguard stuff. Basically, the Deathless woke up some of the scariest, most terrifying clone mercenaries from the day, and they were uncontainable, and now they've broken free from the Fulcrum. That was confirmed.
But one thing is about, there's one thing kind of talking about the empires and kind of, building these maps and kind of doing endless paperwork, but we also need to show it. And, yes, there's a lot of amazing stuff written about the empires in different corners of the universe and outside the client, inside the client. But you don't want to force people to read whole heap to kind of see and feel the empire. So we've been talking a lot about, like, how do we take these values,
You mean making people read 20 years of lore updates in order to understand anything is not good, actually? Oh, okay, fair enough. Could have fueled me. I've made a job out of it.
These goals and things like that. And how can we kind of echo it more throughout? So, and of course, like, we do a lot of things. We do a lot of art. There's different nebulas. And
the Bacilla of Commerce? Is that what it was always called? Is that what that one's called in all of the times it's been made? Okay, sure. Yes, but we don't know if they've all broken away, was my point. If, as Arkambai might still be with them, the guy broken out later. I think, yeah, but I think that if anything, I believe that the Lifebringer, we'll have to go back and look, because there are some stuff in the Vanguard lore stuff. I think that Lifegiver has broken away from the Deathless. And like the thing I'm really curious about is Soldrin, because like Soldrin has continued to kind of be in support of the Deathless, especially during the Drifter attacks. We still don't know exactly what's going on within the internal, like this idea that there's a fracturing within the Deathless' circle is something that we really haven't gotten a lens into before this.
In different regions, we have unique. We have music that kind of is dedicated to each empire, and we're in the midst right now of actually.
See, I figured that people would like it this way. Did you say Soldrin is Rankavik? No, I did not say that. Yeah, no, this is what I figured would be the best way to do it. No, Rankavik is not Soldrin. That's not even. Nope, that's not even close. No, I did. Like, this is the order that I thought would be the best way to do it. So that way the people that care about it the most, like the thing that people like, if you're just here for one thing, you're going to just be here for the news about the expansion. So front load that. Once again, please like my stream, consider supporting it. You know, I do these things to be best for you guys, not best for the content.
We do.
Oh, yeah. So I was, I think that Soldrin might be the gardener, I think is what I said. Yeah, Lifegiver is Dr. Gable. I think that Soldrin might be the, because remember, I was freaking out because Avalon is tied to, so there's a book written in like the 80s called Soldrin's Garden, which is about King Arthur and Avalon. And so since there is now a character known as the Gardener, I have speculated that Soldrin might be the gardener, the person who's maintaining the garden thing. There's the harmonic. God damn it! Whatever, they talked about the different tech, but like basically the thing that's letting them link to stuff.
Doing a lot of the Empire music to give them even more identity. But one of the things that I want to talk a bit about is we've actually been playing with this idea of giving its Empire their own kind of header font. So when you do missions for the Minotaur,
Motherfucker, I've just been asking for a goddamn design doc. I just want to know the Empire's colors. Just give me the fucking RGB of the different empires. Give me what are they called? A design doc, like that gives us, here's all your colors, here's all the official logos, here's all the official stuff, so that way you can make your own fan stuff. Never done that. I've been asking CCP for over a decade. What is the official Gallente green? And yes, I could theoretically sit there and eyedrop it or whatever, but I found it always very annoying that CCPs refuse to give me the official answer. It's almost like they should release a book with all the lore. I mean, they've tried that a couple of times to mixed results in different ways.
You actually get this kind of Minimator-esque font here. And I know that like Minimator used to be like, hand script and stuff like that. It
is absolutely because of that, Jeff. And because I was asking them back in 2018 or whatever, when they were just like, no, we don't, that's not a thing that we want to care about. So nowadays they probably are a lot closer to caring about it. I do like the different, so yeah, you've got some good serif fonts for the Amar. I don't know, the Minotaur one is fine, very utilitarian and easy to read. The Caldari one looks very corporate and Times New Roman, I guess. And then the Gallente one looks kind of the smoothest and most curvy, which honestly kind of tracks for the Gallente. Yes, now I could. Yes, I could. You're missing. I feel like, whatever. Either way, you get it.
It's very difficult to use that as a header font because when you get a scribble M that always looks the same, it kind of breaks the immersion. But there is something quite exciting about this font here, where it's kind of it's a monospace font, and you have a odd M and a strange R. And
what I really love actually about this Minotaur font, and I know that's a sentence I wouldn't say in a lot of rooms, but is the way that it speaks to the same thing you were talking about with the Rust. Like, it's the best, quickest, most adaptable, most applicable solution is the one that Minotaur will go to. They're going to iterate, they're going to find the best thing, and then they're just going to go with that. Sometimes with a unique aesthetic, but with also a disregard of putting form over function. Yeah. And I think this speaks to like a simple, straightforward computer script that you can imagine displaying on a Minotaur terminal in the front of a Rifter.
Yeah. And then Caldari, this it was kind of a surprise to all of us that we ended up here, because we all kind of came into this work thinking we would definitely end up in kind of a Helvetica, very kind of US military, very kind of straightforward. But we wanted like a bit more sci-fi element to it. We wanted to keep kind of the militaristic feel.
Actually, that one looks, especially with the R's, it looks closest to the main font that's been used in a lot of E stuff. I use it on my thumbnails. But
so we ended up with this awesome font. The Amarian one was probably the easiest.
A, are all these fonts properly licensed? And B, can I get them? That's all I want to know.
One, like, that was probably the most straightforward. It kind of echoes the old kind of Amar typography, and so that's a good one. And then the Galante one, we wanted to go full on Art Deco.
Okay.
We wanted to embrace kind of, the Raging 20s.
I'm staining too.
It's very French. It's very American. There's a dance between Art Nouveau and Art Deco in it, and there's like a, there's pride, there is prosperity, there is like, there is freedom and.
It's an age of liberty and prosperity, and boom that never expects to see us.
There is nothing bad here.
Yeah,
Everything is great. Everyone is happy. That's what.
In other news, I want the Fenris font. Give me the Fenris font. Oh my God, that looks good.
We wanted the Galante font to say.
Can I just say as well, this was actually, as someone who spent the last like 6 months trying to like cram, learn 23 years of like history and spin off.
Wait, hold on, how long?
This was actually, as someone who spent the last like 6 months trying to like cram.
So for 6 months, I hope he checked out my videos. Somebody should tell him to go check out my stuff.
Learn 23 years of like history and spin off, like a new kind of culture from that history. This was like, I remember we had this.
If they do building, they already do building styles. Amar buildings are very different from the Mimitar buildings. What are you talking about?
Presented to us internally at the studio, and it was just like, okay, it suddenly really kind of made things clear, so like something like a font can actually be like, especially if you like fonts, like I do, it can be really helpful.
And we're distributing it around space, and in Cradle of War, we're kind of starting to like introduce it in small places. So like when you warp for the first time into the Galactic Federation, you get like, welcome, freedom, happiness, everything is good, nothing bad will happen here.
That's kind of cool.
Says this font. And if you warp into a different system, the font tells you it's okay.
Oh yeah.
The God is here.
Okay.
It loves you. It will force you to do things that you would never do. But the Lord tells you to.
It's a font that demands respect.
Demands respect.
Yeah.
I'm a bit hungover, so yeah. But one of the things we also wanted to do, and we were very, very, very adamant about, is that,
No, there's a word for this where it's like they put out like a publishing, like they. It isn't just design docs. There's a term for it.
Online it's not, the empires there aren't ours. Like, the empires are way bigger than Fenris. And the empires, they control, millions, billions of people. And trillions of people, yes, exactly. So we wanted to make sure that, if you want to really
style guide,
your empire, that you can. So all these fonts are actually
10 points to Gryffindor. Thanks, Sean.
Google fonts.
Fan site kits. That's the word I was actually looking for.
So anyone can use these fonts, and these are the names of the fonts on Google Fonts.
Oh,
so
there they are.
Build, your.
So Cinzel, Iceberg, Afficad, Flux, and Space Mono. Space Mono. Okay. Mono is like Android's whole fucking font. Google guys are used to nerd out about Mono. But yeah, style guide is good. Yeah, style guide was the word I was looking for. Fan site kit. Yeah. Also in Eve Universe Show Threads, in the Eve Universe Show channel in Discord, which if you're not in there, you should definitely be part of in order to be part of the conversation. Threads has posted the 4 different fonts and the link to be able to get them from. So if you're interested.
Your applications or your third-party tools using these fonts.
By the way, guys, Raid Reset, for all of you who play Raid, we are recruiting for that too.
You can. And this is something that, we've been talking a lot about internally, is how do we actually give you all more assets to make, the things that you build feel more.
I love how I paused the video just so I could say something to Malak specifically, basically. But, whatever. Thanks for hanging in there, guys.
Like Eve. Like, people keep on mimicking our UI. They keep on mimicking, like, our stuff. And this is a step in that direction. So how can we make sure that, these things are just, like, this is just, Creative Commons, like it's free to use. Anyone can use it, and yeah, we don't want to. This shouldn't be. We shouldn't. You know, we need to unleash the empires. I think it's a really
Oh no, yeah, no. Kind of Dark Amar stations used to look badass.
cool thing. But symmetry and is a very interesting topic. And for the longest time, this was a very challenging thing for us when we designed new systems.
Just for Saria's in Saria's defense, I don't know what else to put it, but like, oh come on. This is what they're talking about. So these are, no, not that. That's not it. These are the old Dark Amar Conid stations. They look badass. This is back when there was also like pleasure hubs with like a stripper dancer and some Glente stations. Different time.
Ships, we always end up doing like four of the same in a way. To make sure that every empire would get kind of, the same thing. And it's really difficult because it basically means that, introducing a new ship meant that we had to spend 4x time in doing it. So we actually we started leaning more into kind of individual factions. So we've been talking a lot about like, how can we embrace asymmetry? And I think, there are some very great examples where asymmetry is embraced in the game, and that's given us the confidence of kind of
Dog, with the Dragoon Navy issue, I gotta say, I might be right behind you.
Leaning more into asymmetry. Can you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's so fascinating to me about asymmetry is that's what drives story. Like a stable situation has no change. The story is what comes from change and conflict.
This, honestly, right now, what's being said right now, though, hold on, let's take a second and reflect on what they're saying, because what they're saying here is going to probably be one of the most impactful things going forward, because basically, because of things like the Concord, what is it, AG-12 initiative or whatever, this is kind of this understanding that all of the empires have to stay the same. If one empire gets a type of ship, they all get the type of ship. There's a symmetry to the way that things are. And what they're saying here is that they're going to start exploring the idea of that symmetry not being true anymore. It could very well be that there is a ship type that exists for one of the empires that doesn't exist for the other empires. Or in this case, like maybe the tax rates are different in Amar space than in Caldari space. And I'm here for that. The fact that they've been bound to this weird, all four empires are kind of different, but they all ultimately end up with like the same basic stuff has always been kind of meh. So that could be very exciting, especially as military campaigns allow us to drive things further and further apart.
In the game, and that's given us the confidence of kind of leaning more into asymmetry. Can you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's so fascinating to me about asymmetry is that's what drives story.
I haven't done raid today. Have you noticed what day it is today? I've been busy. I would like to do raid today. You know what? Let's listen to them while I do some raid.
Like a stable situation has no change. The story is what comes from change and conflict.
Calling me out.
Our forebearers did a fantastic job of building that fundamentally into the empires themselves. So rather than create four empires,
yes,
with the same
I unironically play raid.
Empire in the same shapes in the mirrored locations, we have extreme differences, like the Amar Empire containing.
I didn't call you out. I called myself out for saying that. No, whatever.
Significantly more space. If we look at just the Amar Empire worlds, let alone if we also account the Amatar Mande and the Khanid Kingdom, the number of stars they have significantly dwarfs, say, their opposition, the Mimitar. But then that invites the question, well, why are the Mimitar such a significant threat then to the Amar? And it's not just a case of, say, like a massive force comes in and gets defeated by guerrilla warfare. The Mimitar pose a serious threat to the Amar at home through their military strength. And so then that leads us to make decisions about, well, how are they organized differently internally? What does it mean that the Amar has this proto-feudal, not proto, I guess super-feudal structure that governs it? How does that lead to a difference in the availability of empire resources versus the sort of more scrappy, dynamic, and often more mobile infrastructure that the Mimitar rely on? And so that's a really powerful storytelling tool. But then we've also been leading into this a lot more with our event design and how we put choices into your hands. Something we like to do as much as possible. I think the shipcasters, the Shadow Wars and the development of the shipcasters was a huge example of this. Great shout out to the team that worked on that. And we saw people scrapping over these different sides of the same story as they develop towards the same goal. And then more recently, the Race for the Hives, where the Gallente didn't even get a Drifter wormhole.
Yeah, about that.
And that's led to interesting storytelling. That obviously bled into what's come after, including the presidential campaign we just had.
And it's interesting because like, I don't want to say that we were slaves to the empires, but they were definitely like, they were holding us back a bit, this having to create symmetry. And we're really embracing it in Vanguard. Like you're not really, you're just embracing the asymmetry. Like if you need a laser weapon, it's a Mar. And you can just use them more as a tool, as a vehicle for storytelling. So
yeah, and I mean, speaking of asymmetry, the Vanguard started, like the situation that the Vanguard are in right now is that they have essentially one ship or one small group of ships that are sort of on the run, the Aegis are hunting them down, and they're just making these tiny little deployments, trying to steal bits and pieces to try and build back this kind of warclone legacy that existed previously, and so it does have this very like rebellion kind of feel to it at the moment. So yeah, like, and then there's also this asymmetry between the relative power of warclones in space versus on the ground. The ground is very much their domain. They're incredibly powerful fighters on the ground. But in space, they are completely weak and completely vulnerable and sort of on the run. And so, it's going to be interesting over the next few years to sort of build this up and to see them grow and to see what that becomes. But yeah, for now, asymmetry is our friend. It's like it's creating
The on the run story is the same story from Round Combat. I mean, it's probably the same story for a lot of, black market, illegal, on the run, broken free from your containment groups. So, I mean, yeah.
Cool story straight off the bat, and then there's a ton of different directions that we can go with it in the future.
Definitely.
Yeah, the Valkyrie was running from the Schism.
So I think I'll probably speed through this part to make sure we get through. So I was noticing the clock. But one of the key examples we wanted to give of how all of these thinking comes together was how we wanted to refresh the Gallente through the Gallente election.
I'm actually just going to say it out loud. Like, I love Gallente. Like, my character is Gallente. I've loved my Vexor my entire life. I gave you a design problem like 8 months ago, and the design problem was basically diegetic Gallente is fucking lame. Can we make them awesome, please?
Yeah, and I think
like we did Bray.
The problem we had was like,
wow.
The Gallente are really cool if you go off and read a lot about them. But where's that stuff in the game? Where's it in your regular experience? So if you'll go to the next slide. So again, this is some deep narrative design thinking. I won't go into the details too much, but there's a concept called optimal novelty, which is the idea that if something is too familiar, it becomes boring and humdrum. And if something is too unique, it's exotic and alien and difficult to connect to. And this is backed up by neuroheuristic research I'm happy to talk to anyone about after the presentation.
It's going to take a few hours. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got deep on it. And so this caused us to want to analyze Gallente as an example of a specific trope, the Galactic Federation trope that we see throughout science fiction. So I analyzed 8 different examples of the Galactic Federation from different media and looked at what was the traits that the Gallente had that were unique to the Gallente within that group. This was based on the feedback that we'd received through surveys, through stalking you all and social media places, that the Gallente could come across as a bit too humdrum, a bit too standard, as an example of this.
Yeah, absolutely unacceptable that there's no cat girls on this. Not a nation of nation. Okay, so we have automation focused. Hold on. Classic Federation without that trait. The most. Unique within New Eden, unique. Politically divergent member states, unique. So that's like the idea of the Intaki and the Manar. Multiple planets of origin, it makes them pretty unique. And then below that, their threshold of normalcy, I guess. So not a nation of nations. Which, I mean, I guess, I see. Single species, well, obviously, everything in Eve is a single species. No national religion or belief system. Fair point. Non-utopian. Yeah, I guess that's true. Federal government. Well, yeah, the Federation has a federal, classic federation. Wait, you're telling me that you found two classic federations that don't have a federal government? How do you have a federation without a federal government? What two sci-fi federations don't have a federal? I don't know. Whatever. Capitalistic. Paramilitary democracy and interest in freedom. Apparently, every federation in sci-fi has an interest in freedom and a parliamentary democracy. Wait, Star Trek, the Federation is not a federal government? Wait, I'm sorry, isn't that what that word means? Doesn't a federation have to have a federal government? What is a federation if not? Whatever. Sure. Why not? I'm sure I'll learn something new today. It's more of a confederacy, but it's not it's a federation. Whatever.
Stalking you all in social media places.
I'm looking up what the word means.
Across as a bit too humdrum, a bit too standard, as an example of this trope.
So basically what you did, you just took a look at similar factions in other IPs.
Yes, exactly.
So
a federation is a political system that unites partially self-governing states or provinces under a central authority, establishing a dual system of government. Prominent real-world examples include the United States, Germany, Australia, and Canada. So how do you have a federation without, like, there's a dual system of government because there's the local state, a self-governing state, but then there's the federal government. You have to have a federal government for it to be a federation. I'm done. All right, cool.
So basically, kind of who are the Galactic in Star Trek, Star Wars?
The Federation were a big one, and they're even called Federation of Planets. The Galactic Republic in Star Wars, the Alliance, and the Council in Mass Effect, and on and on. And so looking through all of these different groups, we found there were three primary things that were unique about the Gallente, which was their focus on automation and drones, their politically divergent member states, and that they had these multiple planets of origin. And these three traits are also what is unique about the Gallente within EVE Online.
Well, it's interesting because, like, the Gallente have politically divergent member states because the Federation is kind of a excuse for the tyranny of the majority. So that way the Gallente, the native Gallente, can impose themselves on all of these other cultures. So yeah, they could be different, but they are being manipulated or affected by the Federation. Anyway, whatever.
And so we really wanted to lean into these more in the future storytelling.
So basically the points we did.
And what we get from the Gallente is that they praise freedom, but they practically exiled a lot of Intaki and burned down Calvary Prime. Oh yeah, I'm not saying the Gallente are good guys. It's their whole thing about freedom. They're like, unironically, if you go back and look at I've done several things about the Gallente history, but like Gallente, their whole thing about freedom is an excuse because they bind you to their rules. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about it.
The point every time.
That's true. Well, only 5,000 Intaki got exiled. A bunch of other ones got arrested. Some of them rebelled and joined the Caldari and would eventually become the Mortis Legion. So, you know, it didn't go well for people.
Federation shares the traits.
Yeah, it doesn't share the traits.
Gallente are the criticism of democracy made real. Yeah, that is probably the best single line explanation of the Gallente that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, so the more points you have, the more unique you are. So I think the only one that we analyzed that was also focused on automation was Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, and it didn't work out very well for them.
Actually, I would argue that in Battlestar Galactica, they were very much into automation, and then now they're very much not in that, whatever.
So that gave rise to the selection of these three candidates, each of whom is a unique response to these core values that we established at the beginning of equality, freedom, and prosperity, and each of which had a different take on.
So equality, freedom, and prosperity. That's what they are. Lucas is equality. Alex is damn it, I just lost track of it. But yeah, okay, they were that. I thought
Those three core unique elements: automation, multiple planets of origin, and the diversity of the Federation. And then we gave all of you the choice as to who to select.
freedom to discover, freedom to develop, freedom to fuck over the world with rogue drones.
And it was shockingly close. It's just fascinating.
We actually thought that this would be like a kind of a niche thing that, you know, few people would participate.
It was one of our biggest events that we've done. It was fantastic to see so many.
I love how often CCP just openly admit that they completely underestimated or mispredicted the events. It just happens every single time. It's very funny. We didn't think anybody was going to get into it. Yeah, okay.
We didn't really know who was going to win until last minute.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it was a few days before we announced it that it started to feel like Moreau's victory was solidifying. And it's been really great to have Roden now as this almost victor character in the background being pretty salty about the results.
Let's use this as an opportunity to lay to rest the idea that the Gallente election was scripted. They had ideas for all of them. They represented different things. They all had their different ideas of which one was going to win, but they didn't even know, like, even as it was going, they saw the pattern and was able to see that Alex was gaining ground just like the rest of us could. But this wasn't scripted, and it wouldn't have even been as fun if it was scripted. It just makes sense. They just like saw the stuff, and we controlled the election.
Salty tears. So yeah, putting power into players' hands.
Yes. So all this we've talked about, everything we're doing to define this. This isn't about us taking control of the story. This is about us figuring out what the playing field is so that all of you can have as much control of the story as possible.
A lot of devs supported Alex. I mean, I think any time that they talked about it, they had pretty big disagreements about it. I mean, Alex is obviously kind of the most exciting one for a lot of people. And so, yeah, but I don't know. There was actually, unironically, a lot of support for Lucas amongst, like, especially the faction warfare pilots. Every DM scripts their campaigns. The DM just knows how to turn a left turn into a right turn. No, I wouldn't say that. I don't script my campaigns. I think about what the guys are going to do. This is how I got this from doing World of Darkness, right? The way I like to conceptualize my campaigns is I think about all of the different characters, not the players, but like the different NPCs and the different actors that are involved, and think about like what their goals are, what their strategies are, and what their plans are. And I think about like, okay, well, what would happen if like everything just plays out, right? So that way, when the players interact with that world, like, I know how their decisions either match the overall inertia of the world or adjust the overall inertia of the world. And the characters respond accordingly because they have their own goals and their own agendas and they have their own plans. But like, to script it, players can tell when you're running a scripted campaign.
Yeah, and the election of Alex Moreau is a great example of this. Of course, we've done.
If I had a control over what my players could do, the party would not have spent 3 sessions in a casino. Yeah, that. I did have a thing where I was like, oh, I'm going to reward my characters by giving them a portal to the para-elemental dimension of gems for like 10 minutes. And so then they figured out they could like run ropes through the portal to make it so that they couldn't get shut off, and so then they just harvested 1 million fucking gold worth of gems. That changed the campaign pretty dramatically.
Done this in the past with like the Amar Championship, with our live events like.
I'll keep my tinfoil hat percentages were a little bit odd. I mean, maybe, but I mean, they were surprised that they were as evenly divided too. I always think, whenever I see voting in real life, I think that the percentages are odd. Like, given what I understand people to believe versus how close voting always seems to become in like elections and stuff, it is. But these are oddities of human behavior. I think that this reveals something about who we are as people and how the human mind works and how human culture works, more than like nefarious. I think that if they tried to script it, it would have looked even more like clunky. I think this is just a merging of what happens when you get people to make choices like this.
Tabitha, and how that then played into the race for the hives. And I think we're really excited to keep looking for ways to do as much sandbox storytelling as possible. I was asked recently, you know, what is the difference between working on EVE Online and a different game? And for me, it's the difference between building a beautiful dollhouse and making Lego blocks. Yeah. And we want to give you as many different kinds of Lego blocks as we can.
And that's all.
I don't know, to me, it's like, I think that the lore team and a lot of the people in EVE put a lot of work into this stuff. And a lot of the lore team, more than anybody else, put in a lot of extra work, like running live events and all that sort of stuff in order to make things happen, like passion project type stuff. And so to have them be told, can you imagine being the guy who worked for 6 months to build Invasions Chapter 3, a year, 2 years actually, in order to build Invasions Chapter 3 as you develop Invasions and then go on through this final project in order to create the decision, the ability to fight over stars and all this stuff, just to have people tell you that it was all scripted. Like, I don't know, man. I feel bad for them sometimes, like legitimately. They're doing fantastically amazing stuff and sometimes showing their work in places like GDC, just to have players be like, nah, that was bullshit. You're learning. It's like, dude, this is incredible shit.
Always our goal. Like, how can we give more control to you all to tell your stories and use the empires as a backup to make them deeper, darker, harsher, cooler. All right, I think we're actually we have run out of time, sadly.
Can I ask? Can I say one thing? I just wanted to ask everybody. So so my title on Vanguard is creative lead, but actually my job has been way more like archaeological, I'd say, than creative. And so like I've been talking, so if you are somebody who cares about war clones at all, for sure, but if you care about the impact of war clones on the main EVE game, I really want to talk to you.
He needs to reach out to me. I need to reach out to him. Who's this guy? We need to talk.
I've been talking to a bunch of people in the community already on Discord. I'm just CCPJS or FCJS now on Discord. Just
FCJS.
add me and tell me who you are and what you're interested in. And because I'll chat to you.
I'm going to shoot him a message.
Like, you should go dig over there, and maybe go dig over there a bit as well. CCP Helmar gave me his copy of the source book, for example. So I'm just trying to gather as much information as I can. So if you're somebody that has information and wants to share it and wants to talk to me about what I'm doing, then please do reach out.
Yeah. And hunt him down. He's great.
Yes, hunt me down,
Awesome. Yeah. Diegetic, JS, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you all. This was great.
Oh, and
have a great Fanfest.
All right, so that is that. We've got one more presentation to do, which is the art panel, right? Yeah. We're going to end today in looking at some pretty stuff.
This is almost it. Yeah, Ernst. This is the last minute of us together on stream.
Yeah.
Please welcome to the stage the most picturesque of developers, FC Kokke and FC Sea Slug.
I can't find FC. I can't find him in the Discord. I'll look more. Are these new guys?
Hello.
Have I seen these guys before?
How's it going? Hi, everybody. I'm FC Sea Slug.
And I'm FC Kokke.
Oh, I think I've seen him before. He's been here before. I think he might be. Oh, no. I think I've seen these guys before. I think I've seen these ones.
You are the senior.
I am senior.
Senior 3D artist. So I'm FC Kokke, art director for EVE Online. Wonderful to see you all here today. It's missing the sound. We're going to dance to that.
Yeah, that had some good audio.
So we are here on behalf of Team Trilambda, also known as the art department. Now the team consists of 15 people, and some of the
Trilambda has been, and this whole time, like, Trilambda is the workhorse of EVE Online. They're so good. The art team carries this game on their backs.
The artists have been working on EVE for close to 20 years, and some even more. I've been on this journey with you for over 18 years now.
I found him. I sent him a friend's request. We'll see where it goes.
First as a concept artist for 8 years, and directing EVE Online after that. Now, we care deeply about the art in EVE and everything space-related.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
So, it's not just because we love spaceships, it's because art is serious business. So, EVE has come a long way since its birth in 2003. As you can see in these beautiful classic old images.
But we're often so focused on what's next, it can be easy to forget.
Anybody shout out to the asymmetrical scorpion over here in the top right corner, as well as the old Blackbird model when it was hideous.
Where we came from. Now, if we look back in time at a very high level, you can see the modernization effort has been considerable. We've done some very big graphical updates in the past. For example, the Trinity update in 2007, which introduced the new graphics engine Trinity.
Tri-Lambda is absolutely a reference to Revenge of the Nerds.
And some major ship upgrades. This was a first step towards modernizing EVE. Now, we've done countless VFX updates throughout the years. Explosions, fire and smoke, cloud, fog, weapons effect, and the list goes on and on. It's super cool stuff.
That could be cool, Jeff.
Now, we updated all the nebula backgrounds to deepen the immersion and gave you a better sense of scale and location in the universe. And the UI has gone through quite a few iterations throughout the years. And in 2022, we introduced the Photon UI. Super cool update there. And the UI team has been, well, UI discipline is constantly working on evolving the UI. And now they're looking into updating the HUD. And they've been showing that here on Fanfest now and having some...
It is really funny that it's like, oh yeah, we brought back the old Chimera model because it, like, everybody likes it more. That's now the improved Chimera. I didn't go into that when we were talking about the carriers, but it is, in my opinion, very funny.
Good conversations with you. That's looking super promising. And planets have been updated more than once, now looking more beautiful and detailed than ever. And we also updated all the stars in EVE to these beautiful, detailed fireballs.
It'd be cool to put them into, like, you know, right now relic sites have the old Terran ship models, which have always been kind of nonsensical to me. Like, if it's like Gerissus Rex, like, why would it have Terran ships in it? So maybe put old model copies, like the old Scorpion model can be found as a relic can to hack.
And another big visual update we did was creating models for all the turrets and missile launchers in client, accompanied with all the mechanics of functioning weapons. This was a super cool project to work.
Sleeper turret? Sleeper turret. I guess that's for Sleeper Johns, right?
On quite a few years ago. And we've delivered loads of ship updates.
Okay, hold on. Are all these ones that have been delivered? Let's check. So there's the new Blackbird, there's the Caracal and Cerberus, Moa, Thorax et al., Dominix, Chimera, Omen and Zealot, Bantam, Claw type stuff, the Celestis, the Sacrilege / Mauler, Vexer, Griffin, there's the Serb. This also plays into that one. The Scythes, the Tristan remodel, the Incursus remodel. Did the Incursus actually get remodeled? Or did they just show it off? I think it did it? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. And then Mollis.
Updates. We always love creating spaceships. Now, this is by no means a full list of graphical updates that we've done. What projects we work on this front is often dictated by time, what might fit the direction EVE is going at any time, or what parts of EVE are in need of attention. So please be patient with us. This work will always continue. Now, with that said, our work is focused on two main pillars.
Right. So with the Serb, what they did was they released the new model for the Caracal, and somebody took the Caracal model and just cut off the nose and posted that, and everybody seemed to like it. And so then they put that in for the Cerberus.
Pillars. Modernizing EVE. It's pushing the visual forward, just projects like we looked at. And the second pillar is expanding the universe, building new content. Hand it over to you.
So let's take a look 1 year back in time to Fanfest 2025 and see how the universe has evolved since then. Shortly after we last met, we added the new smoke and fire visual effects to EVE, and these kind of help you better visualize the state of a ship in space in a more immersive way.
Every time I see the fires now in space, I get a little giggly. Like, especially when you go into faction warfare sites, because they've like fought each other for a little while, often there'll be one that has hull damage. So there's one dude like running around with a little fire coming around it. It looks so good. It looks so good. It looks so good.
And at the same time, we added some life to the hangars through a collection of drones, or bobs as we call them. And these little guys have a lot of potential
missions
to be used throughout EVE in fun and meaningful ways. Then we have the lighting and modernization. Another ongoing modernization project is the lighting and VFX pass on ships. And we started this initiative a while ago with the
They did ship-specific recs, obviously, for capitals. But yeah, it'd be cool to do it for subcaps, too.
But this time I was adding life to the ship line. Now, these ships have more appropriate lighting, VFX states, meaning that they act differently between warping, being docked, or flying in space. This is one of those slow burner projects that we try and jump on whenever we get the chance. Another renovation we looked at recently was updating our mineable asteroid library. These space rocks had not been looked at in a very long time.
I actually have an endurance. I'm pretty sure it's an endurance that's named Scorched by Turner, because it's the ship that I was in during the Turner disaster. So it's still at 20% hull because, you know, the Turner explosion brought everybody down to, I think it was 20% hull. So that ship is docked in a station, and I probably won't mess with it ever again. It's a hangar queen now.
But the mining theme of Catalyst was the perfect avenue to slot that in. The quality of the assets was lacking. Their age was showing quite drastically. But in the top row, you can see the older 3D models, while below are their higher-res counterparts after getting a proper sculpting and a proper modeling pass. So, you know, more crunchier details.
Pretty sure that's a peanut.
The way asteroid belts appeared in the past is that rocks would just scale with the amount of ore that they contained. So, but now we have proper size classes between small, medium, and large, along with the scaling. So the size of the rock is more appropriate to the amount of ore in each chunk. We used a lot of procedural methods to shade and texture the asteroids, and we experimented with lots of different presets to work out the proper feel for each mineral type. And now, whenever you're mining, asteroid belts make a more immersive background as the detail and texture quality holds up a lot better. But we have a strong foundation to build on, a solid pipeline to expand our library of beautiful rocks, which we intend to keep adding to down the line.
I bet these fuckers don't have mesh gliders. There's something about streaming for 6 hours or more that makes me swear a whole lot more. I will say, I want to know, you guys, because like when we first saw the ice stuff, it really jumped out at me as being kind of terrible looking. I feel like I've gotten more used to them over time. I still think that what's wrong about them is that the ones that are, like the side that's closer to the sun should be more melted. Like there should be smoothiness to it because as the pieces melt and refreeze. I want to know what you guys think about the ice, particularly.
Ah, beautiful.
Pretty rocks.
Pretty rocks. Now, those were some of the modernization projects that we did last year. And then there's the second pillar we're responsible for, which is expanding the universe. Now, we always work with game design teams for major expansions, and sometimes these projects are very heavy on the graphics side, and Catalyst was definitely one of those projects. There was new gameplay mechanics that we'd not done before, very heavy on the VFX front, and a ton of new assets to create asteroids, ships, environments, and also some strange space phenomena that we needed to figure out how to present.
And put on the Gita gates.
So we started prototyping and sketching out early on and trying to figure out how to finish this project. And we found out quickly that concepting ferrofluid proved to be a fairly tricky task, but we somehow managed to work our way around it. And it's a phone video there. I was so excited in the office, like, I just grabbed up my phone and ran around the office. We have ferrofluid. It's super cool. And
is that the inspiration?
These
for
came out super good.
Prismaticide?
And we found our way through this chaos. And the final version of the Catalyst was quite spectacular.
Yeah, I guess so. Does look dope. Kind of wish more people would be able to see it, but yeah, let's go.
So cool
Maybe
to
it's
see
a
it on the big
Minotaur
screen.
win.
Anyway, as you know, without spaceships, there is no spaceship game. Catalyst era introduced a total of 9 new ship hulls, and one of them being the Pioneer. There was a plan to bridge the gap between the Venture and the mining barges, especially for alpha players and new bros, since the price jump between the two was very hefty. Here you can see some early sketches of the Pioneer and its variants.
We're getting close to the end.
We ended up making the business end somewhat modular. This let us change it quite drastically between the Tech 2 and Consortium versions, while keeping the main hull and booster areas pretty consistent. So it's kind of like swapping a bucket shovel for a grapple on a hammer or an excavator. That was kind of the idea. But here's a ship that originated in the art department. It originated as a concept exploration to make a ship that was very effects focused. This beautiful looking ship also ended up kind of inspiring its own game design, which was very cool, to be the Explorer's gold standard. The idea behind the sphere on the back there was that it was supposed to serve as like
Yeah, actually, it's very interesting that argument that it was like the artists were just like, we just want to make this ship, and then CCP's like, I guess we gotta justify it.
a high-tech fuel converter that would let the pilot be deployed for longer, and possibly even
It is very much an art first ship. It is so pretty.
Interact with wormholes. The spinning rings were then inspired by the common hacking structures, which further solidified what the Odysseus was all about. So let's take a quick fly around these ships and see what they look like in space.
I need to fly my Odysseus more.
That looks so cool. Super good. Beautiful. But next it was the carriers. So these ships did not only get a visual update, but also a balance pass. We don't touch the numbers, but we make things look pretty. When we modernize Eve ships, we're trying to stay really close to the DNA of the original character. These ships are so well known by now that we want to keep the magic alive whenever possible. Here you can see some early sketches and concepts from the process of designing the Nithokur. And sometimes it can be trickier to achieve a proper redesign rather than making a new ship from scratch. We battle with how much to change. Have we changed too much? Have we changed too little? How do we make an old, weird, asymmetrical design look interesting when you have more details that you can add to it? Well, a new ship is a blank canvas. And here you have the Nithokur, Thanatos, Chimera, and the Archon.
So I'm messing around with, what is GESI? What? LOL, since my idea about Contraband and Vanguard? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Carriers look gorgeous now.
Now they show appropriate scale, and they feel a lot better, bigger, when you get up close and personal. They got new models.
Oh, yeah.
Textures.
Google Sheets ESI. Right. I got you. Well, yeah, you're saying in function, but like, I saw your Nidhogg. It was very pretty before it blew up. Making a sheet. I've known people, so like there are people, there used to be, especially back in the day, people that would watch the Raznaborg kill mail. Like you go to Zkill, you look up Triglavians, and you wait to see, because people would die to Trig rats all the time, and sometimes in really valuable stuff. And so there was like a gold rush. He would watch the kill feed, and when he saw like a expensive ship die to Triglavians, he would rush over there and loot all the stuff before somebody else gets to it. It's also a really good way, it was a really good way, and it probably still is, a good way to find paths to Pochvin, right? If there's people dying to Rasnaborg in a system, that means that system is connected to Pochvin at the moment.
And proper lighting, VFX, animation states. And they also got a cool little feature that now when you deploy your fighters from the tubes, you can see the same fighters come out if you look closely on the ships. We try to stay really close to the original designs as they were really strong already. And now they just read
contraband hunting.
They feel bigger, they feel stronger. And at the same time, it's just beautiful pieces of art.
Okay. So in the coming weeks, in Cradle of War, you will be able to get your hands on a few more exciting new ships. What a beautiful line of ships.
Yeah.
Attack 2 carriers.
People die on gates.
So when we design these, our philosophy with the TAC 2s is to do a design upgrade of the TAC 1, make some cool modifications that make the TAC 2 feel a little more aggressive and powerful. As you can see here with a sleek Galactic carrier, Gaia. Now the front end has become symmetrical and stronger for a beautiful silhouette. And it's just mighty cool ship. Love it. And here you have the Ymir, a brutal-looking Minotaur carrier, taking inspiration from the Kumak on the front, looking quite aggressive.
Wait, it takes from the Kumak? Is that this? Is that what they're saying is the inspiration from the Kumak? Maybe they mean the spikes on the side. I don't know if I really catch what they mean by that.
Ymir, a brutal-looking Minotaur carrier, taking inspiration from the Kumak on the front, looking quite aggressive. And here we have the Godly Salvation.
If you forced me to, I would not be able to point out why this looks different than the Archon. I guess this front part is more angular slanted, but this looks very... If you told me this was an Archon, I'd be like, yeah, that's right.
So nice to look at it here on the picture.
Yeah, it's way nicer.
Yeah, looking awesome. Really like it.
Oh,
Team
okay.
did a
So
really
the
good job on these.
front points.
And finally, the TAC 2 version of the Chimera, the almighty Simurgh. Now this was the biggest model change of the 4 ships. Aha!
Smart.
Smart man, yes. As you can see, like this gentleman said, there we go. So pilots that have been with us for a while can see that we took inspiration from the old Chimera that was missed by some players. So now we have best of both worlds, current Chimera and the Simurgh. Now let's take a look at these in action.
They should do. Hold on. Actually, I just realized something. I had a minor deviation. Look, people were mad that the heavy bombers were shown in the video for the trailer, right? Oh my god, there's heavy bombers in the trailer, but there's no heavy bombers in reality. I gotta show you guys something. Has anybody ever seen the Laser Raven? Has anybody ever seen the Laser Raven? You guys know about the Laser Raven? So back in the day, oh no, hold on. Back in the day, the promotional material for EVE Online did not have to match the reality on the ground much more than it is now. So you think that having heavy bombers in the trailer is bad? Let me introduce you to the Laser Raven. Okay, this was the promotional thing, like in the early, as we were getting ready for Dust 514. They're like, see, look, an orbital bombardment. Too bad orbital bombardments were not done with large weapons, and certainly not lasers on a Raven. Wait. No, that, okay, so that is Duval. You could tell by the colors that it's Duval. Nope, that's, but that, oh, it does say Duval. It has Duval right there, but that green is so fucking crazy. Okay, whatever.
Thank you. We're very proud of these. They are quite...
Should have been a fax. That's all I got to say about the command carriers.
But there was a buzz for Grendel War as well to expand the Navy destroyer lines. Here you can see the Talwar, the Corax, the Alcos, and the Dragoon Navy issue with their respective TAC 1 parents.
Fighters aren't drones. You know what? Fair point. Yeah, you're right. Fighters are piloted, not drones. So, you know, fair enough. Is it KK? Wait, is it KK? Hold on. Is it really KK? Hold on. Is it? That does not look quite black enough to be KK, is it? I mean, it probably is. I've been wrong about everything else up until this point when it comes to these guys, so sure, why not? Probably. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. Look, I don't have...
Thank you.
No, I gotta care. God damn it, I can't not care. Gosh darn it. Where are they? Do we have pictures of them? We don't have pictures of them. Alright, I'm back to not caring again.
Very proud of these. They are quite pretty. But there was a buzz for Grendel War as well to expand the Navy destroyer lines. Here you can see the...
What is that? A colon arrow? That's not one of the... Wait. Nope. I'm not going down the World of Madness right now.
The Alcos and the Dragoon Navy issue with their respective TAC 1 parents. This is something we know how to do. We've done it before, so all these ships got a proper model pass, which includes new armor platings, some attachments, silhouette changes, and other cool parts to kind of make it look bigger, stronger, a little bit more aggressive. They got faction boosters, animation states, along with the classic lighting and VFX updates. And as you can see, the Navy issue camo patterns. So you can be invisible in space. So here are the first 9 hulls from Catalyst, with 8 more coming in Cradle of War. So 17 new ship hulls since last Fanfest. making a pretty sick collection, if you ask me. They're all quite nice. We're very proud of them.
Yes, give it up.
Oh, here we go. Hell yeah. Look, guys, I know that there are some people that are like, oh, it's just Exordium. I wish it was better. Help the Amar get their trade hub. They will get their own gorgeous station, too. Oh. That makes me want to live in Exordium.
Oh, what was that?
It's weird that, like, so air stuff is built a lot by Ishikone, if I remember correct. Well, Ocean Faction, I think, right? I want to say. But it looks so Galente. Worried about the new station interiors? Citadel station interiors have lower performance than the original stations? Then don't go to Exordium. I mean, Jita also has a new station environment. Do you have performance issues there?
What was that?
So another big task for Cradle of War was the new air trade hub located in the heart of Exordium. The goal was to create a feeling similar to when you arrive at Jita for the first time. It's a grand scale, lots of activity, a spectacle. So everybody remembers when you warp to Jita for the first time. It's huge. But here on the left, you can see the size comparison to Jita. The small crab-looking thing down there at the bottom, that's the air station from the new player experience. Above that is the trade hub, and the pink blob-looking thingy there, that's Jita.
I imagine it'd be more similar to Jita than the Upwell structures, because the Upwell structures also have a lot of smoke and other stuff. I don't know. I probably there won't be that big of a problem, but who knows?
It's a proper evolution of the older air stations, a grandiose structure perfectly placed for lighting and backdrop. And
that looks very Galente inspired, right? I mean, it's got the Galente domes, it's got the spire like in the Galente outpost. It feels like it was made by Galente, even though it was made by largely Caldari manufacturers.
And if you look at it from above, you can even see it makes a full Fibonacci spiral. So design, like through and through, very cool. The level of detail and
6 hours, 6 minutes and 40 seconds for the KK carrier. Man, Malak does love to make a point. Let's check it out real quick. 6 hours, 6 minutes, 40 seconds.
Fleets into something far greater than the sum of their parts.
Thank you. No, nothing, no news. All right, hold on. Yeah, okay, this looks a lot blacker and a lot with the red striper thing. So I'm a lot more believing with that, just that one shot, but let's look even closer.
The Seamerk.
Oh, pretty sure that's the logo right there.
A mobile command center.
Okay. It was looking kind of Wiakomi a little bit, but yeah, it's probably KK. We need 3 hours, 53 minutes, and 40 seconds.
Lighting and backdrop. And if you look at it from above, you can even see it makes...
No, actually, unironically, Rogue, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, we covered the EVE expansion panel first. So if you want to know what's coming on the 9th and the digging into all the details, that comes at the beginning of the stream. Then we covered the Vanguard keynote. Then we covered the Frontiers keynote. And now we did the lore panel, and now we're doing the art panel.
It's a full Fibonacci spiral. So design, like through and through, very cool. The level of detail and sense of scale of the structure is quite captivating, and it helps you immerse yourself into the depths and details of EVE. And Starter Space also feels somewhat more friendly and neutral, contrasting the stronger, darker styles of the Empires. It's a beautiful addition to New Eden to welcome new players and should help them get a sense of scale of the world they're about to embark on. But on that note, a new station needs a new hangar. These are big, grand-scale projects that require a lot of attention and time, and at any point in time, somebody from the team is going to touch on it, like the entire team. So it's important, like there are lots of important elements at play that need to work together. Here you can see some early blockouts of the hangar. So once we figured out the floor plan, we took the old air hangar, cut it up into pieces, and rearranged it in a new way, along with making some new models, of course, to get it all to fit together. From there, when they've been cleaned up and prepped, we take them into Graphite, which is our in-house authoring tool.
It'd be so cool to go back in time and show somebody in 2010 these pictures, because it would have like, I remember when they showed off the new station environments in like 2011 or whatever, even though they were still kind of very static, very clean. This is so much crazier.
There we apply textures, add lights, blinkies, flying drones, smoke, all the stuff that kind of makes it come to life. And one of the goals with the hangar as well was to take lessons learned from the Upwell and Deathless hangars and apply those lessons in a new setting. Creating the hangar, the workflow is starting to get a lot tighter, which is unlocking ways for us to address the other faction hangars down the line. But that's something that Goggi is going to talk about. There's some big ideas.
Yes.
Whoa.
Okay, so let's take a look at what we've been cooking behind the scenes, where we plan to take Eve in the future. Now, I have a disclaimer for all you here and all of you on the internet looking.
This is the best part of FanFest.
This is the disclaimer. The following are just high-level concepts, something we're exploring, not committed to any release as of now.
Things that have been part of this, that these kinds of segments before. Tessellation never got added to the game. Smoke and Fire was added to the game. Engine trail, new jet engine effects added to the game. So, you know, like, but it takes a couple years sometimes. It takes up to 2 or 3 years past what they're showing here, just so you guys know. But this is where we get to see the very first time, you know, things that they're working on. So this is the experimental no promises section. Be prepared. Oh, I'm not. There's no way I'm prepared. I can't possibly be prepared.
We want to tackle in Eve that Eve is a massive.
Before we jump into this, I do want to say, is it not completely surprising? Am I the only? I'm shocked that there was no mention of any follow-up or improvements to the 2D map in all of FanFest. That is probably, in my opinion, the single most surprising thing out of this FanFest. Across the board, the things that surprised me the most about a FanFest, it wasn't the things that were announced, it was the things that weren't announced or weren't talked about. But by far, the complete absence of mention of the 2D map and the map improvements that they talked about last FanFest, maybe they're getting to it.
Massive universe, and parts can feel repetitive at times. Hangars and stations, perhaps mostly so. Now, the scale of the universe is definitely there, but the lack of variation can bring the scale down in some aspect.
Well, there was a bunch of stuff with the UI when it comes to the new the military campaigns and stuff. I'm just saying, like, the 2D map was such a hallmark of last year, and this promise of adding in new visuals and new information into the map was such a big part of it. To have no follow-up for it is crazy.
Now, dynamic universe is a theme that we've been working with for a while in Eve,
well,
in the art department. So how do we breathe more life and variation at scale into Eve? And how to do it in a meaningful way.
Fucking stop teasing me with this shit. You've teased me station bonuses and clouds around stations and stuff before. Stop. No, that's mean.
Really
that's just mean. Give me Snake Hat. Oh, Snake Hat. Snake Hat is another thing that gets shown in this segment that doesn't necessarily come to pass. But
at the new destination, seeing something completely unique. Or even arriving back at the same place and seeing that it's evolved or changed somehow. So the visual surroundings should tell you a story. So as an
well, yeah, and they even said that they said that we're learning these lessons we're doing here as they're working towards the other empires. So yeah, they did even mention that they're going to continue to you know,
For example, the same hangar or station could create very contrasting feelings. Now we have all of these different graphical elements at our disposal to help create these different atmospheres. Lighting changes, color changes, various VFX, clouds, fog, animated assets, drones, and the list goes on.
Sure.
So the same asset can transform into completely different experiences.
What's your point? Oh.
For example,
with
empty.
Ooh.
Versus an active place. Or thriving versus decaying.
Rogue drones.
That's a cool contrast to play around with.
That's some frontier
so
shit.
How do we do this? We want to pull in as much meaningful data as we can to help visualize this. So what you guys are doing as pilots, as a collective, has influence and shapes the visual storytelling of EVE. Now, to take this concept further, we don't just want to add this layer onto existing assets. We want to rebuild the empires and start to re-envision the core assets. So empire hangars, they should have multiple different layouts.
Okay. Here we go.
And different sizes, with plenty of new angles to discover within each hangar.
I do like the idea that every single time you dock, you're in a slightly different place. I do like that about, I actually really, really do like that about Zarzak. Every time you dock in Zarzak, you might end up in a different place. And so there might be, you might be higher up where the is going on and like the big advertisements. You might be down below, closer to like the Garissus area or whatever. That is one of the cool things about that place.
In a dirty basement somewhere with no visibility. Right down there. I think that would be cool, actually.
Subpar clones.
Yeah. And while good standing, we'll bring you to a super nice location.
Wait, okay, hold on. So your standings with the corporation will give you a better spot in the interior? Okay, I dig it. No, that's good. It's so stupid, I love it.
Really cool music, and you'll have your corp banners and whatnot. It'll be super nice up there. Pleasure, Hubs, yes. Thank you. I'll add that to
first class. You know, you come up, they bring you up your like the butler kind of comes up. The bobs come out more often. If you're in the like cheap seats, the bobs never show up, or like only everyone, the little cleaner bot never's there. It's just dirty and filthy. If up there's always like little activity. Oh, that's so funny.
The presentation for the next one. And with multiple.
How do I get neg 10 with Caldari Navy so I can live in the slums of 4-4? Do Galente missions. Yeah. I don't know. How to get -10 with the Caldari Navy without getting -10 with the Caldari? That's going to be the real challenge.
Multiple parking lots, docking with your fleet members will become a super nice experience. So remember the list in the beginning of all.
No. You're right. You could just continue to accept and decline missions, take and decline missions over and over again. Don't do that, guys. That's a terrible idea.
Modernization projects we've done in the past. These are just a couple more. We'll get there. We'll get there. But building these assets in a modular fashion, using our layout system, is going to help us create this vision. And here's an early prototype for a frigate chamber within the Caldari hangar. So just a small little area.
Okay.
And you would progress into larger areas once you can fly bigger, more powerful ships, feeling of progression for new players.
You can still do level 1 missions, Jeff. You can always do level 1 missions.
So let's check out how this could look.
Yep, 7th. We're still going. We're almost done. I warned everybody at the beginning. Those look good. Wait, the idea that the different megacorps could have different looks is pretty cool too. Yeah. Thought you were hold on. So if we go into client and we go to our standings and we pick Caldari Navy or whatever, any of them, Caldari Navy, we can see at -2, limited to level 1 agents belonging to the Caldari Navy, regardless of derived standings. So at -2, you become locked out from everybody besides level 1 missions. I know I'm actually kind of intentionally slow boating my way through this task or through this video, but this does look good. I do actually want to check out that again. Just hold on. Hold on. I just gotta appreciate this again.
Remember the list in the beginning of all the modernization projects.
Yeah, but if you have a negative, that is with if you have -2. That is the -2. Oh, with an agent? I have no idea.
We've done in the past. These are just a couple more. We'll get there. We'll get there. But building these assets in a modular fashion, using our layout system, is going to help us create this vision. And here's an early prototype for a frigate chamber within the council.
We did that.
Getting a feeling of progression for new players. So let's check out how this could look.
Okay. So this is a generic one. That is Wiakomi. This is Lidai. This is Ishikone. This is DCM, Deep Core Mining. That's CBD. And this is back to the generic one. How many? Look, Seventh Heaven, I'm not even lying. 3 hours ago or more, I asked people if we wanted to wrap things up and save these last 2 videos for another day, and everybody just said, let's keep going. So we're still here. This is the last video, though. So we're like I said, we're wrapping it up. But at this point, I'm going to drive. At this point, I'm driving Malak insane because we're not getting to the exciting part. So we're just going to keep plowing forward.
We're going to get on that. Yeah. So we want to take the same approach to station exteriors, modular and changing depending on various inputs. So stations could be changing visually depending on services available or what is happening in the system. So here's an example concept of how that could possibly work. That's cool.
Oh man, so there could be a military campaign. We could not just have to build the Amar Empire station. We might have to build each piece, unlocking each of them over time in advanced building. That could be cool.
So we've mainly been talking about Empire styles, hangars, stations, environments. I feel like we should talk a little bit about spaceships. Yes,
probably.
Just a little bit. A few slides on ships. So ships are always at the core of what we want to evolve. We just love doing these.
All right. So we have, this is the preview of the Ragnarok that everybody got upset that didn't happen. These are other versions of the Buzzard that people got upset didn't happen. These were the other ideas of the Atron that people got upset didn't happen. There's more of the Ragnarok. There's the Helios and Imicus bill, redone that people have been upset didn't happen.
And you
what do you
probably
got?
recognize some old concepts here and some new ones. Now, the modular system that we talked about before can open up some exciting new possibilities as well for visuals. For example, creating variations quickly, or create unique hulls for all Tech 2 ships, or even visualize passive modules, rigs, or just some modifications to your ship.
You've been promising this ship for 3 years.
This is something we'll explore more when these systems become further polished. So I have a new concept here of a fairly large ship. I'll give you a very rough sketch of the Erebus.
Cool.
So it's just a very early stage. But something like this, some rough sketches like this, is enough for us to start exploring it further in 3D, where a lot of the design work happens. But I can see there's...
We're gonna fucking hear about this the new Erebus model for the next decade, aren't we? This is the new Azrael, isn't it? Oh no. Oh, I want it to so bad, but God, oh God, this is. All right, cool.
Probably
Let's
going to
go.
be a power core unit in the center circular negative bit, and there'll be openings into a giant city in the back, and there will be some energy flowing to a new super weapon, and I can see it all happening. It's gonna. Can you see it? It's gonna be great. And we have projects that are further along in the pipeline. Here's the Minmatar burst concept.
Fuck the burst
3D
needs to
work
redo.
that's come so far. It's little.
Like, I like these two a little bit. I hate the look of the burst. I hate the look of the burst. I don't even like much of these looks of the burst. These two on the left are fine. Look, I re-rolled my race because of how much I didn't like Minmatar ship design. So maybe I'm not the right person to ask.
And finally,
you like the redone burst?
here's the Abaddon, work in progress. Now this ship is furthest along
heard
in the
about
pipeline.
this. Oh.
And we stayed very true to the original design, as you can see. Just adding animations and states.
And this.
I was extremely nervous about this.
Super cool.
I was so nervous about this because, like, I had heard that there's an Abaddon model. The Abaddon is the reason why I re-rolled a Mar, unironically. It's the ship that I saw and I was like, I'm going to Mar. So I've been very nervous about this. It's key to this to Jamil, the golden Abaddon. It's my favorite looking battleship. They did it. They managed to make it look a little bit sleeker, add all those animations in without ruining it. It's still like, if I just glanced at this and you were like, this is the Abaddon, I'd be like, yep. I wouldn't even notice that it was a redesign. And in my opinion, those are sometimes the best redesigns. This thing just looks better, but it's still the Abaddon. Oh.
Here's the Abaddon, work in progress. Now this ship is furthest along.
Hold on, I'm sorry, guys. I know. Wait. Oh, that isn't how that works. Can I not do like a few seconds packed? I can only do like 10.
And finally,
no Navy issue. Whatever. Give me the. You know what I want? I want the look. If it was up to me, if they were like, you know what, Ashtarothi, you've been playing this game for so long, you've made so much content for this game, we're gonna give you one wish. What do you want? I would say, obviously, Tech 2 Drekovic command ship. But if they gave me 2 wishes, it would be make the Paladin use the Abaddon model. Right? Oh my god, hold on. So, here we got... So, here we go. Old. New. Old. New. It looks so much slicker. I mean, like, there are a lot of, like, weird detail on here, but it feels like detail for detail's sake. Shut up, Jeff. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the Abaddon, work in progress. Now this ship is first.
No. God damn it. Whatever, I'll just leave it be. Yeah. I think that the nose is a lot more, like, a little bit more pointed and angular. The pieces are a little bit flatter. The animations are king.
Furthest along in the pipeline. And we stayed very true to the original design.
I need those animations, those unfolding animations, more than I need food right now. And I haven't eaten in like 10 hours.
As you can see, just adding animations and states.
And this.
Give it a hand. Super cool.
I'm telling you, it needs to be the Abaddon needs to be the Marauder.
Like I said, we love doing spaceships. It's the best part. It's the best part. Now these are, like I said, slow burner projects that we jump on when we have time. So hopefully we get these to you soon. So going back to the dynamic theme, another level we haven't talked about is the graphic design layer. Now this layer is quite static, but we want to have more of these elements and having them change with time and activity, and that's the goal. And we want to give you more options to show your colors in space. Now, with all of this in mind, everything that we've talked about, imagine a beautiful keep star in all its glory. And with time, it perhaps changes as it takes on, as its lifespan progresses. And perhaps we could add some dramatic lighting to it. So, is it still missing something, perhaps? Should we maybe add a logo to it? Yeah. There's any Elanges here? We'll test out one. Oh, anyone from Kuhn's farm here? There's a couple of people.
Cheap pandering.
I made a couple more. Should we scroll through a few? Only fleet. Hello, there you are.
There you go.
How cool is that?
Not that the logo is better, but the lighting is better.
I'll keep going.
That's true. That's true. The Raven needs to stay the Golem. The Raven gets to be the Golem. We don't necessarily need the Rogue to be the one. But the Hyperion Marauder would be fucking dope.
These were fun to make. NC. No, nobody here.
NC. For the NC one, they should have changed it to being the abandoned model with like the road drones and the pieces flying off. Just kidding.
They're all on the stream.
Maybe that would be the Horde one.
There are a couple there. You can hear them clapping on the stream. We're gonna keep going. Hello, fraternity. Nobody. No. No, sorry. Nobody here. Brave.
What? Brave has like what? Giant Vorton projectors?
Should we look at a few more?
You'd think that they would have like a 7.0.
So these are getting quite wild. Remember the disclaimer in the beginning. You know, we haven't committed to any of this.
I mean, remember they've literally shown us a keep star with like a statue of the Mitanni stacked on top of it. So I mean, this is, in my opinion, this is all filler until it's a thing. I still want my snake hat.
And when we do the customization,
yes, they definitely should have done they 1000% should have done the abandoned Horde model, for sure.
It might not be exactly. But anyway.
Oh! That looks good for the initiative, the devil horns and everything.
We're gonna keep going. Couple more.
Oh, Minotaur fleet, awesome.
That's too far, man. Who's gonna make that?
It was so fun to make. I couldn't stop. I just kept going.
Oh my god!
Boss brutalism. I have one more. Last one. Test.
Also could have been the abandoned one.
Like this, but I hear they may need to take some soft first. Is that? I hear correctly.
Have you ever been clowned on by the developers of your own game specifically?
You can do it. I believe in you.
Shots fired.
It's all love. It's all love. Final thought. I see Eve as a giant piece of living art, a collaboration, constantly evolving, where we create the assets and its boundaries, and you bring it to life and shape it.
New military campaign. Test needs to get Sov. Reward. Customizable keep stars. Go!
It always amazes us to see what you guys get up to.
I guess they'll fail that one.
Giant, beautiful, abstract paintings. It's just amazing. It's so cool. So it's truly an honor to be on this journey with you.
Malaku Cries is such a good song. I love Sindel. She's so awesome.
Cheers to you guys.
Oh, don't. No, we're muting it. It's got music. It probably played it earlier. Who knows? I'll probably already get like revenue sharing, but you know, whatever. Looks good though. Looks real good. Shh. I could sing. What? Whoa! What the fuck was that? Wait, what the fuck was that? You know what that was? You know what that was? That has to be the Epic arc, right? That has to be the virtual simulation. Yeah. That has to be part of the Epic arc. Oh, that looks so cool. Looks like a structure star? No. Look at this. Look at what it is. So what it is the guy warps in, and then like the rest of it renders. Like you see the planet appear, like it renders. I wish they'd do something to spruce up the Amar drone destroyer. It looks a little... I mean, it's the Dragoon. I like the Dragoon. What the... See? See? Wait. What is happening? This has to be another virtual environment. We have the lines across it that makes it look like it's a drifter thing, and they're killing a... I bet you this is the Battle of Akatioth. I bet you this is like Jamil Sorum just fired her super weapon, and now you guys are picking apart the Elder Fleet. They could buff the primate. Yeah, you're funny. Oh yeah, okay. You should have given me this timestamp, man. This is KK's. This is definitely K. Like, there's the stripe right there. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it probably is. I don't see... I don't see the logo on here, but this looks much more convincingly KK. Is that the new Exordium Stargate? That is not what it looks like. Oh.
Thank you very much for attending. Hope to see you.
All right, guys, that is it. That is day 2 of FanFest. I think we pretty much covered it all. We went over a lot of stuff for a lot of different games. Obviously, so okay, next week. I mean, so the expansion's coming on the 9th. That is in so next Tuesday is the 19th. That is our next lore moment, where it has... Hold on a second. Let me switch to... All right. So next week on Tuesday is the 19th, which is when we get into the next lore moment. No, there's actually really nothing about well, the only thing that we learned about the Intaki is we might as well just give up any hope of the Intaki system becoming independent. The military campaign is only going to double down on the securing of Intaki, because one of the major goals is that they're going to create a more direct connection between Dodixie and Intaki, turning it from 9 jumps to 6 jumps. So if anything, we're not going to get a liberated Intaki. We will only get a further entrenched Intaki into the military-industrial complex, as it were. That said, okay, so on the 19th, we have Sylphie's trial, which I'm sure nothing interesting will happen there. So we will cover whatever comes from that. And then on the Thursday, which would be 2 days later, we will have the last week of the Capsuleer Day event, which will be like an expansion of the expansion of the track and potentially additional rewards, including that golden token that that was added but then never used. So that brings us to the 21st, and then the Capsuleer Day ends on the 28th, and then we get a full week, the week of the 1st, or 31st through the 6th, and then the next Tuesday after that is going to be the expansion, and then I think they said 26th, or it's a 20. When was the Frontier stuff? The Frontier stuff is going to be late June. I can't remember exactly when. So a couple weeks later, and then July it is going to be, I think, what is it, the 13th to the whatever, is going to be Vanguard. And so in all that, we're going to cover all those big points on this stream. So make sure to subscribe and hang into the Discord so you stay on top of all of that. But in between there, we're going to actually, I think that there is enough interest and enough talking about Frontiers that I will try to dedicate a day to looking at Frontiers again in its current state before we transition to Cycle 6. I also, like I said, I'm interested in looking in like the religions of the different empires, maybe to fill in time. And we were going to do faction warfare, but especially with the way that military campaigns look, we might actually wait to do a lot of faction warfare until after the expansion. Although I do need to do some faction warfare for the event. We may focus on like doing more stuff about the event, just doing different tasks and different play and all that stuff. But make sure to subscribe and come into the Discord for the latest and greatest in all of the channel and what's going on in EVE Online. Anything else that's serious or significant to talk about right now? Do we know? Make sure to check out my second channel for more videos about my puppy and other non-EVE related stuff. Although right now I've been so busy with EVE, I haven't really been doing much with the second channel. And then also, of course, if you've never used the buddy code before, make sure to use the buddy code down below or in chat right now. It gives you 1,000,000 free skill points. I would love to thank all of you who have spent your time here today. It has been a marathon of a stream. We all kind of knew it was going to be 7.5+ hours. I should get an aquarium? What? Why? I mean, those are expensive. Let me tell you guys, you guys support me. You guys let me do this. You buy my food and or like the stuff for my dog and my guinea pigs. But let me tell you, this stream does not pay well. If I wasn't a disabled veteran that has support, I would, whatever. But you guys give me enough to be able to do what I do. Not quite enough to buy fancy aquariums though. So yeah, I'll get a digital aquarium maybe. It's like sometimes people keep saying, yes, please, if you want to get me something, get me a Steam controller and a new video card. Those are my two top wishes at the moment. Oh man, that was enough distractions. Yeah, I had an aquarium once. I don't need an aquarium. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I can barely keep a guinea pig cage clean. But that said, you guys, I do appreciate all of you guys hanging out, sharing my videos, liking the streams, commenting, all that sort of stuff. It's been a marathon. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It's been a great time. It's been a great fan fest. I know there's a lot of people that might disagree, but I think that I've pretty much shown a case for the fact that I'm very excited for what is coming, and I think a lot of you guys are too. And you know what? Here's my secret, okay? There's all these people that are saying Cradle of Boar, and being negative about it. You know what? You're only cheating yourself. If you're into this sort of stuff, then you get more out of it. You have a more good time. You have a better game experience yourself. You're the one that gets the good game experience. You're the, if you buy into it, if if you allow yourself to enjoy things for what they are, then you can get more from it. So I hope that I've shown you a lens to help you enjoy Vanguard, EVE Online, EVE Frontiers, because these are wonderful pieces of art and technology that is at our fingertips to help us entertain ourselves and better connect with one another. And because that's ultimately what's going to save humanity, at least until Ragnarok takes us all. So thank you all for showing up, hanging out, and having this experience with me. It's been a lot of fun. A lot of really good insights today too, from people. A lot of good knowledge from the player base. Shill, yeah, give me money, buy merchandise, become a member and patron. I don't know, I'm tired, so I'm just gonna say thank you guys so much, especially those who there is actually, since I'm shilling, hold on, wait, there it is. I do want to give a shout out to Ragtag Pro for your $10 and Waffles for your $10. Both of you, I really, really appreciate it. And I also want to give an extra special shout out, as always, to my top tier supporters, but I will do so after I say, I am an Astrophia. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you for going on this incredible journey with me across all of the EVE Online games, EVE Galaxy Conquest notwithstanding. EVE Echoes, this kind of doesn't count. Make sure to like the stream, comment, all that stuff, as I've already said, and a special shout out to my top tier supporters, including 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Evo Elite, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak, Starfire, Malin, Markuton, Mayak, Morkar, Michael, LM1, Neelam, Sheesh, Susuro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you all so much. Extra shout out to Thrans. You are awesome. Thrans has been a great friend, a great value and resource to our community and the Convocation of Empyreans. Like I said earlier today, he was out there boosting and giving compression so that way I could finish the mining track, all while watching Fanfest. You're the best. Y'all are the best. Thank you all. 07 to you guys. And until next time, I've been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and I'll see you in space. Like the stream for the giddies!
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city